Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Pain-Stealing Quirk? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku had vague memories of how his family used to be. He could remember when he had a home, a warm bed, and steady diet. These memories were muddled, overshadowed by the burden of no longer having a place in society's unseeing eyes. For where was a monster like himself supposed to fit into a judgmental space like that? He didn't know what he was, just that he was experiencing his unique circumstances since before he could remember. That said, circumstances were a major part of his father's absence if the ghosts of venom-filled words were anything to go by. His ability was thought by his mother to be a form of quirk, one of the kinds that manifested at or shortly after birth instead of around 4 like the current average. A thought that was contested shortly before he actually reached the age of 4. He had a healing quirk, it turned out. More specifically, he could pull the pain or injury out of others as long as the wound wasn't already healed, but it had the drawback of the injury mirroring on his own body. If he healed a cut, it would show up on him in the same spot and relative size as it was on the person he healed. The manifestation of his actual quirk led to a range of questions for Izuku about what to call himself because he was definitely not human. At least, not entirely. Izuku was a monster, literally, but not all the time. The closest thing he could relate it to was a kitsune or the Western werewolf, but only for the shifting factor. He looked nothing like any animal he could find on the library computers when he changed. When he was 6, Inko disappeared. He didn't know where she went or what happened, but one day she just didn't come home. It didn't make sense. They were happy and loved each other just as any healthy mother-son relationship should, if not more so. After 3 days, with the fridge starting to run empty and there was no sign of his mother anywhere when he looked for her before and after school, he went to the police. The computer said that when someone went missing that you should file a missing persons report at the local police station. He got a range of looks from people as he went into the station alone. When an officer asked if he was lost, Izuku just shook his head and asked if he could file a missing person paper for his mom. A silence settled over the quiet talking in the room. It took a while, but they eventually let him do so, asking him if he had a home to return to. He did, and he said as much, not yet realizing that he wouldn't have one for long with his mother missing, and the cops misunderstood it to mean he had family to go back to. They took the report, looking thrown at the carefully and mostly filled out papers they were given. Izuku had been proud at the time and said goodbye to the nice officers, heading home with hope that Inko would be found. 2 weeks later, he was running out of food in the house and the cash that his mom had kept stashed away for emergencies. Another week, and he was living entirely off of his school meals that he had already gotten free. Kaken's parents asked him after school if he wanted to come visit for a few hours, which he politely declined, well aware of the glare pointed his way. 2 more, and there was a note on the apartment door that said some bigger words he didn't understand. The library computer explained that he wasn't allowed to live there anymore and was supposed to pay someone the money owed or be out of the building by the date on the paper. So, he packed his school backpack with his favorite All Might toys, some clothes, his toothbrush, school folders, and some photos from around the house. He put on a coat too as he walked out the door and wiped away tears. He was a big kid. Even if Kaken and Kaken's friends would bully him endlessly about the opposite, he would prove them wrong. He was strong. He could do this. Izuku would become a hero, maybe not the same as All Might like he wished for so dearly, but he would become one and prove that he was able to be more than he was. He found an empty building with signs all over it. The inside seemed fine to him, though, so he set his bag inside and looked around what he hoped would make at least a temporary home. When he wasn't at school or doing homework, he did errands for people around the area, collecting allowance from the kind people in thanks. It's a tiny amount, even less than the small allowance his mom used to give him before she disappeared. He would save every bit that he didn't spend on the cheapest and most filling food he could find. School got a lot harder when you were tired and hungry, but Izuku worked harder than ever before, worked harder on ignoring his bullies, harder on trying to fix whatever it was about his quirk that made Kaken so mad at him all the time, harder with his quirk itself, with everything. He found a small cafe that was run by an elderly couple who let him wash dishes for money after school, crooning in pride at the drive to work Izuku had. Neither of them knowing that every day he worked, he was holding back tears of joy at the snacks they would gift him, and walked to a condemned building with no family to share it with. Izuku was 7. Izuku was alone. Head bowed, Izuku hurried past the gates of Urudara, trying to get to one of the part-time jobs he was, probably illegally, hired for. He was almost 13 now and still homeless. He didn't even have the condemned building as a place to stay anymore, demolished by someone who bought the lot while he was still in elementary school. His worn bag carried the bare essentials at this point, and he quite literally lived out of it. The only excess he carried was a small ragged All Might plush and the 2 surviving photos of his mother that he took from the apartment all those years ago. "Oi, Deku!" He did his best to mask the slight flinch, turning as he tried to settle his racing heart. Bakuga's approach was as aggressive as ever, sneer practically etched into his face. He was thankfully without his usual tagalongs, it seemed. "Why ya, kakin?" Izuku plastered on the same shaky smile as normal, noticing and praying that the slight pinch to Bakuga's expression in response wouldn't lead to unwanted questions. The hag asked if you even went to school anymore this morning. Kanji wants to know why the hell Aunt Inko never visits or calls anymore since you moved. Some sheet about not being a stranger. Oh, dash. Shut it, I don't care what shitty excuse you have, just tell Auntie to call my demon old hag for once. Bakuga shoved Izuku to the side as he passed, stalking down the road towards his home. Izuku did his best not to grab it and pull away the sore muscles in the fiery boy's arms. He wasn't injured, just pushed a little close to his limits while showing off in the quirk assessments in PE that day. His former friend hated when Izuku used his quirk on him, even when he wasn't intentionally doing it. After years of practice, it has essentially become secondhand to Izuku to pull away small aches and pains from people on the streets that he passed. Anything at all to help others, because that's what heroes did, right? He had also learned through his personal training that he actually healed much faster than average, likely just to buff the damage his quirk did to himself. Izuku found that the small aches helped him stay awake when he was working multiple shifts at his various jobs, some in more shady parts of town, others warm and welcoming. He looked at the front of the school and yelped softly at the time. He was gonna be late to his one task, not time-based job if he lingered any longer. When he got to the back doors of the questionable bar, he was already quickly swapping his school uniform top for a somewhat threadbare shirt, stowing the uniform in his bag before walking in the back door and hanging his bag on the hooks on the wall. He wanted to finish his list of tasks as efficiently and early as he could for tonight. He was hoping to continue his nighttime training. His control was getting much better and he was learning more about his non-quirk abilities. The plan for when he finished his work was to try and explore more back alleys nearby and test the range of which he can use his quirk while he was inhuman. He waved to the bartender, a woman with a stern hand but kind smile, and set to work in earnest. Izuku finished all of his work an hour or so after the sunset and quietly waved the bartender over. She looked over everything he was tasked to clean, organize, or fix as she pulled out his payment and handed the small stack of paper to him before waving him off. A silent thanks was given and he was off, throwing his bag over his shoulder as he slipped out the back door and into the surrounding dark alleys. He made extra sure that no one was nearby, the fear of being seen when changing ever present in the core of his being, before pulling his plastic bag of cash out and stuffing it in his pocket so that he could stash his bag behind some dumpster without worrying about being robbed while away. He didn't have to worry about the things kept on his person when he shifted between forms. Some inexplicable part of the non-quirk making it is that his clothes stayed intact as long as he didn't get directly hit. He could only think of describing it as having another layer of clothing forced onto him, except the clothing was a completely different body in every sense of the word. He cast a glance around one last time, took a steadying breath, closing his eyes as he did so, and let go. The change was fast. It always was borderline explosive. It didn't hurt him in the process as much as he would think it could. It was just a change of state. One moment he was roughly 160 centimeters and the next he was closer to 230 at the taller set of shoulders, probably close 4 times longer than he was tall. He was smaller when he was younger, which meant that if he grew any more that this form was going to get bigger too. A sigh hissed past his teeth, skeletal-esque muzzle and face, probably the most distinct part of the monster he could become, the off-white contrasting harshly with the dark green-tinted gray of his short and thin fur. His jaw framed underneath by a collection of variously sized but small pedipalps, a word he found when he looked into what the heck to even call the small appendages, scattered on the very top of his throat. He opened his eyes, blinking a few times to adjust to the 4.5 extra sets. Bracing himself a bit on his now 6 limbs, he shook a bit to ground himself in his body in an odd way. The warped and flexible anatomy always taking a few moments to truly settle into before he looked up at the roof of the building he planned on climbing. He crouched, coiled slightly, and leapt as high as he could before gripping the dirty brick, close enough to the roof that he could set his chin on the edge. He dug the sharp claws of his rather bird-like back feet into the wall and tucked his bulkier lower arms so that his upper ones could dig in easier. It took a bit of scrabbling, but he got over the ledge and sat in a hunch. Looking around as he pressed his 2 feathery antennae forward a moment, taking in the sounds that he could pick up for kilometers around himself before letting them drop back along his neck again. Things sounded relatively normal, no physical fighting or anything audibly happening, so he turned to his quirk, reaching out and feeling for any pains he could pull out of the general night crowd. There was a noticeable spike in the pain levels off to his left, and so he set his sights there. A deep breath softly wheezed through the open gashes on his ribs. They didn't bleed or ache, but the open air brushing over what was essentially 5 open wounds on either side was a sensation he was acutely aware of. He pulled on some of the aches close by, feeling the way it seeped into his body, before he got up and began to travel towards the concentrated area of pain. Maybe he could really help out some people tonight while he practiced his movements and tested his limits in the shape of a monster. Izuku kept low to the rooftops, avoiding the ground and bright areas as much as he could, and thankful that his underbelly was lighter than the rest of him. It blended in better with the lazy clouds hanging overhead. He pulled on small injuries and various aches as he bounded towards his goal, feeling the way his skin would rend into cuts and scrapes and such as he went, the tugging of his movements making them bleed gently. He was running maybe 15 minutes, still not close enough to the cluster of aches he could distantly feel but not touch, when there was a sudden burst of it 2 streets over. A burst accompanied by shouts of fear and general panic that had Izuku stumbling and skidding across the rooftop, unfolding the massive claws that make up his secondary hands to stop himself from going straight off the edge. The sound of the stones splitting underfoot made him wince, but he quickly refocused on the pain that felt like a series of fractures to the ribs and was moving before he could really think about it, clearing the distance between the roof he was on and the street where the probable fight was happening. A burly man was laughing as he tossed someone down the street, a couple of others behind him grinning as they appeared to ready their own quirks in support. The person that was tossed got up jerkily and shouted something as what must have been some of his buddies appeared and stood by him. It looked like it was squaring up to be some kind of small turf war. For the start of it, Izuku simply watched out of sight on the roof as he debated if he should heal them or not. He didn't know if there was any sense of fairness in street fights. When the kids at school beat on him, the most he got in relief was the teachers maybe calling a kid's name as a slight distraction. He huffed a bit and felt the way his short tail flicked in frustration at the small hang-up. It was when a woman with what looked like some sort of sharp liquid quirk got thrown through a window, throwing her quirk blindly as she went, that he couldn't help the intense need building to help anymore. Her quirk had sliced open one of the legs of the guy who originally got thrown, the muscle falling away slightly and the man howling in pain as he grabbed at the wound. Izuku's breathing picked up slightly as he yanked away the injuries on said leg and the ribs in the man and gasped softly at the pain that settled into his body. Turns out that trying to help some citizens in a street fight was a mistake. The moment that the man had felt the injuries and pain leave, he twisted sharply in Izuku's direction and threw a hand at him, literally. The hand gripped his muzzle and suddenly jerked him off the rooftop as it returned to its owner. The fight stopped suddenly as the group of people watched Izuku's massive and beastly form hit the ground with a wheeze from the awkward landing, mostly in the shadow of the building he had been perched on. Everyone froze and Izuku distantly saw a flash from one of the windows that was undoubtedly a picture taken, hopefully too far away to focus properly. Then everything tripped back into motion as Izuku let out the only noise he could easily make in this form, a sharp scream, and tried to run from view. The fight didn't resume as the people panicked and those who had been fighting decided to unite against Izuku. The hands whipped out and grabbed him again and he twisted around himself to try and fight them off, tears of panic starting to fall. The people descended like a wave, sudden shouts of making money off of turning in some monster like him echoing off the surrounding buildings. Heart-pounding, he tried to ignore the way they ripped at the feathers that littered his shoulders in a crest and tucked the quills on his tail so as to not injure anyone. He just had to get away. It was a complete mess. One that got thrown into a blender as a loud shout of rage whipped down the street. Oh please, whatever higher power that may be not now. Please, not now. Izuku felt the way his body stumbled a moment when the sound hit him. He tucked his antennae as flat as he could and his gaze locked onto the hero that had arrived, stomach dropping in fear. No, not hero. He knew exactly who they were too, as he ducked sharply out of the way of a long gray cloth shot out to grab one of the people on him. Body contorting around itself, he used the sudden surprise of the two to burst out of the pile of people and run. His lithe body coiled slightly with every bound, propelling himself faster than the people he had been dragged under as he ran. He pointedly ignored the obvious sound of the street fighters trying to fight the heroes off and shouts of surprise when Quirks didn't respond. He was hoping to get far enough and hide before the two heroes finished rounding up the small collection of people. Passing a slightly darker than elsewhere alley, Izuku twisted and darted into it only to find it was a dead end. This was why he needed to learn more back alleys and winding paths to take. His antennae twitched at the sound of two people approaching and fast. Izuku's heart skipped slightly as he tried to calm his ragged and panic-stricken breathing and blink away the tears streaming from his many eyes because crying did nothing to help him hide. Not knowing what else to do, he just backed into the corner and crouched, curling over himself as much as he could to make himself as small as possible. He felt them before they reached his hiding spot, their injuries. One had a small gash on his arm and burning eyes, who he assumed was Eraserhead because of the vision-based quirk. The other, Present Mike, had a pinched nerve in his shoulder area that was sending off short but sharp twinges of pain. He looked up at them, watching as they skidded into view from their chase. Mike yelped in shock when he saw Izuku. "Yo, what the hell?" Mike whispered to his partner. Eraserhead just fixed Izuku with a sharp look, stance defensive. Izuku wheezed out hiccuping breaths as he did his best to force his warped and misshapen vocal cords to work through his tears. He curled further in on himself. He didn't want to be taken. He just wanted to help people and that was all. The movement had Eraserhead flare up with his quirk, but it was dropped the moment it did nothing to change Izuku's form. Guess that proves this definitely isn't a second quirk. Izuku thought bitterly. The hero duo watched Izuku carefully, Mike jumping ever so slightly when Izuku finally got words out. "Please. I just want to go home. I can help you but please let me go." It was warbled and shaky, broken, lower than his normal voice just because of his sheer size, but it was intelligible. A definite improvement from the slurred warbling that sounded like nothing when he had first tried talking like this ages ago. He felt the steam rising from his wounds and sides in the cold air and saw the confusion flash across their faces. Not possible dash. Whatever Eraserhead had planned on saying was dropped as Izuku carefully pulled the injures out of them and tugged away the pain in his eyes. Izuku blinded rapidly as the tears in his eyes welled up more at the sudden dryness and sprung past the two while they were thrown by their sudden loss of any kind of pain. The lunge made Mike jump to the side with a shout and he heard the cloth of Eraserhead's weapon whip after him. It almost missed, only gripping onto one of the quills on his tail and he braced himself. Izuku couldn't help the scream of pain that ripped from him along with the quill, which took a chunk of flesh and skin with it. Hot blood splattered against the ground behind him as he ran, ignoring the collection of people who had their phones out and shouted in confusion after him. He ran, pushing himself to move as fast as he possibly could for as long as he could. The buildings blurred and he leapt onto a low building just to use it as a stepping stone to a taller one. Fear and pain laced through his being as the stretch and pull of running yanked open the wounds he had even further, and he desperately hoped that the two heroes ended up staying with the people they had captured long enough for him to effectively get away. Aizawa grumbled as he landed next to Hisashi again. His longtime friend having stayed to watch the 9 people they had tied down before chasing after whatever the hell it was that they just ran into. No luck. A bright grin was thrown his way and Aizawa shook his head. He had tried to follow after the thing, but after a couple blocks it became very clear that the creature was far faster than Aizawa was and knew he had no hope of chasing it down. He would just make a point to track it down after the cops arrived to round up the petty criminals. Street fighting wasn't explicitly illegal if everyone was fully consenting, but the use of quirks in one without a license was. He looked over when Hisashi sighed. What the f was that thing, Shoyuta? How should I know? He glared at him, eyes already starting to ache again, but the cut noticeably stayed gone, healed. Did it fix you up too? He just grunted in response. I have had a pinched nerve all week and it's just gone. He reached behind his back and scratched absently at where it had been and then shivered. Did you see those bug legs on its neck? The worst part of it, honestly, but that's not the point. It surprised me at first, but it was just crying and scared. It was like a lost kid. I've seen plenty of criminals cry and beg when cornered. Shoyuta, you know that's not dash. The dejected tone had Aizawa sighing as he crossed his arms, pointedly not looking at him and instead at the group that had finally stopped trying to struggle out of their restraints. It could talk and didn't. We gave it a moment to talk and all it did was run. I don't care if it healed us, we don't know what the effects of that are or what it was aiming to do. It was in a fight along with the rest of them, and that means it needed to be brought in for questioning at the very least. His voice was clipped and his frustration at the fact that the beast got away seeped into the words as well. Hisashi didn't push the topic any further. They stood quietly for a bit as people left their homes nearby to see what was going on. Aizawa knew some of them had videotaped what happened, so there would likely be videos of whatever the creature was cropping up eventually. The cops arrived shortly after and the two heroes talked to the officers that were putting the group into holding cars to be taken to the station, giving them their statements and promising to come by and pick up the necessary paperwork later. The patrol cars drove away and they watched a moment before continuing back on their walk. They had been heading home after eating at a restaurant Hisashi had been begging him to go to all month and only showed up because they were close enough to hear the fight happening. Aizawa cast one last look at the people on the sidewalks as they talked about and showed off the videos taken on their phones. He would have to find the videos later for more details, but with something that big and that distinct, it couldn't be too hard to find in the future. Izuku was panting heavily as he sat in the alley, human once more, clutching his bag to his chest. He was going to have to wash the blood out of his pants as best as he could, but since they were already black, he probably didn't have to worry too much about any stains. Usually when he spends the early part of the night training like he was, he would spend the rest of it resting to allow his bigger body to absorb the pain faster. The heroic interruption was unplanned and definitely canceled any plans he had of staying like that. He was stupid. Of course a monster was going to be treated like a monster. What reason would anyone have to believe something so inhuman? Not even the wilder metamorphic quirks looked even remotely close to the slapped-together build he had. Sheet. The videos. Izuku dragged a hand down his tear-streaked face, wincing slightly at the twinge of the pinched nerve. Why did he even try to train like that? It was pointless. He never failed to scare the people who did manage to spot him, and now there was hard video evidence of his existence. Stupid, stupid, stupid. He got reckless, allowed the slight inkling of confidence he had built about getting better control to pull him somewhere he should have never been. He was definitely not going to get any sleep tonight, which meant sleeping any chance he got tomorrow at school. How could he have forgotten what everyone called him? What he called himself? He was Deku. He was a monster. Out of those two things, there was only one he could somewhat control, so he made a decision. He wouldn't try to use his shifting ability ever again unless it was absolutely necessary for his own safety. When things like the fight he got dragged into happened, people intervene, heroes break it up, someone helps. Izuku knew that, when it came to himself, he was all that he had left. The days were getting harder for Izuku, nights even more so. Practice with his quirk was leading to improvements while in his human form. His range was much greater from constant use. Not always pulling the pain and aches to himself, just sensing out what he could for as far as possible without any serious backlash proved to be somewhat efficient. On top of that, he was working double time now that he was at the start of his 3rd year in junior high, all too aware of the looming costs of school tuitions in his future and the new supplies that would need to come with it. He also just really wanted to get his hair cut, and the partial curls that made up his mess of hair made it wildly frustrating to find a stylist for that wasn't going to cost thousands of yen. Sundays were the most crammed day of all. Since he had no class, it just meant it was time to grab as much work time as possible. As a result, he was currently organizing books at one of the larger libraries in his part of town. It was honestly one of his favorite positions he held. The same amount every time, even on days where he was too tired to do as good of a job as his standard. That, and there was a small coffee shop attached to the library, and they would give him free hot chocolate when he worked. The downfall? It was his 4th job of the day, and he had 2 more before he could sleep. Izuku sighed heavily before going back to moving books. The reference section recently got updated, and he was supposed to have 6 more bookcases moved to make room for the new books. It was slow going. The reference section seemed to be rather popular today with cram school students. A project or test thing must be coming up. He ran a hand absently over the cover of the book in his hand, something about the halting of space exploration and its effects. Whoa now, talk about down in your luck. A warm voice dragged Izuku from his blank thoughts. It was a cat. Well, it was a person with a cat quirk. He had his hair tied back in a bun and calico features that grinned widely at him. Izuku tilted his head ever so slightly, unsure of how to respond. He knew he had terrible luck, so there was no point in someone else pointing it out. Yuka, come on dude. You were the one that was telling me I needed to study, so fucking help me. A second cat walked around the bookend, a rather set-off look on his face and long split-end tail flicking in frustration. There was a stack of books in his arms, and the tag on his thick collar rested on top of them all. Do you need help finding something? Izuku set the book on its shelf to open up his hands. He was on clock after all. The second cat, black and white, opened his mouth to respond but got cut off by the first, named Yuka apparently. No, but maybe I could help you find something. Yuka grinned even further and gestured to the other. Fusen, go ahead and start on your way to the table. I've got this one. Fusen, adjusting the stack of books in his arms, grumbled something about showing off and walked past them both. Izuku glanced at him before looking back at the calico. He's always like that, unfortunate isn't it? He laughed to himself as if he just shared some sort of joke. Anyways, as I was saying, I think I can help you out. It just won't be help right now. I'm not following. Izuku gave him an incredulous look. Oh, sorry, my quirk is Lucky Break. Think of it as a good luck charm. Yuka winked and curled his right hand next to his head. Like a Maneki Nico. Izuku couldn't help the small, almost smile he got. I've been trying to practice new ways to use my quirk and wanted to offer you one of my experiments. He pulled out a little one-eyed cat charm, jiggling it to make its bell ring softly. It won't be a big change, but even a small change of luck can go a long way, trust me. Okay? Izuku cautiously accepted the charm, not used to any kind of material gifts, let alone ones with helpful intentions tied to them. Thanks. No problem. Good luck with whatever you're doing. He waved and trotted away. It was a strange interaction, but Izuku wasn't one to judge. Strange could be a pretty defining word when it came to him. He put the charm in his pocket, bell hanging out, and went back to moving books. He had 2 hours to finish and check out with the man in charge at the desk. He, somehow, finished in 1. No one even came into the reference section the whole time, allowing him to work completely uninterrupted. A blissful relief that Izuku thoroughly enjoyed, as he accepted the payment the desk handed him and hurried out of the library. The extra hour between this job and the next meant he had plenty of time to get at least near the home of his next boss. It was a dog walking business that was rather popular, which meant he could double his work with physical training. Izuku may be a monster, but he still had dreams. He still hoped for you, even if it ran his bag of money dry just to get there. The train was crowded as usual for the afternoon, and he took the 10-minute ride to work on a page of his schoolwork. A task that he continued even when he got off, now sitting in a very small park, while waiting for it to be closer to a respectfully early clock in time. While not mean, his next boss tended to be a bit of a stickler when it came to their scheduling with their workers. Regardless, this extra time meant he could get close to finishing what was assigned for the weekend and get more sleep after work for the day was over. A small blessing, but one he couldn't, take for granted. When he knocked on the business door, his boss immediately opened the door and wordlessly held out a leash. The dog handed to him today was a stocky Akita named Beryl under the instructions for a long and hard run. Apparently the dog was normally hiking long distances daily, but his owner got injured and was unable to even walk. Izuku took the leash, strapped his bag a bit more securely, and thanked his boss as he led the dog to the streets. The dog was thankfully rather well trained as it paced Izuku's fast jog without any sudden tugs or pulling. It was relaxing, letting himself run on autopilot, to the point that he started to search out with his quirk. He had come to learn that he could actually start to recognize certain pains. People with localized chronic pain only got temporary respite from his quirk. He likes to give them the break, and have become a sort of comfort to find. Izuku hummed softly when he passed the older couple that walked through the nearby park regularly, pulling away the pain in their joints and watching as they stood a little straighter, smiles a little brighter as they continued. He nodded to the mother with bruises under her shirt that made his chest ache, knowing the injuries would not be gone for long. Returned the bright smile of the child in a wheelchair with a small one of his own, the pain in his arms and hands less than they were weeks ago. A good sign that the kid was adapting to the use of the chair steadily. Familiar pains were a comfort. It meant he was actively helping people who might need it, and regularly. The collection of injuries and pains stacked slowly, but Izuku kept up his pace with Beryl, the dog panting happily as he trotted along. Then, on his return trip to drop off Beryl, he felt one that was frighteningly familiar, just at the edge of his range and coming closer at a steady pace. A fast pace, too, since they were going in opposing directions. The burning soreness of dry eyes was accompanied by what must be fading bruises if the faint and dull tenderness was anything to go by. This wasn't the first time he has found the hero since the last time he actively shifted, and probably wouldn't be the last if he stays living around his hometown. He did his best to keep himself calm, fully aware that Eraserhead had no possible way of recognizing him like this, and debated lifting the pain again. It would be probably the 6th time he's done it total. Even pros need a little help sometimes, in his opinion at least, and he did his best to help when he found his way near their battles. The pros and cons were weighed, and he was about to grab the sensation when he visibly spotted the man on the other side of the road, a few grocery bags in his hands. Seeing him made up Izuku's mind, and he tugged the feeling as sharply as he could, hoping the speed would make it harder to feel the direction it was pulled to. Eyes whipped over in his direction, and he pointedly did not look anywhere but straight ahead as he put everything he could into looking like a casual dog walker. The bell on the charm fell and hit the ground, jingling quietly as Izuku left it behind and didn't look back. He made it back and dropped off Beryl without any notable feeling of being followed. Walking to his last job of the night, he pulled out the cat charm. It now had 2 eyes. A small change of luck can go a long way. Izuku smiled softly and put the charm into the small pocket of his bag, along with his plush and photos, and thanked his lucky stars for the first time in a long time. School? Honestly, the most tiring part of Izuku's day, and he was literally homeless with multiple jobs and minimal safety at best. Even the hero fight that almost made him late to school was little to get him excited for today. Career aspiration forms were to be filled out and turned in today, and Izuku knew all too well that all it would do is make his day hell. He turned in his form first, hoping that with it at the bottom of the pile he will manage to slip under the radar. So, he sat curled over his notebook and wrote out his schedule for the next 2 weeks, trying to figure out where he could fit in as much work as possible without breaking himself. His class chatted loudly, the rowdy atmosphere growing quickly and peaking when the teacher finally got all of the forms, leafed through them all, and then laughed before tossing them to the side carelessly. "I don't even need to read these, do I? I know pretty much all of you want to become heroes, right?" He laughed louder as the class hooped and cheered, Izuku sinking into his seat a bit. Oh, don't lump me with these second rates. Bakugo kicked his desk forward so that it hit the back of the student in front of him. I'm far beyond what any of these losers are even close to capable of. Izuku dropped his head onto his notebook, covering his head with his arms as if to hide from the surge of loud complaints that were shot off. A growing air of frustration from the class and smug amusement from Bakugo covering the room until the teacher cut them off. All right, you're signing on to the UA entrance exams, aren't you, Bakugo? The boy grinned and puffed up with confidence, mouth opening to probably add some snide remark to the mix. Midoriya too? The class froze. Izuku bit down the wine that tried to escape with the weight of the entire room turning towards him. The absolute roar of laughter that echoed off the walls of the room made his chest tight in regret. Why did he have to try? It never worked in his favor. Really? You think you could get anywhere near just the gates? A pretty gradebook doesn't make you a hero. Who doesn't, Jay? Just look at your Quirk, guys. He tried to talk over the din, holding his notebook to his chest as he stood. Bakugo's hand slammed against his desk with a loud smack that grew into an even louder explosion, blowing Izuku back across the desk behind him. The student there laughed as he leaned aside to let Izuku roll to the floor. He felt the ache of what would soon be bruises along his back and hip as he forced himself to breathe evenly. Panic in front of the class would leave him to be eaten alive. The hell do you think a weak quirk like yours will do ya, huh? You will never even reach the shadow I will leave over the history books, Deku. Bakugo towered over him and he scooted backwards until his back hit the wall and did his best to ignore the way his muscles automatically tensed with each spark and crackle across his palms. I'm not trying to, Kaken. Bakugo stepped closer and set off an explosion close enough that Izuku felt the lick of the flame swipe against his skin in a light burn. You are below me, shitty Deku. He growled, glaring Izuku down until his eyes dropped, and he curled up a bit in silent esping. Bakugo, bell is about to ring. The teacher called in a careless tone and on cue the bell rang for class change, last of the day. Izuku stayed on the ground as the class returned to their seats and Bakugo scoffed at him and threw his legs up on his desk. Just 50 more minutes and I can get out of this hell. The next teacher walked in and told Izuku to get in his seat, a few snickers coming from the students as he scrambled to pick himself up and sit. He sighed quietly and swapped his schedule for one of his few and packed analysis books, pulling out the .3 pen he used to condense his writing to as small as possible while staying readable. One more class and he could go. The final bell was never so lovely to hear. Izuku quickly stood and hurried to pack away his things, careful to hide the clothes in the bag. No one but administration knew he was homeless at this point. He had to fill out the paperwork after all. He brushed his shoulder against his burnt cheek and was glad to feel that it was already starting to heal. His hand barely even glanced across the top of his analysis book before it was snatched away. I'm not effing done with you, shitty Deku. Bakugo looked at the cover of the notebook and sneered, holding it up for his lackeys to laugh at. You never learn a DMN thing, do you? Your weak quirk and weaker existence make you less than dirt, you FNG nerd. Even now you have done nothing of any worth to even consider trying for any part of the hero world. Wait, Kaken, give it back, please. He tossed the notebook up and caught it between both hands, scorching it through with a concentrated blast. Izuku choked as he watched the couple hundred yen that it cost him whisk away in the destruction of his few belongings. He fought back tears as he watched him toss it out the window, face unapologetic. You really are worth less than the oxygen you breathe. Forget UA and any ghost of a thought of trying to get in. He shoved Izuku aside with a smile, the brief contact being all he needed to burn a hole into the shoulder of Izuku's uniform jacket. His lackeys laughed and added their comments on how low Izuku is in the scope of the world, and Izuku just braced himself in the face of it all. He had no way to fight back anyways. Oh, and one more thing. Bakugo shot him a mockingly bright grin from the doorway. If you really want to help the world so bad, go ahead and do everyone a favor by taking a dive off the roof. And he was gone, laughter echoing down the hall as his buddies followed. Izuku stood in silence for a moment before he let the shaking take over and tears fall. He smothered the quiet sobs as he slipped his bag over his shoulders and made his way out of the school to try and find the notebook. The small hope of recovering something from it sat in the back of his mind, but that would, of course, be too kind of a turnout for someone like him. The dripping book hung sadly in his hand as he left the school gates, taking the long way to his first shift of the night to try and recover from the weight in his heart. Geez, what happened to not letting them get to me? He dragged a hand down his face as he opened his notebook to see the words bleeding together in a smear of black and blue, ruined. It was a huge loss of precious time and information. He stopped in the shade of an overpass to put the book away. It was ruined, but if someone managed to pick apart the information in there, it would be dangerous to the people inside of it. A thick gurgling sound echoed off the walls, and Izuku felt the weird strain of what should have led to pain, similar to how the buildup of a bruise felt, but the body didn't feel like a body at all. He turned slowly as a voice fell heavy from whatever was seeping out of the sewers. A medium invisibility cloak? It'll do. Izuku hardly even blinked, and he was drowning in the sludge of the villain wrapping around him. He felt way too clearly the way the sludge forced its way into his lungs as he tried to fight back. His eyes watered as he clawed at the sludge. Don't worry, kiddo. It will hurt less than a minute, and then you won't have to feel anything anymore. Excited laughter bubbled out of a misaligned mouth as a large eye stared him down. With you? I can slip by that BSTRD no problem. I can't get a breath like this. Shit, I don't want to die like this. Maybe if I just? Izuku tried to focus on his grip. He just needed to focus on letting go. He just needed to. He just was going to die. His vision was getting fuzzy and thoughts sluggish, and his body felt like it was on fire. His hands fell away from trying to rip at his captor, and his grasp of consciousness slipped away. The last thing he registered was the distant sound of clattering. A rapid patting against his cheek jerked Izuku awake. He coughed up sludge and gasped roughly as he sat up. He patted himself down and huffed out a shocked breath. Oh, thank goodness. Izuku's gaze whipped up and took in the full height of All Might, broad smile and booming voice, and his spirit lifted for all of 3 seconds before he registered the information coming from his quirk. Oh, so much suppressed and radiating pain rippled under the brightness of All Might's exterior. Izuku felt the burning of one lung, not two, which was alarming to realize, and the strain of literally every muscle. It was like he was blowing himself past every limit he should be respecting. The entirety of his left side held a dull ache of a messily healed wound, and it broke Izuku's heart to feel it all. Is this what the world did to its brightest and most idealistic hero? Izuku felt the tears welling up again as he reached for the pain to figure out what all he can take even for a moment, only now realizing he had been speaking by the sudden and confused silence. Are you okay, my boy? Kandash. Is this what the world does to its heroes? Izuku's voice was rough from the assault of the villain. What kind of world lets heroes shatter in silence as the monsters fight to grab at any speck of their light? All Might looked confused, scratching at his jaw with a finger. He went to speak again, but every possible question escaped him as the tears fell down Izuku's face, his arm reaching out slightly. Please, let me help with the pain. Just a little. His voice cracked in the same way that the smile on All Might's face did with his words. Yagi felt like he just got ripped down from whatever position he held in the world by the boy in front of him. What the hell was he supposed to say to that? It was the most jarring thing any civilian has ever said to him. He knows he didn't cough up anything yet, and he only has minutes until he runs out of time at all. He's still reeling when he feels a foreign tug in his remaining lung and around his scarred side before his aches start to pull out of him. It was a distinct pulling sensation in the direction of the boy. The shock increases exponentially when the boy starts coughing harshly and coughing up the blood that should be in his own lung. The kid doubled over and hacked up enough to splatter on the ground, wheezing slightly before coughing up more and clutching at his left side. He felt the flicker of the flame that was one for all waver, a warning that he was about to run out of time. Still, he couldn't leave the boy like this, not when he had just healed Yagi in a way that a very select few were even aware was an issue. He had no way of knowing how the kid even figured it out, but he felt a certain spark in the child. This kid nearly died and immediately started trying to help another, one he had no reason to believe needed help from the outside eye. He had so many questions. Questions that would have to wait for the moment as he looked around, collecting the bag and waterlogged notebook, before scooping up the boy. Blood speckled his shirt when the small frame shook and hacked again in his arms. If anyone happened to glimpse them in the air, he could use the excuse of taking him to a hospital to get picked up by family, not that All Might would need an excuse in the eyes of the public. He took a bit of extra care when he leapt towards the sheriff's station. The sludge villains still needed to be turned in, after all, and he didn't want to carry the bottles longer than necessary. The flame inside flickered violently and Yagi started looking for a roof to land on. He made a running landing to lessen the impact some and carefully set the boy down on his feet. They stood in silence for a few heartbeats. Questioning eyes looked him over and Yagi couldn't help but ask, "How did you know?" Izuku forced his lungs to take in the most air that they could, the burning strips of lung ever so slowly piecing themselves shut. He took special care to hold back any coughing as he looked over All Might. The man was still straining somehow. "How did you know?" There was a subtle vulnerability in the question. Understandable, considering Izuku had just figured out what must be a massive secret since the public has absolutely no knowledge of All Might sustaining any sort of injury this severe. "It's my quirk." Izuku looked at his bag and book that had been set next to him. He leaned down and put the book in his bag before slipping it on. His brain ran through stupid questions of his chances at being a hero. He knew the answer already. Izuku had no way of being a hero remotely similar to the beacon that was before him. He was cursed to be in the shadows since before he could remember. He was fully aware of the monster hunts that have been happening since his slip-up last year. The school and library computers replayed his discovery over and over from multiple angles, even the part where he shot past Eraserhead and Present Mike to escape. Someone online even claimed to have possession of the quill he had torn from his body. The videos caught like wildfire in a drought and spread everywhere. Forums had cropped up trying to figure out what he was, conspiracies of some government slip-up, cryptids, lost gods, and so on. It was a mess. Yet, he was still foolish enough to want to try for Yue in the wake of it all. "What exactly is your quirk, my boy? What does it do?" For such a large man, Izuku could appreciate the lowered volume. "I can sense pain, the physical kinds, and pull them into myself. It lets me heal people even from a distance." The strain was getting frustrating. Izuku couldn't remove it from All Might, he already tried to. His brow furrowed slightly as he tried to puzzle it out. The ache from the straining was getting worse. It was like a peak was approaching and soon. "Why dash? All Might, sir, I don't know what you are straining so hard for, but can you please let it go?" Izuku twisted his hands into the hem of his shirt as he interrupted his hero. The surprise was blatantly spread across his face at being cut off. The pause. Then he cautiously nodded. "Okay." Izuku felt how the strain slipped away as the steam rose from the hulking form before him. Then the strain was gone, along with the buff figure that was All Might. In his place was a skeleton of a man. Izuku huffed out a small noise of laughter. They always say to never meet your idols, don't they? Something about them not living up to the ideals. He fixed the man with a small, wry smile. "Thank you." All Might gave him a lopsided smile of his own as he sat and leaned against the edge of the roof. He looked to be considering something and chuckled quietly as he shook his head. "What a strange day. I assume you have questions of your own, my boy." "I do. I don't need answers, though. I've done nothing to deserve them. I have healed a lot of people without questioning the reasons behind the wounds." He smoothed out his shirt and looked over the red stains on the white of his undershirt. It would be tedious to remove. The sun was comfortably warm as wind drifted by. Izuku looked over the rooftops around them. He was very familiar with this area of town. Acquainted with every backstreet, alley, and detour to get around any busy or noisy streets for both night and daytime. They stayed there in a calm silence. It was a surprisingly open one, in Izuku's opinion. "Well, I must be on my way, my boy. I have to drop off this villain at the station. Would you like to join me?" All Might stood and dusted his pants off, turning to Izuku with a smile. Not that Izuku saw, his attention very pointedly at a fixed spot in the distance. He could feel it. The frighteningly familiar ache of explosive palms and tensed forearms from overuse. Except this time, it was in the company of a searing fight for oxygen Izuku vividly remembers experiencing less than an hour ago. Bakugo was fighting for his life. "I have to go." Izuku didn't even look at All Might. He hears All Might call him again, clearly curious about the dead-set focus Izuku had, but he didn't respond. He couldn't. He had to get to Bakugo and fast, and there was only one way for him to do it. Screw decisions made in days past, he needed to help. He stumbled at first, body moving on its own more than he was guiding it, as he ran to the edge of the roof. All Might's voice grew panicked, ending in a shout as Izuku leapt off of the roof, not caring about the massive fall. He let go on the way down, and the burst of the change was sharp from lack of active use but not painful. Claws dug painfully into the wall of the building just in time to slow him down from a fall that may have broken bones. He could feel the gritty sensation of them tearing slightly at their roots but not ripping out entirely. The moment his feet hit the ground, he bolted as fast as he could towards the feeling of a slipping breath, drawing out calls of shock and a few screams of the people he bolted past on the streets. It felt like he was taking too long, but there were occasional glances of relief through the pain. Somehow, Bakugo was managing slight gasps of air, and it was giving Izuku the precious time he needed to get there. Was there no hero close enough to help him? Was it another slime villain? Now that he thought about it, he doesn't remember the bottles he had originally seen with All Might after they had landed on the roof. Twisting around a corner, he spotted a crowd of people watching the growing fires that came from large explosions at the hand of a student. Heroes stood at the edge of the fires, trying to evacuate the civilians from the buildings or keep back the crowd, but none made any move towards his classmate. He could feel the pain dulling. Bakugo was losing consciousness. Fear pushed him to leap over the crowd, doing his best to ignore the shouts of surprise and screams of fear at his appearance. The sludge villain turned and his eyes widened in a mix of stunned fear and confusion, hold on Bakugo slackening long enough for red eyes to clear and gasping breaths to be taken. "What the F?" Izuku screamed over him as he plunged his arms into the body of the villain and grasped at whatever parts of Bakugo he could reach. The crowd was growing, people who had trailed the monster arriving in a steady flow. They're shouting loud over the calls of the heroes who tried to hold them out of range of the fires. Izuku's mind was racing as he tried to figure out what his next move was. He wasn't even sure what his first move was. He just ran through the burning in his torn-up lungs, desperate to help in any way possible and keep Bakugo alive. The massive talons of his larger, lower set of arms ripped at the sludge as his hands dragged a rage-filled and shouting Bakugo out of the thick fluid and threw him out of the villain's reach. The villain was shouting profanity at Izuku, and he just screamed back, tears welling up as he clawed and tried to wiggle his way out of the grip it was getting on him. For as much as Izuku told himself he needed to stop making rash decisions, he never seemed to take a hint. Then a familiar strain was back in the crowd and Izuku felt his stomach drop. He registers the call of one of All Might's moves and braces as best as he can before he's sent flying by the wind pressure. The sludge villain splattered against the wall and Izuku tried hopelessly to right himself in the swirling air. He lands wrong. The crisp snap of a green stick fracture in his arm left him hissing and rolling with his landing, shoulders and hip jarring painfully before he struggled to stand and run out of sight. He hoped to whatever was out there that All Might didn't see where he landed, knowing it was probably a pointless wish. Izuku rushed into the nearest alleyway that would get him on track out of the city proper and grasped for his human form the moment he was out of sight of the road. It hurt to change back with broken bones, but he needed to get away. He's barely gotten to his human feet, the last of sparse fur disappearing right as All Might landed in the alley. I really need to stop getting cornered by heroes in alleyways. Izuku held his arm up to his chest in a lame attempt of hiding it. The strained pain in All Might was practically vibrating with how strongly it rolled off his body. He sniffed quietly as he wiped away his tears with his good hand, watching the confusion spread across his face. "Please let me go. I promise I won't change again. Kaken was dying and they weren't doing anything. I could feel it. I didn't hurt anyone, you saw, I just couldn't let him die. I couldn't." Izuku fought down the sobs that threatened to come to the surface as he backed away from All Might. He didn't want to be caught. He was so afraid of being caught when all he wanted to do was help people and live whatever minimal life he could achieve. Was that creature you, my boy? He could see the gears turning in All Might's head as he shakily nodded. No point in lying now. Broken laughter followed the tears that returned to his eyes. He could hear sirens approaching, officers following a hero to gather his capture. It doesn't matter what kind of hero I want to be, does it? It doesn't matter how hard I try or how badly I want to be one. Because that's all I am, all anyone sees and will ever see, right? A monster. All that I am or ever will be is a monster. His heart pounded in his chest as the sirens got closer. He wasn't deaf to the fear and pain and loneliness in his voice. He had accepted his place in life long ago. It was his ignorantly hopeful heart that kept getting him into train wrecks like this. All Might may be the #1 hero, but even that title wouldn't change the lot Izuku was given in life. Yagi looked at the injured boy in front of him, the boy he injured, as tears streamed down his face, blood trickling from scrapes. The familiar dribble of blood from the corner of his mouth, a blatant tell of the fact that he did in fact take on the full extent of irritation in his lung. Green eyes pleaded just as loudly as his words. This kid was holding a weight and a deep-rooted fear no child his age should be carrying. Yagi's expression crumpled in time with the billowing steam that poured from his body. He looked back at the alley's entrance and with a careful hand reached out and took the boy's good arm to lead him away. He went as fast as he dared with the strong limp, slowing down the boy that continued to shock him in many different ways. After a few instances of backtracking, the boy shook his head and took lead, confidently winding through multiple small alleys and gaps between nested buildings and stores. Yagi took this in stride as best as he could as he tried to piece together the wildly confusing case that was pulling him by the hand past every busy or crowded street with practiced ease. A practice that spoke of many days and nights hiding or on the run. This kid was a deeply intricate puzzle, but his core drives were laid out like an open book. The boy was a natural hero buried by the fear he carried and the strange affliction he was dealing with. He hadn't really gotten a good look of what the creature had looked like, but some of the crowd apparently recognized him if the snippets of conversation he caught were to be believed. The boy stumbled slightly and Yagi did his best to steady him. His eyes flicked back behind him, bright with fear before he pressed on faster. The sound of a crowd was growing louder and he was pretty sure that they had been trying to avoid such a place up till now. The boy let go of his hand and slipped down a side street, Yagi following close behind. The sight of a train station was not what he expected when they stepped onto the road proper. People of all sorts walked by in different directions and he looked down in confusion. The boy wiped away the remnants of his tears and cleared his throat. "You did your job. You need to go do the report or something that goes with it, right? This train station goes pretty much everywhere and I need people headphones out again. I need to hide again." Anxious energy had the green-haired boy tapping a foot rapidly as he scanned the crowd. He took a step and Yagi felt his heart drop in dismay. "Wait." The boy turned to him, mirroring the confusion Yagi felt. Not sure what exactly his plan had been asking for him to wait, he just held out a hand. "Why Yagi?" He hoped to at least get some kind of name from the boy, anything really. Green eyes widened slightly in surprise before he smiles. It's small, soft, and just barely there as he shakes his hand briefly. "Midoriya. Goodbye, Yagi-san, and thank you." He waved and then Green vanished into the bustling crowd before Yagi could reply. He looked around the station before he looked at his own hand, brain still trying to organize any possible train of thought. When it finally got any semblance of coherency, the first thing to cross his mind was how this boy, Midoriya, would be an ideal heir to his legacy. The whole shape-shifting thing was unexpected, but his moral drive that Yagi had witnessed so far had far exceeded what he had even originally hoped to find at Yue. He would have to try and find the boy again. He took the long way to a large and tree-filled park, knowing a train full of people was the last place he wanted to be. Just hearing people discuss videos of his monstrous form left him strung out beyond belief. He was hurting more than he was planning to today. The green stick fracture was a hell of a punch to his energy levels and put his arm out of commission until it healed. Something that would make him unable to work. Oh Lord. I hope they don't drop me for not coming in at all. I've lost too many jobs to an accidental or unplanned no-show. A frown settles over his face. He doesn't know how long his body will take to heal, and he isn't quite sure if he will be able to pull off looking uninjured in class tomorrow. If it heals too slowly, he might have to skip tomorrow's work as well to let his body kick start into a faster healing process. That isn't even bringing into the picture that All Might, Yagi-san as he's learned, now knows what he is. Izuku even gave him his real last name. It shouldn't put him on edge as much as it is, but he couldn't really help it. No one has bothered to truly help or even try to protect him in any way for years. Nearly a decade. Only time will tell if Yagi-san will keep his precious secret. He stood under a somewhat tall tree and sighed heavily. The branches were dense enough for him to rest and hide in as long as no one took a particularly long look. All he had to do was figure out how to climb it so he could sleep. He ended up going to school with his arm only partially healed. Some officers came by and found him, warning him to leave or he would get in trouble for loitering. Thus, Izuku was exhausted, in pain, and struggling to focus the whole day. He went to his different jobs for the day and told them he wouldn't be able to work until next shift, doing the same with the two he missed the day before to apologize. It was a flat-out gift that the two hadn't dropped him for the no-show. Under the table, hiring doesn't require loyalty to your workers. Every television he passed that had any sort of news station on it was playing coverage of the All Might, the slime villain, and his monster form. There were specialists, breakdowns, witness call-ins, reaction commentary, and open-ended questions about how to take the information that All Might seemingly got outplayed by some new villain. In class, Bakugo had been livid but in a subdued way. It was highly anxiety-inducing to watch from a few seats away. The class shot off hundreds of questions about everything to do with the incident. If the student reaction was anything to go by, Izuku's form was being portrayed as some villain that was trying to take Bakugo as some kill mark or something. It made him feel sick to his stomach as he tried to block it all out. The next day was much better and his week finished out having resumed schedule. If Izuku had to skip a few more meals than usual due to the cash loss, he refused to dip into his tuition money, then it was nobody's business but his own. That Sunday, he found the filth-covered part of Dagoba Beach. He had a decent amount of muscle already, seeing as he worked constantly to survive, and his cardio was definitely not lacking with a life of running to hide. Even with this as a foundation, that's all it was. A foundation. He would need to work harder than anyone else trying to get into the hero program at UA since he was working with a healing quirk that would leave him at a disadvantage when used. So, Izuku spent the little free time he had to map out the piles of trash as best as he could and work out the most efficient way to remove it all. He had no easy way to remove the larger objects, and all of the small things would have to be carried to the closest dumpster. For now, though, the large objects would be future Izuku problems. He nodded at the page he had used for mapping the beach and setting up his plans once he was satisfied. He would start after class on Monday. The sun was long gone after all the planning and he needed to find somewhere to sleep for the night. The bullies at school seemed preoccupied when it came to harassing Izuku. School was focusing more on prep for high school and any technical or specialized schools the students were aiming for. This meant that the usual suspects of bullying had their sights on other things for the moment. He wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth and took the smoother class days to do more homework in class. The more he had done, the more he could work on cleaning the beach. It was a very, very mild comfort to have only minimal jabs and attempts at tripping him in the hall. The trip thing hasn't worked in years just because he has developed a sort of hyper-awareness of his surroundings, but they still tried and snickered at his little jumps to get over them. The awareness he can't exactly figure out how to turn off, so he just accepts and tries to work around the heightened anxieties it gives him. Growing up with a fear of being discovered when you aren't human does that to people, it seems. Not that Izuku has anything to base that on, but he would imagine fear does that to more than just him. This hypervigilance is what tipped him off that he was actually being watched at the beach. It was week 2 of cleaning and he felt the prickling feeling of eyes tracking his movement. He did his best not to tense up too obviously. A clear tense would give away that he was aware of the person, even as he moved to try and hide behind some of the trash. He had been one item away from leaving for the night, the sunset on the horizon, but the world never seemed to wait when it came to throwing him a curveball of some sort. Crouched out of sight, he looked around to try and figure out if he could slip off the beach without being seen. He didn't know if it was some person who had found him out somehow. Izuku never came to the beach as the monster, but that doesn't mean some person hadn't vaguely caught the end of one of his past shifts. His breathing picked up as he thought of what it could lead to if he was caught. He had spent so long avoiding it and was actually pretty successful aside from his 2 slip-ups. Close calls were all he wanted to ever get to experience, and even those were a severely reluctant exercise in how fast his heart could race before giving out. There was no telling what the world would do to something like him. Thoughts spiraling, he almost missed the call. Young Midoriya. Izuku's brain stalled out. He knew the voice but only distantly. It wasn't anyone he worked with or went to school with. There was the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs to the sand. Izuku stood slowly and debated running, but not many people he didn't talk to regularly knew his name. So, he stepped out from behind the trash, eyes widening slightly as he recognized the man. Wayagi-san. The man beamed down at him as he approached, hand waving lazily. Yes, it's good to see you again. You vanished into that crowd so quickly I couldn't figure out how to find you. You're looking for me? He nodded. Why? Izuku couldn't think of any reason he gave to be found again beside the obvious. He suppressed the shake in his voice. Is this to turn me in? Yagi choked and sputtered at the question. Izuku held back his frown as he felt the sudden growth of pain in Yagi's lung, the spasms of a cough tearing open constantly healing and agitated wounds. He tried to fix them as subtly as he could, but the softened look he got said he failed. Not at all. I was trying to find you to thank you. He laughed at the confused look that grew on Izuku's face. You have been so naturally selfless and driven to help others that it has been reminding me of why I became a hero in the first place. Back when we first met, you had nearly died, yet the first thing you did was use your quirk to help me. It was truly inspiring. I don't know much about your special circumstance with the creature you can become, but that does not change your innate virtue. Izuku cleared his throat of the small amount of blood growing there from his quirk use, taking in Yagi's words. What? Why are you telling me this? He couldn't wrap his head around why All Might himself was inspired by someone like him. Surely there was someone else, literally anyone else, that has done more than he has. Because you said something when I found you in the alley that stuck with me. You said it didn't matter what hero you wanted to be because people would think you're a monster. I wanted to find you to say that it doesn't matter what kind of hero you want to be because I think you can become the best one of them all. Izuku blinked at the scrawny man. To what? He rubbed at his eyes roughly and blinked rapidly to clear the static spots flickering from the pressure. You think what? His voice was quiet, not far from a whisper. Yagi grasped the air in front of him with a grin. I believe you can become a hero. One that the world will loudly recognize for his abilities and ideals. Izuku felt his own chest tighten in some mix of emotions he hasn't felt in a long while. And I want to help you get there, young Midoriya. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes and he let himself drop to his knees. They felt like they would give out without his permission anyways. He grabbed at the hem of his shirt to ground himself as he focused on keeping a steady breath. This was a lot. No one has ever said anything even close to just faith in his abilities, let alone offered help. No one has ever offered help before. Not in any part of his existence. His thoughts were racing so fast he couldn't parse them even if he tried. What do you mean by help? He looked up at Yagi and the man practically glowed in excitement that the offer was even considered. A fair response given how anxiously dismissive Izuku had been when they last met. He pulled out a packet of papers and shook them once so that they would stand up nicely. I made a work routine that would help improve your abilities all around. You said you have a healing quirk when we last met, so your best option before you specialize is to have a rounded base. I can see you have already started with working on strength training by cleaning this beach, very admirable by the by, and if your speed and pace were anything to go by, I imagine your cardio is also strong to start with. He offered the packet to Izuku. This has different options and routes to take with workouts and meal plans you can show your parents to get the best diet and calorie intake for putting on muscle. Izuku's face fell ever so slightly at the mention of parents. If Yagi noticed, he didn't comment on it. He wiped away the tears in his eyes and took the packet, flipping it open and looking at its contents. He sighed a little at the time brackets on everything and the weekly layout for it all, but he did appreciate getting a calorie base to work around on the meal plan section. Thank you, Yagi-san. I don't know what to say honestly. He looked up as he held the packet close. You don't have to say anything if you can't find the words, my boy. Just know that I would feel greatly honored to help you on your journey and oversee your growth. Izuku looked at him, really looked, and saw something he hadn't noticed before. The glare of a public persona often blinds one from the true personality of a person. It was like both All Might and Yagi were looking for something in this. Izuku wasn't even sure if the man himself knew what he was looking for, but if he could help. There was nothing that could stop him from trying. Okay. A fire seemed to light in Yagi's eyes, anticipation for something Izuku didn't understand. I won't be able to follow the time schedules exactly, but I can do them. I usually come by the beach here after school for 2 hours before leaving and then spend the nights cleaning on the weekends. You can just meet me here tomorrow. I can show you the times I have free every week too. We can build this schedule better from that. Izuku got to his feet again and walked past Yagi to put the papers in his bag by the stairs. Footsteps falling in place behind him said that Yagi was following. Excellent. I will meet you here when you leave school tomorrow then. Izuku nodded his agreement as he folded the schedule carefully and tucked it into the proper notebook, ever careful to hide the clothes and such as he did so. He pulled the bag on and gave Yagi a slight wave. I'll see you tomorrow, Yagi-san. The hero flashed him a rather exaggerated thumbs up that actually tugged a small smile onto his face. Izuku quickly made his way up the stairs, not bothering to finish with the item he had planned to remove before leaving. He used up his time with his interactions with his now possible mentor. He didn't want to give a name to something that wasn't likely to last. Not yet, at least. He thought about the pages in his bag, and a small, long extinguished fire sparked to life somewhere inside his being. It had been an incredibly long time since he was working beyond the day-to-day. The excitement was small but strong. It was enough, more than even. He wanted to prove he was more than he is, and making it into UA through the same instinctual drive that kept him alive this long may just be a step he can take now. Yagi was indeed waiting for him when he got to the beach after school. Izuku watched him tap through something on his phone as he stood leaning over the railing. He slipped his bag off and held it in one hand as he walked up. Hello, Yagi-san. Oh, I didn't hear you walk up, my boy. How was your school day? He smiled as he put his phone in his pocket. Izuku thought about the new burn hole in the sleeve of his uniform coat. Nothing unusual. He led the way down the stairs and put his bag down, taking out his schedule notebook that had the plan Yagi had given him tucked inside. I have my usual weekly schedule written here. He flipped the notebook open to where the plan was used as a bookmark, sitting on the stairs before offering the book to Yagi. They spent time working out a new plan together. Izuku's schedule he had written out just stated he was busy to avoid questions about how many jobs he held. Yagi thankfully didn't question the cluttered schedule at all. A lifetime of work as a hero likely had him well aware of how quickly time can fill up. It felt strangely open. It had been a very long time since Izuku had sat down with anyone who really took his input seriously about anything. They worked rather intently on it, and when Izuku had to go, it was actually Yagi that had pulled out his phone and mentioned the time. A farewell was exchanged, and a promise to actually get work done on the beach tomorrow was said before Izuku ran off to his first job of the night. They spent the next few days of training, mostly quiet aside from tips and encouragement from Yagi. When Izuku pointed out he didn't own a swimsuit for that option of training, the man just said not to worry about it. They didn't bring it up again. Izuku thought of a number of questions he wanted to ask the hero. Yagi was a walking well of experience and information he could pull from, and it was starting to make Izuku's skin itch in the baseline curiosity he could feel growing. Sunday he got the nerve up to ask about his injuries. Yagi gave him the story of the injury and consequential surgeries willingly, saying he was actually expecting the question much sooner and insisting he didn't mind that he had asked. Izuku wasn't sure how to take the lack of resistance to his questions, to his mere existence. Even his teachers have been reluctant or completely neutral, at best, when it came to him doing anything beyond the minimum requirements in class. It was new. He took in the information and nodded as he went back to moving a television. The question exchange became a standard so that both could work out things about the other. If one seemed hesitant about responding, the other took back the question and moved to a different one that came more easily. How far is the range of what your quirk can feel? Izuku looked over at where All Might sat on a pile of junk, hunched and grinning as he held his phone in one hand. The strain was minimal, which means he hasn't done much in this form today. I don't know specifics. I haven't had any way to exactly test it since I would need a partner to do so. The range changes depending on how I am though. This got him a raised brow. The bigger my body, the larger my range. Ah, I see. They left it at that. When you healed me, it felt like you pulled it out of me. Then you got the injury yourself. It probably wasn't even meant as a question for Izuku. More likely, it may have been aimed as an observation. Izuku hefted the clunky microwave in his arms as he made his way to the truck Yagi had started to bring for carrying the larger junk to the dump. That's the basics of my quirk, yes. Well, does your quirk give you the scars they leave behind? Does it leave the scar on the person you heal? He set the microwave on the tailgate and pushed it back against the pile already there. Izuku never thought about checking to see if the people he healed scarred still. He always healed in passing, so he could never check. How would he even check? Hey, I took your insanely jagged and large injury away, did it scar still? He didn't think so. As for his own scars, he looked down at himself. He had a number of them. If the wound was effed up enough that even a precise surgery couldn't leave it spotless, he scarred. Depends. Also, I've never gotten to ask someone if the healing I do leaves them with a scar still. I usually am trying to avoid whatever crowds or people may be around at that point. Something for us to figure out in the future, then. The word "us" was said so casually and confidently Izuku almost tripped. Yagi asked if he was okay but didn't ask about why the boy stumbled on clean sand. All Might showed up with a few swim trunks in hand one weekend, clad in a swimsuit of his own. Izuku looked at the sizes and took the one that would fit with near stars in his eyes. They were very high-quality trunks and would have cost him months of work just to consider buying himself. How much do I owe you? The words were immediate from Izuku. People who bought him things anywhere else always expected the debt to be repaid. Nothing, my boy. They're a gift. All Might gave him a thumbs up and told him to change in the nearby restrooms. He would watch the boy's bag. The feeling of swimming in the ocean and not worrying about having to dry his clothing before they could sour his bag was an experience. One that left Izuku feeling the tiniest amount lighter. To the point that he actually felt the small bubble of laughter in his chest when All Might got stormed by a crowd of women that had spotted him from farther down the beach. He looked rather confident on the outside as he posed for photos, but Izuku could feel the hint of tearing in his lungs that came with any sudden amount of surprise in the hero. He healed it with a ghost of a smile on his face. Do many others know about this? Izuku was sitting in the passenger seat of the truck as they drove back to the beach from the dump. About what, my boy? About you, Yagi-san. He watched the slight droop of his shoulders and felt guilt rise in his gut. The few. A very, very select few. Izuku saw the distant and somewhat nostalgic look in his mentor's eyes. He understood the feeling. They sat silently, but not tense in the least, for the rest of the drive. When they got out of the vehicle, Izuku spoke up. Thank you, Yagi-san. The hero gave him a soft smile. Young Midoriya? Izuku looked up from where he was crossing off another clean section in his planner. Why do you not bring food to eat on our longer practice days? He hesitated. Izuku didn't exactly have a response prepared for that one like he did with questions about his family or home. I don't own a bento box. He purposely focused on his notebook. He already had the plan inside memorized, so there was no real point to it beyond avoiding contact. You've never had a bento? Izuku shook his head as he put the notebook away and moved on to the next block of junk to clean. The lack of further questions along those lines was appreciated. Yagi started to bring bentos to their training sessions. It was about 4 months of regular training and growth before Yagi asked about his monster form directly. Izuku had been wondering if he was just avoiding it entirely to pretend it wasn't there. He wouldn't have blamed him if that had been the case. So your other form is not a quirk? Yagi was writing in a planner, tapping a pencil against the pages. No. The confident and immediate response seemed to throw him. How do you know? The planner closed and Izuku rested his chopsticks on his bento. He went to reply but stopped. Not sure if he was ready to reveal his close call yet. I'm sorry. You don't have to answer that, my boy. It was a genuine apology, but Izuku just shook his head. He let out a soft sigh as he glanced around the half-cleared beach. It wasn't erased. Pardon? Yagi's eyes widened in shock. I got cornered by Eraserhead and Present Mike almost 2 years ago. I was in that form and Eraserhead came around the alley and used his quirk on me. My healing stopped but I stayed the same. I'm still not exactly sure how I managed to get out of that one. Did they hurt you? The air between them seemed to close off near instantly. Can we talk about something else? Izuku met his gaze, silently begging past the concern and sympathetic look on the man's face. Yagi closed his eyes with a sigh. The non-answer still telling enough. Of course, my boy. Yagi watched Midoriya run down the stairs with an actual smile on his face for the first time. His heart leapt as he took in the sight and felt a grin spread across his own face as his student ran up to him with a slight bounce. He was markedly cleaner than many of their other training sessions. He originally had been dismissing the dirtiness as that strange stage a number of teens go through where they don't feel the need to bathe as often as they should, but lately he was getting the nagging feeling that there was more to it. The boy's hair was no longer pushing shoulder length either. I got a haircut. Midoriya stood tall in front of him and shook his head, the green curls shaking wildly before bouncing back to their general original shape. Pride radiated from him and Yagi couldn't help the chuckle that got out of him. I can see that, my boy. It looks good on you. He ruffled the hair with a heavy hand, not much thought in the action at all as he let his hand drop. The way that Midoriya's face twisted into one of surprise, though it didn't seem to be in a bad way, told him more about the boy he was hoping to gain as a successor. Friendly contact was obviously not something he was accustomed to, even when in his normal form. Not that Yagi has any way to be confident this was the normal form for Midoriya, but he had no place to judge. He understood the strange stressors of figuring out which form is the real one when you get too used to seeing yourself a certain way. Thank you, Yagi-san. There was a weight to the words. More than what the man expected. He looked at the way Izuku touched his own hair as if he was still processing the small gesture. Of course, young Midoriya. Izuku. Yagi choked slightly on a sudden surge of blood as his breathing caught wrong. The pain pulled away almost immediately and he looked at Midoriya, looked at Izuku with wide eyes. Green eyes thinned slightly as he gave him a hesitant smile. You can call me Izuku if you want. He nodded in response and felt the warmth of pride growing in his core. This boy was a gift indeed to have met. May I ask about your other form? Yagi looked up from his paperwork he was working on, the last of the work for his teaching position at UA. He may have found the successor he was hoping for, but he was yet to even ask Izuku if he would accept. The boy had a lot going on behind the scenes that Yagi knew he was pointedly hiding out of some sort of fear or learned self-protection. He was thin but packed with lean muscle, as if just barely meeting the calorie requirements of their plan they had set up. Izuku also never talked or answered questions about his home or family unless it was vague and non-informative. The most he had gotten so far is that his dad left when he was young. Izuku sat on a tire he had kept for a seat in everything and took a sip from the water bottle he had bought him as another gift. Another thing that seemed to shake him. His student seemed to own very little when questioned. Yagi figured he happened to find a boy of poverty, but the amount of things Izuku owned seemed to be beyond minimal. It worried him more often than not. I guess it depends on your question. He settled on the tire more, resting in the hole and reclining a bit, gaze turned towards the gray clouds overhead. I don't have anything specific. I just only ever got a glimpse of it back then. I was curious what all you were willing to share. Yagi had looked up videos online when Izuku mentioned weeks ago that he had a previous run-in with heroes. It was minimal and blurry, but there were phone videos and 2 CCTV clips of Izuku in his other form. It revealed little to work with other than that he was much faster than the average hero. Izuku was silent and he was debating if he pushed a boundary too far or if he was just considering what all to share. He gave him a few minutes and the kid let out a sigh that seemed to have more age and exhaustion behind it than Yagi knew what to do with. I call it shifting. It's fast and it doesn't hurt unless I'm already injured, going either way. I can become a monster, but just because I don't look like it now doesn't mean I can't still feel it. I am always a monster because it's a part of me, not separate. I'm just hidden better sometimes. I've been able to shift for as long as I remember. Longer than if what Mom said is anything to go by. I'm still in full control of myself and my thoughts when I'm like that. I do my best to hide and only go out at night like that because no matter how hard I try to stay non-threatening or small or anything, people are still afraid. So I just don't let go of this form unless I have to. Izuku took another sip from his water and didn't say anything more. Yagi turned the information over in his mind. It was interesting without a doubt, but the way that the boy viewed himself was worrying. It seemed he had no positive support systems for himself. He hoped to change that for him and become one. May I see it one day? The beat. It's going to rain soon. Yagi looked up at the sky as well at the quiet comment. The weather said it was only a 20% chance of rain this morning, so hopefully it would stay as simply gray skies. 10 minutes later, the first drops hit his arms and he quickly put away his paperwork. Why are you spending so much time watching me train, Yagi-san? The question had been keeping Izuku up lately. His mind twisting and warping with doubts and anxieties after a particularly bad school week carrying over a bad weekend into another sheet school day. Did his mentor not trust him to follow a plan? Was he waiting for the first hint of lagging so that he could cut any further losses and leave? It didn't make sense to Izuku. No one has dealt with him this long and still kept up the facade of caring. He wasn't sure which scared him more at this point, Yagi not actually caring about his turnout or Yagi caring more than he logically should based on Izuku's past experiences with people. He was working harder than he probably should be just to not fall behind at work. His training actually making him able to do harder labor at some of the jobs and earn a little bit more cash. There was a month until the entrance exams. The beach was almost clean. Tips on how to properly stretch and train different muscle groups were few and far between at this point, and yet Yagi stayed. Izuku couldn't figure out why unless he came for the healing benefits that Izuku could provide. That felt out of character for his mentor though. The fact that he could pick apart what was out of character for Yagi was another thing Izuku was a little ruffled about. He hadn't expected to interact with a hero on positive terms for any length of time that would allow that kind of understanding. I told you already I wanted to see you grow into the hero I know you can be. Is that a bad thing? Izuku huffed out a breath but didn't let his pace slow. Yagi looked at him from the Segway he was riding, something Izuku found distantly funny the first time he saw it but now rues the existence of for the days that Yagi has him push his limits of running. At least the man carried his bag for him. Why me though? Another question that rattled through his mind every time he saw his mentor. He remembers the description Yagi had given him months ago about how he viewed Izuku, but surely he wasn't the only being on Earth with those attributes. Because, young Midoriya, I find you to be a true hero at heart. Yagi stopped, glanced around the empty park, and turned to Izuku. He slowed to a stop next to him with a slight pant. I have an offer for you, my boy. One I would like you to consider but are not obligated to accept. Izuku looked up at him expectantly. I would like to offer you my quirk. I came to this city to look for a successor and was not disappointed when I happened upon you. You have truly blown away my hopes and expectations. Izuku was very grateful that they were stopped for this conversation because he would have hit the ground with the blow of that offer. His jaw worked as he tried to find words and he knew was hopeless to stop the tears that fell. Thank you so much. I appreciate everything you have done but I can't. He smothered the hiccups that threatened to break his thoughts up even more. Yagi's concern was palpable as he reached towards him. Izuku took a step back, flinching slightly, and shook his head. His head was reeling. The way he has framed his entire self-support and views was being grabbed by the foundations and shaken violently. People don't care about things like him. Stories and ideals were just that, stories and ideals. The underdog rarely won out and people like to say they root for them but in reality put their money on the biggest buck. Izuku was far from that. This didn't make sense. His life the past few months has been a dream with the safety and comfort Yagi had been providing, but the thing about dreams is that you always wake up. It didn't make sense. I want to be that kind of hero, but I can't. I can't because I'm a monster. I live my life how I do because monsters? They don't get saved. We either hide until we die or get killed by whatever manages to hunt us down. His voice was shaking as he cried, and he wiped at the tears. Yagi had a look that he couldn't figure out on his face. He was breathing too fast and he knew it. Izuku recognized this feeling. He hasn't felt it come on this strongly in years. He couldn't stop it though. His thoughts moving faster than he could keep up with, and he distantly registered Yagi reaching for him again, and he tripped over himself in his attempt to back away. He heard ragged breathing that he distantly recognized as his own and gripped at his own hair with one hand, the other twisting into his shirt. This wasn't how his life was. Izuku wasn't allowed this sort of kindness. He wasn't allowed to treat himself to friendly interaction. He wasn't allowed to be a hero when he was a monster. This didn't make sense. Yagi didn't make sense. None of this made any sense. His vision was blurring and his brain had stopped sounding like any train of thought and more like the loud ringing of two tense muscles. He just barely recognized a hand grabbing his own and it being pressed against a chest that rose and sank slowly. Steadily. Another hand grabbed his other and a thumb ran circles over the back of it. The chest under his hand was rumbling, and a part of him knew that meant there were words he was supposed to be hearing but couldn't. The ringing in his head was still too loud and he shook his head hoping, praying, that they understood. He felt the tears on his face as he started to cry again. He knew it was just from the stress of the panic his body flung itself into, but he couldn't help the way his mind seemed to huff about crying more. The rumbling stopped, as did the circles, and he found himself floundering at the loss. An anchor removed to leave him lost to the waves. Then the hand that wasn't held to a chest got pressed against his own. He didn't like it. He knew he was breathing too fast, but just feeling the stuttering and short breathing made him panic more. Then the hands tapped a finger against him. It was matching the slow breathing of the other chest. 7 taps as they breathed in, 5 as they held, 7 as they breathed out. It was a steady tap. A constant rhythm, and after what felt like ages, he felt himself falling into the pattern. The ringing faded. Air came to him more easily. The crying slowed and stopped. He must have closed his eyes at some point because he found himself opening them to a horribly distraught look from Yagi. He was still holding both of his hands, sitting cross-legged in front of him, and still tapping out the rhythm on both of them. There was a woman and a child nearby, the mother watching on in worry. Izuku put the spectating out of mind as he let his mind blank out more, gaze dropping to the ground between him and Yagi, and focus on the constant tapping. He felt exhausted. He felt disconnected from himself entirely, outside of his own body and just pressing the controls of what was needed. He felt like shit if he was completely honest with himself. He felt like shit and he didn't even have an injury to pin it on. He tugged his hands away slightly and Yagi let them go immediately. Better. He shrugged. He didn't know if this counted as better. He wasn't panicking, but he wasn't back to how he usually was either. Can I talk to you for a moment, my boy? You won't have to respond. Just listen. Izuku kept his gaze on the stonework of the path they had been taking. Yagi seemed to understand, voice quiet and even as he continued. You, Midoriya Izuku, are an astonishingly wonderful person. Well and truly, I don't think I have ever met someone as selflessly willing to help others. You don't look for anything in return, ever, and even when I have offered you gifts you still find ways to turn around and give something back. You help the people who slip past the radar of heroes. The ability to heal the unseen injuries that people hide out of shame or necessity or stubbornness makes you far more capable than most heroes at helping the public. If you truly have lived your life up till now with the same drive to assist that I've seen in you, you have probably done more in your life for people than a number pro heroes have done in their entire careers. I talked to Present Mike about his experience with you. Yagi paused and seemed to gauge Izuku's non-reaction. He told me about how he was thrown at first, seeing something he had no prior concept for. He told me about how it startled him, yet he also felt his injuries he had from the week get pulled out of him. He said you were crying and just asking to be let go. That you came across more like a lost child than a monster like the videos later posted online seemed to decide on labeling you. How you seem to have decided to label yourself. You aren't a monster, my boy. You can be a hero. You don't have to accept my offer. I promise it will not make me think of you any differently, and I will still remain to help you grow into the hero I know you can be. The hero I know you already are. Izuku nodded slowly, wanting to show he was listening. He didn't look up still, and he stayed as Yagi stood. A hand reached into his line of sight and he looked up at it blankly. Come, my boy. Up you go. Izuku took his hand and allowed himself to be pulled up. That's more than enough for today. We can meet at the beach tomorrow night. Go home and rest, okay? Yagi held the bag out to him. He nodded again and took the bag, sliding it onto his shoulders as he turned away. He has no memory of where he ended up wandering to. Izuku was restless as he waited for Yagi at the beach. It wasn't often that he beat his mentor to their meetups, but today he finished his work extra early specifically because he honestly needed to tonight. When Yagi did arrive, it was still technically early for when they were supposed to meet, and he looked surprised to find him there first. The worry from yesterday was still evident, but Izuku pushed past that. He checked himself over around noon and couldn't find whatever set him off the night before. The only other times he had experienced attacks close to like that were after he got injured worse than normal, severely worse, from taking on more than he was expecting. He didn't understand it, but that wasn't the point. He didn't want to be out in the open right now and had already picked out the roof he wanted to stake out for the night. Are you all right, young Midoriya? Yagi stood in front of him, wringing his hands together slowly, anxiously. Yeah. He sighed, still not sure how ready he was for this. We need to move to a different area for the night. Oh. Michim. You said you wanted to see me, right? Come on, I don't know how long I have right now. I have a roof picked out. He started to lead the way without checking if Yagi was set to follow. He didn't have the time to. He never knew exactly when the sheet happened or how to precisely predict it. The sound of Yagi following closely was a small comfort though. He was respectfully quiet, and Izuku couldn't decide if that made him more or less nervous. He has never actually changed form in front of someone before. At least, not directly or purposefully. They used the alley next to the building to somewhat discreetly scale the building, Yagi powering up momentarily and offering to lift them both up. Once they settled on the roof, Izuku set his bag down a few feet away from himself. He backed away from Yagi too and sat down to wait. Is this because of yesterday, my boy? Because if it is, please dash. Remember when I said sometimes I have to change? Yagi looked to the side in thought before he nodded. Fair. Considering it was a rather passing statement tacked onto his explanation of his other form a while ago. It probably hadn't even been that clear. This is one of those times. I can't hold the shift down. It just happens and I can fight it. And fail or let it happen and just spend my time waiting it out. Izuku settled and waited for the feeling that gave way to the change rising. You said it doesn't hurt you, correct? He smiled just a bit. Even now Yagi was worrying when he was about to see him in his full reality. Yeah. He felt the ripple of energy that loosened his grip on his form. Please don't be afraid. Of you, my boy? Never. Yagi gave him a warm smile. Izuku closed his eyes and let his grip get pried away. When he opened them, he only found wonder and amazement looking at him. Yagi was glad he didn't happen to blink, or he would have missed half of the change. Izuku had said it was fast, but that was near instant. He was tall as him when he was using One for All and at his full height. The fur covering him looked clean and sleek, and the bug legs under his neck fiddled together almost nervously. 11 eyes turned towards him and held a more open set of emotions than the boy did when he looked human. In this form he was exposed, open to the judgment of anyone who sees him, and he had the glaring signs of one who has been met with nothing but rejection and fear and animosity. Izuku showed the signs of being guided into learned helplessness he didn't need to live with. Izuku lowered his head and the feathers ruffled across his shoulders, the soft sound of them sliding together carried off in the slight breeze. No ears? How do you hear? The two feathery wisps on his head pushed forward into a tall emerald V, which got a chuckle out of him. He fanned the flame inside to grow into the hero that the public recognized and pointed at his own hair. "I guess we match, my boy." He felt lighter with how Izuku's eyes light up a bit at the revelation and went up in steam to not push his already close limit. He walked around the seated form and looked at how thin it was. Long and stretched thin skin holding his legs in a certain range of movement. The open gashes on his sides had his eyes widening slightly, and he stepped a little closer to really get a look. They opened and closed slightly as Izuku breathed, and that was strangely hypnotizing. The cold fall air was visible through fog lazily rising from each exhale. "May I touch you?" He looked over at the way the antennae leaned back towards him. Izuku let out a rather bird-like rattling sound and settled in his sitting position, a short tail Yagi hadn't even noticed yet sweeping around to sit against his leg. A few of the quills clicked against each other before stilling. Yagi was fascinated, to put it simply. What an incredible child to have such an ability and still only look to do good in the world, still try and be good when he viewed himself as anything but. He reached out and ran a hand over the fur on his back, right where a sharp line in his faint pattern split. It was surprisingly soft. The sleek yet dull color gave the impression of it being more wiry, but it had a downy texture. He lightly pushed the fur the wrong way as he moved towards the crest of feathers. They were rather strong, resisting a bit when he pulled one carefully flat to look at it. Some looked more battered than others, but for the most part they looked intact. Izuku warbled as he twisted his head around to look at him. "Can you speak like this?" Yagi looked over the skeletal face, teeth sharp but they didn't feel threatening. Mike had said the monster was begging to be let go, but the man was eccentric about some of his tales and he wasn't clear if he meant that literally or not. More warbling. The boy paused and huffed and warbled again, but it sounded a little slurred. Izuku shuffled, the feathers raising and his thicker fur around his head doing the same. He tried again. It's just very hard. Not built to talk like this." His voice was much deeper than his regular one, the warble effect making the words sound jumbled on top of the slight slur that comes with the lack of actual lips to form certain syllables. Yagi nodded and smoothed out the fur he had ruffled earlier. This form seemed to burn much hotter than the human body. He could feel the heat easily through the fur. He walked around Izuku and stood in front of him again with a smile. "What a stunning form. You look mythical." He grinned and looked over the large figure again. He heard his breathing hitch, saw the way his eyes watered. "Young Midoriya." Yagi felt his chest tighten in sympathy. Izuku's head dipped and tears started to drip down his muzzle. His breath hiccuping quietly as he cried, "Izuku-an." His student looked up, tears streaming steadily, not expecting the nickname. "My boy. If this is what you call being a monster, then I am truly afraid of how you could be when caught up in a rage, because this form." Yagi reached forward, hands moving to cradle the massive jaw that his student had. Izuku leaned forward and met him halfway, eyes closing with a soft whine. It hurt to hear, but Yagi knew it wasn't a sound of pain. It was Izuku allowing himself a comfort he had yet to previously allow. "This form is still just as kind as the boy who healed me under a bridge months ago." Izuku looked over the spotless beach with an excited grin. He had 3 days until the entrance exams, and hell if he didn't finish this beach cleanup faster than he thought. He wasn't sure he could remember the last time he felt this much positive buzzing energy. The sun was rising over the water and he bounced in place a bit. Feeling the dawn of a new day in his bones, pain-free and mind just as sunny as the sky for once, he threw his hands up and let out a loud whoop. "I did it. I actually did it, and before the exams too. Holy shit." He heard someone speaking up on the path and turned to see Yagi switch into all might and dash over. "Izuku-an, this is astounding. You finished well ahead of schedule and even cleaned the parts one said you didn't need to worry about." Pride poured out of him as he looked over the clear sand. Izuku grinned up at him and saw the flash of surprise in his eyes before the hero's grin seemed to get impossibly brighter. He felt how laughter bubbled up in his chest and didn't even feel a hint of worry about letting it out. He spun as he threw his hands into the air again, cheering for his own success. "I have a chance now. I have a chance at you." Izuku laughed more and turned to All Might, remembering what he had thought over the night before. "Yagi-san." Yes, my boy? If the offer is still on the table, I would like to accept. I know I have a long way to go, but I want to do right by your legacy. I would like to be your successor. He fiddled with his hands behind his back, looking just past his mentor as he spoke. It has been almost a month since the whole offer was made, but that's plenty of time for someone with as many connections as All Might to run into another choice. All Might let out his iconic booming laugh as he scooped Izuku off the ground in a one-armed kind of hug. The action pulled even more laughter out of him as his feet dangled above the ground. Tears came to his eyes at how hard he was laughing, the most carefree he has felt for as long as he could remember. Phantom memories of different arms scooping him up playing in the recesses of his mind. Why, of course. I would be proud to have you as my successor, Izuku. That's why I brought it up as an offer in the first place. All Might was beaming and Izuku grinned right back. First, let me explain to you about my quirk, yes? Izuku nodded as he was set down and they went to the shoreline to get comfortable. He listened intently as the history of All Might's quirk, one for all, was handed down. An oral history lesson that very few knew of. He learned about the limits he may face when learning to use it and how this all would be something that Izuku would have to explain himself one day. The day he would eventually be passing the torch to the next successor he picked years down the line. It was a lot to take in to say the least, but he took it in stride. At least, he was until a hair was being handed to him with the instructions to eat it. You're joking. He held the hair in his fingers and gave All Might the most baffled look he could. The hero glanced around the empty beach before deflating. You need to ingest some of my DNA to obtain one for all. This is the easiest way. Yagi chuckled as Izuku continued to stare down the hair. I hope it just needs the ingestion because people don't digest hair. Izuku made a face before he balled the hair up as much as he could and swallowed the thing. Oh really? I didn't know that. He made a bless sound and shook his head. Hair was gross. They spent the next day going over basic hand-to-hand, which Izuku thankfully was quick to pick up on. It wasn't a lot to use, but it was more to work with than his base instincts on retaliation of just flat-out running. Yagi promised to continue helping him with hand-to-hand stuff outside of class, but Izuku tried to assure him that he should be okay. On the morning of the entrance exams, Izuku met with Yagi again on the beach, and after well wishes were shared he began to fidget. A thought nagging in the back of his mind. I'll see you after the exams? He picked at the strap of his bag absently. Actually, my boy, I will be rather busy the 2 weeks following today. Oh. You see, I'm going to be teaching at UA this year. A lot of meetings and debriefs and paperwork are going to be in my near future. He fumbles over his own words as he tries to reassure him. Izuku both is and isn't surprised by this. He knew Yagi had come here for a successor, so of course his best bet would be the highest-rated hero school in the country. This did pose something in his favor though. May I ask a favor of you then, Yagi-san? Of course, Izuku-an. The familiarity in the nickname made Izuku's heart warm. It was nice that someone felt kind enough towards him to give him one that wasn't an insult. Can you deliver my results letter from the exams to me? Here. Yagi hesitates, apparently thrown by the request. Why not just wait for it to be mailed? Please? It's all I ask. It will be around our usual nighttime training meetup time then. 2 weeks after tomorrow. Thank you, Yagi-san. He got a warm smile, a ruffle of hair, and was sent on his way to UA. The gates of UA were imposing to say the least. He has come nearby before, but that had been at night and in a less than desired form for the occasion. Actually passing through them was a somewhat surreal experience when he had never actually thought he would make it this far. He had arrived earlier than he expected and hurried into the building without incident. A few hero staff wandered by as they carried forms and folders around for last-minute adjustments to the day it seemed. A few already had budding headaches and he just allowed the pain to seep into his being. The teachers didn't react, much at least, and he felt they deserved to go into the exams and grading with as minimal stressors as possible. It was all he could really do in passing. The auditorium he was pointed to was only half full at the moment, and he did his best to keep his head low as he searched for his seat. His bag sat tucked under his feet as he glanced around. Izuku had to make a pointed effort to not pull at every ache and pain that came into the room so that he wouldn't be weighing himself down too much before the exams even started. The seat next to him remained open in a strangely unsettling way. A feeling that got validated when a familiar scoff came from that side of the row. "You've gotta be effing shitting me." He looked over and did his best to hide his wince at the scalding glare Bakugo was leveling him. Hey Kaken. The seat next to him was dragged out and Bakugo sat heavily into it, scorn rolling off of him in waves strong enough to pull Izuku down. A few kids glanced their direction, but the general chatter of the room kept most distracted. "Don't play at that buddy-buddy nickname bullshit, Deku. I told you not to come here. I don't know what the hell you're hoping for, but you literally aren't even worth the light that hits you, shitrag." Izuku was going to try and defend himself, but the lights in the auditorium dimmed and the stage lit up to show none other than present Mike front and center. Hey everybody. Welcome to my live stage performance." Present Mike threw his arms wide as his voice filled the room through the aid of his quirk alone. The silence otherwise? Thicker than the Earth's crust it seemed. Even with continued active and encouraging attempts to try and get some kind of energy out of the room, Mike never got the response he was apparently looking for from the examinees. Izuku listened carefully as he read the paper that was being explained in detail, looking up when another possible student stood and questioned Mike about a bot that was yet to be covered. As Mike was covering the zero-pointer bot, he felt a harsh glare pointed just past him. He turned slightly to find Bakugo reading his card on the desk before scowling. Guess they separated classmates. Izuku looked down to see that his physical area was indeed different from Bakugo's. I guess so. A diamond shame I won't get to FNG put you in your place. Maybe you'd finally learn for once, shitstain. He sank into his seat some and pointedly tried to zone Bakugo out of his peripheral, even as the boy gave him a smug sneer. The assembly was closed with Mike wishing them all luck before they were sent out to the rooms for written exam administration. A test that Izuku felt like he thankfully breezed through, years of being strict on himself about his education finally feeling like it was amounting to something. When the rooms all finished with their testing, they were guided to locker rooms and told to get ready and head straight to their physical exam districts. Standing in front of the gates of the cityscape he was assigned to test in really put into perspective how likely unequipped Izuku was for this portion of the exam. Looking over, all of his fellow test-takers were dressed in clothes that accented their athletic abilities or quirks. All of them were doing various things, some talking, stretching, or just generally hyping themselves up for the start of it all. One thing was bothering him more than anything else though. He looked around the crowd, picking at the undershirt he was wearing to try and distract his nerves. Izuku finally spotted where the strained muscles and lower back ache was coming from. A girl with brown hair was standing near the front but off to the side, hands resting on her chest as she did what looked like breathing exercises. He reached out and pulled on it, allowing it to settle into his awareness. The pain wasn't even all that much, but he wanted the people in his district to have a fair run in the test. He was sure they all had good quirks that could blow away the hero world. They just needed to have the right application skills and drive. He hoped to be one of them, though he knew this exam was not geared in his favor. Izuku honestly was tempted to try talking to the girl, but he felt a heavy gaze watching him. One that felt critical even without looking at the source. So, he stayed where he was and continued to people watch. And begin. The general shock that rippled through the crowd at the quirk-powered call of present Mike would have been funny if it didn't throw Izuku distantly into a nighttime alley. The gates were opening steadily as they all glanced around. Were you expecting a timer? This is a real battle. Go. Run. Prove yourselves. A slight laugh started to bubble into the end of his words, as if he expected this kind of reaction and was thrilled by it in a way. It was a burst of movement in response. The mass of students all wanting to stake their claim in the races for a spot in the halls of UA. Izuku stumbled slightly as he tried to avoid some of the dust that got kicked up by the herd. He let himself fall back a little to see how the group spread before turning down a side alley. The town section felt vaguely familiar. If they had truly set it up to replicate the denser parts of different cities, then this was one from nearby. He listened to the distant explosions and sounds of general destruction echoing off the buildings as he exited the alley into a road with mock shops set up along the street. Rumbling and crashing next to him was the only hint he got to leap backwards to dodge the robot that burst through the storefront next to him. The metal casing creaked under the strain of crashing through concrete, a tell of just how brittle the one-pointer actually was to counter its high speed. Target found. Neutralize. Its voice was tinny and made Izuku's already pounding heart seize in unexpected fear. He wasn't expecting to be actually hunted even here. The robot lifted its arm and Izuku finally got his body to respond only for it to be cleaved in half by a laser that came from the side. He turned to look and saw a blond boy gesture in greeting as he ran by. Merci. But alas, we will not be seeing each other again. Izuku was stunned by the theatrics that practically dripped from the steadily leaving boy. He really didn't even have a response for it even if he had the time to say anything before he was gone. He shook his head and started off towards the center of the mock city. A flash of pain in the distance made him jump slightly. He looked in its direction and pulled it without thinking. A tear in the muscles of his arm shocked him somewhat. A bit of blood trickled, but it wasn't anything to even blink at for him. Someone must have gotten caught by shrapnel or something. Moments later there was the tingling pain of a sprain that he grabbed as well. He turned into the clearing that was clearly supposed to play the role of some kind of park or vending area to find it full of kids and machines going head to head. He leapt out of the way as a three-pointer got launched his direction. These kids are having absolutely no consideration for the collateral or possible surrounding people in their fights. The realization made him even more anxious. Obviously this is something that could be taught, but if instinct doesn't already caution against such habits, then these heroes-to-be had a ways to go. If they were being careless just because the circumstance is a test scenario, that's just lack of precedence. 6 minutes remaining. Izuku looked around. There were various kids whispering their points to themselves, most seeming to have at least 30. He felt a thrill of rippling strain over the group around him and their scrapes. Strain and injuries he took in a sweeping tug, like pulling a blanket off of a bed. A boy rolled incorrectly on the other side of the plaza, breaking a finger and dislocating another in the process with a sharp shout. Izuku took the injury instantly as he saw the panic on the boy's face, gritting his teeth at the way his bones broke themselves. It was never a fun sensation, the way he could feel it fragment from unseen forces. He flexed his broken hand, biting on his lip as it crunched in the signs of a shattered segment of bone. He was still yet to get any sort of physical point, but he wasn't exactly the one prepped to fight something so physically, no tactics or grounded skills beyond raw instincts developed on humans. He had one for all now, but he also had no real tells of it truly being something he has actual use of now. The earth rumbled as some of the nearby buildings burst into pieces and the zero-pointer emerged in all of its meters tall glory. It didn't scare him to see with it. Ghosts of being actually hunted down by people or running from muggers and so on stood in the recesses of his mind. What did scare him was how so many of the other kids just up and run the other direction when he could clearly feel the sharp pain of a broken ankle and mild concussion coming from the direction of the scattered rubble of the destroyed buildings. A pain that wasn't moving, accompanied by a quiet cry for help. He looked at the rubble to see the girl from earlier laid on the ground, trying her damnedest to get up but swaying and not able to pull her leg from the rather small pile of rocks it was under. He could see the tears in her eyes and knew the force of the rocks hitting her ankle must have been what broke it more than the weight of the rubble itself. His thoughts stalled as he saw the tears and the fear and pain in her expression. He didn't even have to think as he felt electric heat spread through his limbs, crouching down on his sprained ankle with his full weight, eyes calmly shifting from the girl to the massive robot that had caused it and was continuing to roll ever so dangerously closer. The sounds around him dulled as the rush of his own pulse rumbled mutedly in his ears. He felt the road crack beneath him as he leapt towards the head of the robot. The way his bones and his legs snapping in multiple places as his muscles shredded under strain they were unaccustomed to was searing, but he pushed down the blaring alarms in his mind warning him to change. The more mass he has, the faster he heals and the more he can sustain injuries and still function, but this was the last place he wanted to shift. He reared back an arm, remembering how Yagi had instructed him to safely throw a solid punch. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his broken hand as solidly as he could and swung. The punch didn't even need to directly contact the machine, as the wind pressure alone compacted the casing of the head before the internal components followed suit and crushed together. The robot tilted backwards and began to fall, no longer functioning. Izuku was quick to follow suit as he was held in place for a moment from the downward force the punch had let off, as if there was a single beat of wings to keep him afloat as witness. The world came rushing back to him as the road raced towards him. His only thought as 3 of his limbs whipped uselessly in the wind was that he was ashamed to be wasting the quirk Yagi had given him by dying before he got to give it back or hand it off otherwise. The feeling of a hand contacting his cheek in a crisp slap, all 5 fingers surely leaving a clear mark on his face, was unexpected. As was the sudden lack of gravity. He looked over at the girl with the broken ankle laid over a large boulder that was also floating at the same level he was. She went to put her fingertips together, missing twice before she slowly brought them together with a determined look. Release. They both dropped to the ground as Izuku hissed at the impact. He heard her start to heave like she was going to vomit, and worry roared to life in his core once again. He quickly gripped on the feeling of nausea and pulled it to himself, just barely biting down the vomit. He spit out a mouthful of bile and gasped for breath as the pain he brought to his own body started to settle into his awareness. Even still, he could feel the broken ankle and concussion the girl had. "Let me help." She gave him an incredulous look, obviously not sure how to take the statement from a boy who was laying shattered and bleeding through multiple gashes from his skin shredding with the use of One for All. "I don't think dash. Please. I may have not succeeded in anything worth grading in this exam, but I can heal you just fine." Izuku interrupted her and pulled at her concussion first, testing his limits with how much more he can take before he shifts involuntarily. She gasped softly at the loss of her concussion, and Izuku felt the way that his vision swayed with the concussion settling in. He grasped at her broken ankle and pulled it to himself as well after waiting a moment for his grip to readjust and tighten. "Why dash? The test is over." Mick's voice railed straight through Izuku's skull, and he in a gasp through his teeth as his head pulsed angrily at the assault of noise. His grip fumbled and he felt the push of the change surfacing. He panicked and pressed his good hand against the ground as firmly as he could and closed his eyes as tightly as he could, trying to reel in the change and get a better grip on his form at the same time. Hey, are you okay? You shouldn't go to sleep, dude." Some male voice spoke up as it approached. "Does anyone know where a staff member is?" The girl was crouched next to him now from the sound of it. More people sounded like they were wandering over, all wanting to see the state of the kid who took out such a massive machine in one punch. Worried and shocked whispers were exchanged throughout the growing crowd, all of them unaware of the fact that a monster was struggling to stay human in their midst. He could feel the lighter bruising on his skin fading already. An apparent influence of One for All, one to think about more later. The chatter got more noisy as kids debated what to do. They all hushed at an older but much more confident-sounding voice from the back of the crowd. "Go home, kiddos. I will take care of this." Izuku opened an eye as the crowd parted to reveal an older lady walking forward with a cane in hand. "Anyone else hurt or feeling particularly tired?" She looked around and took in all the shaking heads and seemed pleased. "Good. Go home then. The exam is over and you need to gather your things from the locker rooms. I don't want anyone getting home later than they need to." "Merci, Mademoiselle Recovery Girl," that familiar accented voice said through the hush that had fallen in the presence of the heroine. Izuku didn't know how to process the relief that flooded his system preemptively at the idea of his healing being accelerated even more. It just meant he could get his grip on his form back to normal just that much faster. Footsteps hurried away, and even the girl who saved him left after a moment of hesitation. Recovery Girl walked forward as the crowd dispersed and stood near Izuku's head. "All of this is because of your quirk?" A tsk sound fell gently from her mouth, and Izuku saw the confusion on her face. "It's almost like your body doesn't know your quirk anymore. I remember your application file. I don't know how your healing quirk got you this strength, but it clearly isn't working well for you, sonny boy." Izuku closed his eye in shame at the slightly disappointed tone. A kiss was pressed against his head, and he felt the way his body patched itself together with the assistance of the glow given by her quirk. He sighed in relief as the urge to shift disappeared with the pain and sat up groggily. "You will have to work on that, kiddo. Especially if you are planning on keeping a place here at UA." "I know. Thank you, recovery girl." He rolled over onto his back and looked up at her as he tried to wave off some of the grogginess. "To recover your stamina." She held out a hand and Izuku opened one of his own in a little cup under it. The feeling of gummies hitting his palm was unexpected, but he guessed it was just to get the pickier students to eat them as well. "Thank you." He sat up and closed his hand around the gummies. Another sigh. Izuku stood and took catalog of his ruined shirt with dejected look. Recovery girl stood patiently to the side as he did so and walked with him out of the mock city, Mike off to the side of the gate and grinning at the sight of the two. He turned and did something as Izuku continued alone to the locker rooms to gather his bag, recovery girl having walked off in the direction of other test areas from the moment they cleared the gates. Izuku genuinely was not bothered that he had likely failed the exam. He wasn't ready for such a battle-intensive exam against the mechanical enemies they had. Hell, he probably would have done poorly against other people as well. He simply had had too little time to prepare as much as he needed to, even with the 10 months he had taken to work on his abilities in earnest. If he really did fail, it wouldn't surprise him in the least. The past 10 months had been too kind to him. The fluke of meeting and getting to interact with as well as train with All Might, with Yagi, probably just that. The fluke. He collected his bag, going through it quickly to find everything as he left it, and headed out the front gates. He put the gummies in a small plastic baggie he had saved from a snack he had bought as a tiny treat for making it through 8 months of grinding training with Yagi, knowing they could probably come in handy at another time if he ended up not having the time or money to get a vital meal for energy. Izuku hummed softly to some mostly forgotten tune he had learned from his mother as he walked to a place he knew he could rest and sleep for the rest of the day. Yagi flipped through the files on his desk of the examinees who were flagged for further consideration in the physical. He hadn't had a say in which examinees to look to, only having been in the observation room to witness how the exams worked in the first place. Netsu simply allowed him the option of seeing which students had been metaphorically tapped so he could see how much his opinion differed or aligned with his new coworkers. There were many interesting quirks that he passed over, a small smile on his face as he got to glimpse the youth of the future. He had high hopes for them all, even if they didn't make it into UA. Blame his optimistic idealism. He wasn't blind to the harshness of the world, but he believed these students, should they truly rise to the ideals they were going to be trained to uphold, would succeed and flourish and improve the world as best as they could. He had leafed through roughly 60 files, skimming over them and drawing on his recollections and notes he had taken in the observation room to compare, when he reached a joyfully familiar name. "There you are, my boy," he mumbled with a grin as he opened the file. The first page was general information about Izuku's health, age, and quirk. This all being things he already knew, making a mental note to begin puzzling out the way he would help Izuku alter his file on his quirk believably. The next page he also skimmed generally before his breath caught. The second page held financial information and confirmation of tuition payment availability along with home address. An address that was filled out with a non-applicable shorthand. He went back to the top of the page and actually read the information in earnest. Financial information showed no banking or tax information nor any sources of income that came from any sort of job that was possibly substantial. There were no phone number options available and the next of kin signature was only for one person, Midoriya Inko. He could only recall Izuku ever mentioning his mother in the context of when he was very small and also, worryingly, only in the past tense. The tuition payment was labeled as cleared, meaning Izuku actually had the massive amount of cash it would take to cover 1 year of tuition in his possession. It was marked cleared via cash, the amount labeled down to the exact change it would be to cover the hero course, school-provided supplies and fees included. Yagi was beyond distraught as he considered the very likely chance that Izuku has been saving for this chance nearly his whole life. He thought of how hard he pushed Izuku and how the boy, throughout the entire time they had been training, had been bulking up just above the curve. As if he was just barely meeting the calorie and nutritional intake requirements to do so. He remembered how excited Izuku had been about the haircut, the bentos, the swim trunks, the attention. He remembered it all and looked at the mark labeling his successor as homeless with a heavy heart and a healthy amount of guilt. No wonder the boy was so familiar with backroads, with hunger, with pushing his limits. No wonder Izuku had seemed to arrive from different locations all the time on the weekends. Yagi thought of how from the beginning there were signs and how Izuku had that backpack he protected desperately and a packed schedule that he never fully explained beyond that he wasn't going to alter it too much or thin it out at all. They were probably the places he worked to get money just to survive. He thought of the request he had made. The one where he asked for the letter being hand-delivered, and it all made painfully perfect sense. This boy, the miracle of wonders that he was, had undoubtedly gotten Yagi humbled beyond what he could ever know. Hisashi watched giddily over the students exiting the district he was in charge of clearing. Not all the kids were in the same area when the exam ended, and so he was counting off at the gates until he got to the number of examinees marked out for the area. A very small amount of them were eating the stamina gummies that Recovery Girl likes to hand out to avoid exhaustion, but not that many seemed too tired overall for having just went through a hard-running exam like this. It was interesting that so few needed the gummies, but that amount of interest skyrocketed when he started to hear bits of some passing conversations. I know UA is next level on their technical capabilities, but that was way above what I expected. Dude, the bruises and cuts and scrapes I saw others getting were practically melting away shortly after they got them. I broke a finger with a bad roll, but I shit you not, it felt like that got pulled away. Okay, that's some bullshit, dude. No, really. I rolled my ankle and it just felt like the pain and stuff got pulled out of me. It has to be a quirk of the staff because I doubt technology dash. He ticked off the last examinee and sent off the code for closing the gates. Oh, how he was excited to share this. There was a kid at the exams that had a healing quirk. Recovery Girl was likely to be interested with how strong it seemed to be at healing others. When he got to the teacher's lounge, he pulled out his phone, intending to text Shoyuta and ask where exactly he was at. Before he could send it off though, a girl's voice came from the doorway. Excuse me? He turned and grinned at her. Yes, little listener. How can I help you? I'm sorry to bother you with the exams and everything, but, the boy? She huffed subtly at the clearly mentally better stated question. Do you know the boy with the curly green hair? And the freckles? He looked kinda plain. I don't know how to really describe him. Sorry. But, is there a way for me to give him some of my points? He saved me from that 0-pointer and he talked like he hadn't gotten any. He saved me and then he pulled my pains away even when he was already hurt, so that has to count for something. Hisashi's brows raised at the fire behind the statement. He thought back to the jarring interaction he had with that massive creature years ago. The likelihood of two identical quirks wasn't too low, family relations are very possible, but it was something that would undoubtedly be smart to look into. It was definitely something that Shoyuta would be interested in as well. Why, of course, this is something that the staff considers. I'm afraid there is no way to transfer points, but I doubt there is anything to worry about. He patted the girl's head gently and shot her a finger gun gesture before sending her off. She bounced slightly as she walked, thankfully seeming to trust in his opinions. He pulled his phone out and edited the text with a bit more urgency. This could be serious if the creature managed to get a mole into the school system, especially since they don't exactly have a solid picture of where it stands in the first place. A ping on his phone and he was off to the observation room as fast as he could without looking anything other than aloof for the students that were still navigating the halls. He opened the door, eyes taking a moment to adjust to the dark room, and immediately made his way to where Shoyuta was leaned against the wall and selecting video segments to replay on the screens from a tablet, a few other teachers doing the same in other parts of the room. Yo, Shoyuta, do I ever have the hot scoop for you? He grinned at the tired man's heavy sigh that greeted him before looking over. Aizawa paused the segment he had pulled up of a girl with an invisibility quirk. Yamada better have a DMN good reason for interrupting the selection processes in the observation room. It can get rather competitive with the tapping process for the hero course. They don't always get who they tap, but it's still a way that Netsu considers class builds and compatibility with both classmates and teacher. What is it? He kept his glare minimal, knowing that a sudden text mid-examination review was not a normal thing for him to do. "I think I have a lead on your little monster hunt." That definitely was a way to get his attention. He lowered his tablet and turned to actually face his friend fully. "Hisashi, how the hell could you get a lead for that at a student entrance examination?" "The quirk. We both know the creature wasn't due to a transformation quirk. I could have got dash." No. The healing quirk." Aizawa considered it for a moment. It was definitely a distinct quirk. The feeling of healing quirks tended to vary. For example, Recovery Girl's quirk felt like a tingling glow that masked the pain before fading with the injury. The creature's had quite literally felt like a tugging sensation, one he has rather frustratingly experienced a few times since then and couldn't track down. "Did you feel it?" He frowned internally at the proud look that was growing on Yamada's face. "No, not personally. Although demon near every examinee in my district did. I even know who the kid is." He held out a hand for the tablet, which Aizawa handed over after a second of hesitation. "How can you be so confident you know? Did you already check the files?" Yamada shook his head as he flicked through the feed archives until he got to the zero-pointer moment that had blown so many out of the water in expectations. "Nah, my man. I heard the kids talking, and one girl even came directly to me about this kid. Said she wanted to give some of her points to the plain boy that pulled her pain away, essentially. I wouldn't have thought much of it if she hadn't mentioned it as specifically pulled away." He finished for him as Yamada played the clip on the tablet alone, handing it to him. "I definitely wouldn't have connected the two myself from looks alone. We should probably tell Nedzu about him healing all of his fellow examiners. I know it will end up playing into the little listener's score." Aizawa just nodded as he watched the replay of the boy that broke himself taking down the zero-pointer. In his honest opinion, he was blatantly unimpressed by the reckless display of strength. It was something that would make the boy a liability in the field, especially if left unchecked. He watched as the girl saved him from a fall that very well could have killed him. Eyes narrowing at the way that the girl seemed to start to heave only for the boy to vomit slightly instead, the girl looking at him in shock. He hadn't paid attention to that small detail much more than thinking the girl kept it together and the boy didn't. It's not unheard of for people to vomit as a response to intense pain. Rewinding it to right when the boy had initially crouched to leap at the zero-pointer, he paused and zoomed in. His clothes seemed rather unsuited for an exam geared at athletic abilities as well as quirk use, looking like he just had the underclothes of a school uniform on. He also had a range of strange offset injuries that he wouldn't have gotten with the way he had been running around the edges of the fights in the exam. The boy had honestly not done much at all to stand out until the zero-pointer. Yet he had what looked like 2 broken fingers, a crooked stance as if he had effed up a leg somewhere along the way, and was covered in faint bruises, scrapes, and small cuts. He left the video paused and had the tablet run a quick scan to pick out which file this kid was attached to. The digital copy of the record for one Midoriya Izuku tabbed open on the tablet, overlaying most of the video player. The last name felt vaguely familiar, but he pushed it aside as he flicked the file open to read about his quirk. Baton Pass. User can take on the physical pains and injuries of others by pulling it to themselves, to essentially experience the healing process in their place by mirroring the injury in the user's person. Healing cannot work on old injuries or incorrectly healed ones and can only temporarily fix chronic pains. The user experiences expedited healing as well as a way to counter the drawbacks of quirk use. The terms of quirk exhaustion are unknown but likely could lead to incapacitation or possible death. It definitely seemed to align with what he had been able to glean from the sparse experience he had with the creature's quirk. He was definitely planning on letting Midoriya fall into whatever place he may from lack of confidence in his potential as a longer-lasting hero, but this definitely had drawn his attention. He continued to read the file as he debated his options here. They weren't very many, but he was used to figuring out how to work with minimal options from his years of experience in the underground. A gruff sigh escaped him as he tapped the file for his class in the hero course. He could pull up waivers for any fees the boy couldn't afford. A homeless status meant nothing to Aizawa. He knows many are just victims of circumstance. Yamada cheered quietly before wishing him luck and leaving the observation room to apparently inform Nezu of this unexpected twist of events. Midoriya Izuku, a prospective student that had undoubtedly caught Aizawa's attention in a way many try to avoid. Aizawa went back to his previous consideration and settled into his scarves some. He felt the small prickle of curiosity in the back of his mind. He wanted to pick apart the mystery this boy posed, and he had a feeling it would solve the hunt he has been conducting for nearly 3 years now. The 2 weeks following the exams had Izuku working harder than usual at his work and at school. He had free time with his usual training with Yagi on pause until he finished getting things settled with the staffing process at UA. He even had managed to land a new job at a vendor in the local metro station, which offered tips if he did well on sales. It wasn't a standard thing, but the vendor owner was American and liked to keep the tip concept as an incentive on making more sales. The days had started to blur together somewhat, and he was starting to just sleep at the beach, the breeze off the ocean relaxing and comforting in a way that left him feeling safe. Especially after school days, with Bakugo getting rougher in his bullying after taking Izuku's attendance of the entrance exams as an act of direct defiance to the self-crafted throne he was so proud of. When he wasn't working, he was napping or sleeping, body still slowly recharging after the nitro boost recovery girl had given his healing. He was working on minimum calorie intake still. Honestly, he had started to lose track of the days, tasks blurring together as he worked through rote survival basics for the day-to-day. The afternoon sun on the beach was his favorite time and place to nap. It was just warm enough to be comfortable in the late winter chill. And that's how Yagi found him on the day they were supposed to be meeting again. Sitting against the wall that was heated by the day, curled protectively over his backpack and dirtier than he tended to be. His sleeves had been rolled up to his shoulders and arms covered in grease from cleaning up a motor shop on the far side of the city. He flinched awake when Yagi sat next to him with a gentle huff. "Oh, it's been 2 weeks already, Yagi-san?" Izuku blinked a few times before using his shoulder to rub sleep from his eye. The question got him a concerned look. "Have you been overworking yourself, Izuku-an? Usually you have a better grasp of time than I do." When he didn't respond, Yagi turned towards him more. "My boy, are you okay?" "As okay as I can be. Recovery girl's Quirk took a lot out of me. Did she not give you those gummies to help avoid this exact issue?" "Ah, she did, but I was saving them for when I might really need them." Yagi leveled him with a look that had him staring at his bag, shoulders curling a bit in shame. "Izuku-an. Yagi-san, I have a bit more to worry about than being a little tired." It sounded snappy to his own ears, and he winced at the tone. He hadn't intended for it to come out like that. The man sighed softly before reaching into his pocket, pulling out an envelope and offering it to Izuku. He looked at it a moment before carefully taking it and putting it in his bag. He was excited to have finally received it, but he wanted to open it on his own. "Thank you." "Of course, my boy." He sighed again and ran a hand through his hair. "Can I ask you something?" Izuku looked up at him, nodding and giving him his full attention. "Why didn't you tell me you were homeless? After all of this time, I could have helped you and your mother." He sounded hurt. And that hurt Izuku a bit. It hurt him even more to know that he would have only learned this through his files at UA, and he forged his mother's signature on those. He has been forging her signature since a child. No one actually knew she was missing anymore. Izuku smiled weakly, a broken laugh bubbling up. "There's only me left, Yagi-san." What?" Distress was coming off of Yagi in a surging current that bowled over Izuku. "I haven't seen my mom since I was like 6. She just disappeared. I've been homeless ever since." Izuku clutched his bag to his chest and turned away from Yagi, not wanting to talk about his circumstances any further. He could tell that he wanted to press the subject, but he thankfully didn't, probably not wanting to risk Izuku closing himself off more. He could practically feel the urge to question. Would you like to get some hot chocolate and cookies, my boy? There is a small bakery nearby." He smiled at the question. "Sure, Yagi-san." The bakery was warm and welcoming. They didn't even talk much while they wait, Izuku sinking into the comfortable bench and relaxing. Yagi ordered for both of them, and when Izuku wrapped his hands around the warm cup, he gave a small smile to his mentor. "Did your weeks go well?" How did the other teachers feel about All Might joining the staff? Not everyone was happy, to say the least. He ran a hand through his hair before taking a sip of his drink. I can understand why, though. Izuku gave him a prompting look, which got a huff of laughter out of him. The media is going to be all hands on deck to work as much information as they can out of UA about All Might, my boy. It comes with the status, as bothersome as it can be. I feel like it's not going to be just the media trying to get information about you. The whole social build is going to shift a bit. You have your limit, and unless you are going to come forward about your whole, he gestured vaguely in Yagi's direction, situation, that means the hero world is going to have to fill in the spaces used up by school hours. A vacuum of power is going to show up, and that means that either other heroes will have to quickly step up or the villains the world cuts so black and white will take advantage of the gap. I've seen it happen plenty of times. This got a surprised look from Yagi. It wasn't often Izuku spoke unprompted about his experiences. He shuffled his feet absently under the table. Living homeless means people tend to ignore you. It's just how things work. So, when people don't pay attention to your simple existence and you know how to wander in the dark like it's a familiar room, you see the smaller shifts in power. Turf wars that pass in silence because the people at large aren't listening. A man getting lynched as a way to overthrow the unwanted head of control. I've even seen parents drop off kids and not come back, too afraid of the responsibility, I guess. It all happens unseen. Unnoticed. That's how backstreets and the underground has worked and will most likely continue to work. Izuku. I'm just saying what I know. We are built by our experiences. Izuku set his focus on his drink, not wanting to carry the topic he had started anymore. He hadn't intended to bring it this way, it just happened. That may be so, but we also are not powerless to shape the way we are built by said experiences. Perspective and outlook can go a long way, even if they're hard to control. Izuku hummed in response. His mother used to say something similar. Did you get to finish your files and paperwork for UA? It was a clear change of subject direction, but Yagi just smiled and went with it. They finished their snack and continued to just exist in the vague vicinity of each other. Yagi would ask about school and his health, and Izuku just asked about whatever came to mind, like what some of the stranger fights he has had were like, or what his favorite pastime was. It was simple. Falling back into routine as a way to re-establish a balance neither had realized was skewed over such a short time. When they did part ways an hour or two later, Izuku was feeling a little more energized. He wandered aimlessly for a bit, eventually coming to a train station with no visible occupants. Sitting on the bench in the empty plaza, the station apparently in one of its few and short closings, Izuku opened his letter. He wasn't sure how to react to the small metal disc that flashed to life, displaying the man he had parted ways with not even a few hours ago. The larger-than-life gusto of All Might on screen was so clashing with the person he had come to know in a strange way. The testing results were explained. He passed the written with flying colors. The physical? That girl he saved came and spoke in favor of him to Mike, a fact that made him a little nervous because he wasn't sure how quickly the man would connect the monster and his quirk. He got 70 points total in the physical exam. All rescue points crossing the entire board, which put him miraculously in 4th place on the grand scale of the entrance exams. He felt his eyes water at the sheer pride in All Might's voice as he praised his skills. The way he ranked so high on rescue points alone had the man visibly beaming on screen. It was apparently incredibly rare someone made it in, especially so high on the charts, with rescue points alone. When the large hand reached towards him on screen, the tears fell as he smiled shakily. He did it. He actually did it. He had a shot at being a hero, at being more than a monster. Something that gave him so much hope he wasn't sure what to do with it all. After class the next day, Izuku rushed to UA to drop off his tuition payment. The fact that he could finally put the money where it was meant to go had it metaphorically weighing him down while he continued to hold it. The trains were on time as usual, and he made it to the UA offices and back to the park where he would usually meet with Yagi on this day of the week, only 20 or so minutes late. Yagi was standing patiently by a tree, bikers and joggers passing by steadily, with a bag in hand. He looked up with a smile when Izuku approached. "There you are. You were later than your usual time range." Sorry, Yagi-san. I was turning in my tuition payment. He had a small proud smile as he spoke. He was finalizing his achievement with that payment, and it meant so much to have actually made it here. Izuku gestured to the bag in Yagi's hand. What's that? A gift. Izuku looked confused but accepted it as Yagi held it out for him. He opened the bag to find a clean, still packaged, UA uniform inside. For your brilliance and kind heart, my boy. You continue to impress me every day. He grinned at Izuku, who was still giving the uniform a stunned look. I don't know how I could possibly thank you, Yagi-san, for everything that you've done for me. Izuku wiped at his watery eyes. Yagi laughed as he pat his shoulder, taking the lead as they walked the path around the park together. Just continue to grow and learn. That's all I ask. Izuku gave him a firm nod. He didn't intend to let him down. Izuku was running as fast as he could, without getting in trouble, out of Urudara. The principal had called him and Bakugo into the office for some congratulatory speech on making into UA that, while a kind gesture, had set Izuku on a timer. The timer being Bakugo's temper flaring and rising with every moment that passed as he sat in class for the day to end. Bakugo had a thing about keeping up a technically clean written record. Anything else could possibly ruin his chances to get into UA or something like that. So, Izuku had to get off of campus before Bakugo and also get out of sight before Bakugo saw him to follow him. The instant his foot hits outside the gates, he takes off at a sprint. But it's too late. "Du." Bakugo's shout is just barely restraining his rage. People could hear after all. He whipped around a street corner and wished desperately that he had the courage to just shift in public for once so that he could get away even faster. He could hear Bakugo letting loose a string of insults and curses as he skidded around another turn. "Get back here, you useless ashtray." The crackle of Quirk use that followed the roar was the nail in his coffin. Bakugo was on him in a literal flash of light and throwing him into a walkway between a building and a fence that Izuku had of course managed to be near. Fate seemed to work against him like that when it came to Bakugo. "Kaken, please." Izuku scrambled backwards a bit as he fumbled to get both up and away. The nickname was a reflex from years of use. The nickname was a mistake. Bakugo roared and his hands lit up with flame from more detonations. Izuku flinched hard. This was way more aggressive than any previous power trip or whatever Bakugo approached it as. "Please, I'm sorry, Dash." "Shut up." Bakugo grabbed his collar and shoved him into the wall. "What fucking trick did you pull to weasel into MY school, fuckface?" He tried to pull out of his grip only to be slammed into the wall again by scalding palms. "This was supposed to be my legacy." A punch. Izuku wheezed at the impact. Brain unable to process this as actually actively happening. "UA is my stepping stone." Another punch. "You are not even worth a footnote or passing word in my story." Another. Quickly followed by a burning explosion against his side. "I told you to learn your goddamn FA sheet sneeze of a place, Deku, and this is what you FA do?" The burns were getting bigger, deeper, the longer Bakugo ranted. Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he tried to claw his grip away. The smell of burnt polyester and skin was getting stronger. He felt the strap of his backpack snap and the weight of it go lopsided on his shoulder, dropping to the ground. He couldn't get a word out as Bakugo pulled him from the wall and threw him down the walkway more and spit at his feet. Izuku felt his head crack against the ground and his vision blanked for a beat. His ears were screaming at him and he could see Bakugo saying something else before turning and leaving, kicking dirt onto his broken bag as he walked past it. Izuku just laid on the ground and cried. He couldn't feel half of his burns, which he knew was bad. The ones he could feel were searing heat in contact with the air, his clothing ruined. He stayed where he was long past when he should have gone to work. Stayed past when he would have been meeting up with Yagi. Some people walked past the alley but didn't even cast him a glance as he stayed on the ground. When he did get up, he rolled over and vomited up the small amount of food he had eaten during the day. He wheezed at the way his bones creaked, choking on a bit of bile that he spit out. He may have fractured some ribs again if the painful streaks of electric static were anything to base it on. He felt the way his muscles pulled at his cooked flesh. the charred surface of some spots leaving him in shock that he really did experience that. That a person he thought he could trust in the end would twist around and do this. That the usually tolerably rough bullying would go this far. He limped towards his bag and picked up the one existing strap. He had no idea where to go, truly, so he wandered to the only place that he could think of that would accommodate what he knew he needed to do. The top floor of an apartment complex that was being built a few kilometers away. It had floors and ceilings as well as the outer walls, so he would be protected from the elements. All he had to do was get into the building without anyone noticing so he could shift. It was already rippling under the surface from the burns anyways. Not pushing but making its existence as an option known. The monster always healed faster. More efficiently. It felt like a sick joke about reality. The filth and beastly creatures that thrive in the shadows always bounce back. The heroes work hard but the villains always resurface, new and improved, or however you wanted to look at it. Entropy always dictated that the system always falls out of order. He looks for cameras but can't find any. No one was standing around or passing on the street either, so he took his chance and circled the building for a possible entrance. One of the windows had a tarp over it, not fully installed yet. He climbed through as gently as he could, his burns pulled at the edges and blisters tingled. A dribble of blood ran down his skin and hit the singed edge of his shirt, the skin around the heavier burns tearing at the stretch. Izuku looked around at hollow floors, studs and wiring spreading the length of the floors. He took a shaky breath, pulling his ruined shirt up to keep blood from dripping. His body throbbed almost sluggishly as he looked around for the nearest set of stairs. The climb to the top floor had him getting more and more bleary. Standing in the middle of the floor, he looked around and set his bag down. There was less walling studs on this floor, just the main supports. He sat down gently, laying on the cold cement, and fumbled to release his grip, thoughts fuzzy with what was probably shock. He had the sweat, rapid breathing, and mild confusion for it. It was probably the only thing keeping the panic at bay if he was honest with himself, which he wasn't. It hurt. The speed of the change tore his skin, snapped his fractured ribs, left his vision swirling as he threw up more. He had a detached thought about how the point was to go unnoticed, and here he was bleeding and vomiting on the floor. Izuku looked himself over, seeing the damage better now that he could bend around to see all sides of himself. The fur on this form was singed or completely missing where the burns sat. The edges of the burns peeled back and blood ran sluggishly down his arms, thick and dark. Izuku lifted an arm slightly, stopping when he felt more of his body tear away from itself. Tears ran unbidden and untouched as he rolled once away from the vomit. He was hoping to sleep eventually, but the pain was not just physical and deep-seated. He closed his eyes and tried to focus on just not crying. The whimpers and shaking breaths muffled with the fear of being found. Every sound outside the building had him flinching, irritating his ever so slowly healing body. The night passed and he got no rest. The tears continued steadily and silently. His mind was the equivalent of white noise as he stared blankly at the stairs, antennae resting forward so as to hear if and when someone came into the building. The sun rose and moved across the sky. No one entered the building and Izuku didn't bother to move. He wouldn't be able to do anything this injured anyways. He dozed instead, jerking awake at every sound. He doesn't eat. The second day left him well enough that he wasn't actively tearing his skin open with basic movement. So, he shifted back, ignoring the way his body cried in pain, shortly before school. He peeled away the ruined uniform, hissing at the way his skin left with it where the polyester had melted. Izuku put on the cleanest long-sleeved undershirt he had in his bag and decided that he would just have to see what his school did about him breaking uniform. He held onto his one strap on his bag and left the building as discreetly as he could. The answer is nothing at all. Not one staff member questioned the uniform break, generally ignoring him like usual. None of them even called on him in class as he zoned entirely out of every lesson. Mind buzzing as he could only focus on Bakugo, watching his every move, no matter how small. Every time the boy spoke he fought not to flinch. Bakugo doesn't even do anything in his direction the whole day, but it has Izuku even more on edge as he tries to guess when he might snap. School ends quietly. He doesn't even attempt going to his jobs, body heavy and stomach empty. He wanders towards a small shop with cheap snacks and buys a small meal. He didn't have much cash on him now that he had paid the tuition fees for UA, and having not worked for 2 days meant that he was running out of his payment living stash. He finds a different place to attempt sleeping as his monster form again. He wanted to heal cleanly. Scars can lead to questions, especially when visible. The next day is spent the same, as is the next, except he is out of cash now and resorts to eating the stamina gummies that he had saved from the exam. The 5th day has Bakugo glaring at him the whole day, a disgusted look on his face. It leaves Izuku's skin like static, painfully so, as he tries to simultaneously ignore and keep watch on him. His hidden burns screamed violence unheard to the people around him. During class change, a classmate attempts to pick up some form of verbal bullying that just rolls off of him. Trying to size up how badly he's gonna kick your butt, huh? The guy grins at him. Izuku blinks and finds his voice rough from days of not talking. Bakugo isn't what I'm thinking about. A mild lie. He turned back to his desk and ignored the surprised look on the kid's face. He was constantly thinking about Bakugo in some way now, hypervigilance putting him on edge much more than normal. Afraid of slipping up again and suffering more before he can finish healing completely. The thing is that he was also thinking about how he had just vanished from contact with Yagi. Izuku had no phone or other means of contacting the man. He could only hope that he could find him at one of their meeting places. He didn't want to stress or worry his mentor, but he also knew that this unplanned absence was likely doing so anyways. When the school day ended, he wandered to the beach, accepting that he likely lost the jobs he had and not wanting to show up to them anyways without the strength or energy to work in the first place. He pulled on his bag strap and looked for Yagi, though it would technically be a few hours until their usual meeting time. The sun sat low when he finally saw the hero quickly walking up the beach, visibly distressed even from a distance. Izuku turned towards Yagi and felt the moment that he was spotted, since it had Yagi's lungs burning with the tears in the tissue. He didn't grab it. He had too much. His body was still focusing on cleaning up to take on anything more. The blatant worry and concern on Yagi's face made his heart hurt, his throat tighten. Izuku-san, what happened, my boy? He held his hands up as if to touch Izuku but froze at the way he had tensed up at the motion. His face flashed through emotions that Izuku couldn't pick apart. Not with his eyes already watering like they were. Yay! Izuku choked on his tears as he stepped forward and just pressed his forehead against his chest. He let his burnt and beaten old bag drop to the ground. Hands gently rested on him, one on his head and the other between his shoulders. Yagi's cautiously careful contact only made his chest twist and emotions swirl. He had been in his monster form so much lately that he felt undeserving of the kindness. He knew what Yagi thought of his other form. He knew he didn't see him any differently. Yet it still felt sour. It still felt wrong. The way the world sees him in that form still holding far stronger influence than a few kind words. It's going to be okay, Izuku-san. I am here. Yagi's voice was soft and warm, an offering of comfort. Izuku raised his hands and shakily grabbed onto his shirt, fingers digging into the fabric as he did so. He grabbed onto his only stable source of support and let himself feel the grief of losing something he never had. He let out a shaking sob and cried. Yagi wrapped his arms around Izuku, intending to give him a more solid hug. An intention that was immediately dropped when Izuku's whole body flinched and he choked on his tears, whining softly in pain. He pulled his hands away quickly, eyes widening in shock at the response. He looked down the bag on the ground as he put a hand back on the boy's head, fingers running through his hair as an attempt to comfort. Izuku continued to cry with his hands digging into his shirt, sobs shaking his entire frame. The bag was burned horribly. Charred patches across the sides and one strap melted through completely. Its state of ruin a glaring red flag. He knew now more than ever that the bag was incredibly important to his successor for multiple reasons and that he wouldn't just allow it to be damaged. In fact, Izuku seemed to be favoring his entire torso and arms. He was skinnier, too, by a decent amount. He was injured and clearly having to run on his rations of whatever the boy had in place to stay alive. At least, he hoped Izuku had plans to keep himself alive as best as he could. The wounds that he was clearly trying to hide were hard to piece out. He couldn't think of any reason Izuku would be attacked beyond random chance or being found in his monster form. He was an incredibly kind boy. There was no incentive to actively attack him. Was this because you were found? Yagi didn't move. He didn't want to let Izuku go at all, honestly. He would take him to his agency-ran apartment if he could, but he also knew Izuku wouldn't just accept that. Izuku shook his head, sobs quieting as he worked it out of his system. Do you know who hurt you? He didn't get a response. Another red flag. He looked around and debated his options for a moment. When did you last eat, Izuku-an? Another non-response. He sighed before he pulled away from Izuku reluctantly. Let's get you something to eat, my boy. It'll be someplace quiet. They walked quietly, Yagi carrying the bag and Izuku holding onto his own shirt, eyes glassy and red from crying. It's just a small ramen shop that he ducks into with his silent successor in tow. He orders for him and just gets some water for himself. He sits close to him protectively, watching how he picks at his food and barely eats. There could be any number of reasons behind why Izuku couldn't bring himself to eat. Yagi can feel the tension and nervous energy in him, so he begins to just ramble. It's about nothing in particular. Things he has had to do in his offices, worded as discreetly as possible being that they were in public and people tended to pay attention when all might was involved, different adjustments he has had to make to accommodate the soon-to-be steady school schedule, and so on. It was only when the tension in Izuku's body slipped ever so slightly away that he slowed his ramble. Izuku picked at a likely cold half-empty bowl of ramen. Do you have anything to do today? He takes a sip of his water. No. Well, let's get you a bag that isn't on its last leg then. I feel you have gotten your money's worth out of this one at this point. He gave him a small smile, leaning down and grabbing the bag from their feet. Any chance to offer Izuku assistance was one he was going to take at this point. He worried constantly about the likely harsh environments that would not help the boy grow and flourish like he should be able to at this age. I can't afford a new one, Yagi-san. I can't even afford this meal. Izuku looked at him, seeming distant. I am aware. That's why I will be paying for both since I can afford to pay for both, Izuku-an. He stood up and stretched a bit. Izuku seemed caught in the middle of some kind of internal debate. Allow me this kindness, my boy. Yagi waited patiently for Izuku to hop down from the stool that he had been sitting in, paid for the meal, and lead the way to the closest store that would have the style of backpack he had in mind. The perks of being in a somewhat big city meaning he didn't have to go too terribly far. Izuku follows at his side as they wander towards the outdoors section of the building they entered. He figured a bag actually meant for wear and tear would hold up better than a regular school bag, especially with Izuku living wherever it is he lives. He hoped the boy found some sort of tent camp that cropped up, as they often do around town, to stay in. The cold would do nothing to help his health, healing quirk or not. They stood in the aisle going over the different bags, of which Yagi kept pushing Izuku to stop looking at the price and grab one that would hold his belongings and then some reliably and safely. The browsing set at a leisurely pace. He was grabbing another bag that would likely be good and was also not very expensive, aiming for a middle ground with the boy, when Izuku looked to the side. Yagi watched all the tension whip back into Izuku in a single breath. He followed his gaze to find a blonde woman pushing a cart full of various items, completely unassuming, but the way Izuku reacted had him on edge. She looked up from a list in her hand and perked up at the sight of the boy, grinning and turning their direction. Izuku! It's been so long! She greeted excitedly and walked over. Izuku, tense and clearly uncomfortable as he was, still firmly placed himself between him and the woman. Katsuki refuses to give me actual updates on you and Inko these days, the demon brat. How are you two? She looked up at Yagi with a calculating eye. And who is this man? The mention of Izuku's mother in a present way let him know that this woman didn't actually have the full scope of knowing Izuku. Before he could reply, something seemed to click in a slightly unsettling way in the boy, the tension seeming to drop as he smiled hollowly. The expression not quite reaching his eyes. We are doing as well as we can, Bakugo Basin. Mom has been working overtime lately, so I haven't gotten around to the whole phone call thing. She pretty much sleeps the whole time she is home and then is off to work again. Oh, and this is Yagi-sen. A friend. The chipper voice coming from Izuku after holding the boy as he sobbed in a mix of exhaustion, pain, and grief just hours earlier was jarring. Astoundingly so with how despondent he was walking into the store. Yet, Yagi waved as he was introduced, putting the bag back on its hook. Hello, Bakugo-san, it's a pleasure to meet you. He held out a hand past Izuku, subtly switching their positions so he was slightly more in front of him. She looked at the hand a beat before taking it in an absurdly aggressive grip for a handshake, pressure that he met in kind if only to show his sureness of his position. Something about this woman had Izuku on edge, and he wanted to end the situation as fast as possible. Same as well. I have never heard of you before now, even from Katsuki, who does tell about new faces in his own way. I stay in that loop much more easily than actual details. How long have you known the Midoriyas? A few months. I find they are incredibly kind people, from the short instances of seeing his mother and the longer times I've gotten to talk with young Midoriya himself. We came to get a new bag since he got into UA. He smiled his usual stage smile, although it felt strange to use in his thinner form. That must be why my son is so short-tempered lately, more so than usual. She waved a hand dismissively before giving Izuku a soft smile. I'm proud of you, Izuku, and I know my husband would say the same if he was with me right now. Thank you, ma'am. Izuku smiled back and turned back to the bags. Always good-mannered, this kid. Anyways, I gotta finish this shopping and get going on dinner. It was good to see you, Izu. Tell Inko she better call me. She might as well have vanished with how long she has been ghosting me. She turned and left the aisle, waving over her shoulder. Yagi watched her go. After a few moments, Izuku let out a quiet sigh as he held out the last bag Yagi had been looking at. Exhaustion seemed to be weighing on him sevenfold. Can we leave now, Yagi-san? His eyes stayed on the floor. Of course, my boy. Let's check out. He took the bag from him and guided him to the lines. They were out within 10 minutes. Outside the store, he pulled the tag off of the new bag and held both bags out to Izuku. He took them and carried one in each hand, further signs that his torso was injured rather badly. They stood in silence for a moment, Izuku not looking at him and instead at the street where the lights were turning on. Is there any way you would let me offer medical help, my boy? You deny so much of the help you deserve, and I don't say that lightly. Yagi took a deep breath, knowing the answer to his own question already. So he asks another. Do you have any ways to pass time? Izuku shook his head. Well, with the acceptance into UA you need to have a hero costume designed. You could think about ideas for that. He smiled gently as a bit of focused thought leaked into green eyes. A costume should accent what you can do and show who you are in the same instance. It takes a while to find your image, so don't feel too pressured on you first design concepts. Play around with it and I will have the actual costume SBMs and forms for you when they should be getting mailed out. Thank you. Of course, Izuku-san. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? It was a promise as much as a question, and he was thrilled when the boy nodded before turning to part ways. Good night, Yagi-san. Good night, my boy. He watched him walk for a few moments before turning towards his apartment. He had some bento to make. Izuku ended up losing all but one of his jobs from his vanishing act. A fact that, while expected, still esikidi. Luckily, he managed to find a second one the day before. He doesn't think he will ever be able to fully convey how grateful he is to Yagi. The man has done so much to help him, even with Izuku keeping things to himself more often than not. It's an impulse more than anything else at this point. A defense against the harshness he knows so well in the world. Yagi had begun leaving him with a bento to pick it over the night until they would meet again the next day. A system that Izuku insisted wasn't necessary, only to have Yagi insist it was a benefit for both of them since it would put his mind at ease and food in Izuku's stomach. It's thanks to this that Izuku shows up to his first day at UA fully healed and with some weight put back on that he had started to lose. He fixed the tie he haphazardly attempted tying as best as he could and wandered through the gates. Oh, bad luck, kid. A voice called his attention when he was near the front doors of the school. He turned in confusion. A paw hand waved him down and a bright grin spread across the face of the cat-headed boy, who was followed by another cat-headed boy and a person who seemed to be made of water. Water Boy waved and seemed to smile but had no mouth for Izuku to really be sure. Izuku waved generally back, not sure where to place the trio. At least no until the bell on the calico's collar jingled softly with their approach. Oh, the charm, right? Yeah. It's really rad that you remember that much. Especially since it was admittedly out of the blue. Do you remember my name? Izuku just shook his head and followed the trio into the building. Well, let's do a round of introductions then. It's always good to know some of your higher classmen. I'm Yuka, that's my brother Fusen, and this is our buddy Oob. That's not his actual name but he likes going by it. He's mute because of his quirk. Yuka's tone was bubbly and excited. Hello Dash. Man, I'm charmed to run into you and you. I thought I was gonna have to stake out the library to find you again. He plowed straight on with his topics, Fusen rolling his eyes off to the side. How well did the lil thing work? What happened when it wore off? Did you notice when it wore off? Thoughts on it overall? 1 second. Izuku pulled his bag around and dug into his front pocket of his bag and pulled out the charm. He held it up for the boy to see, the reveal of him having kept it apparently shocking. It really saved my hide and when it wore off the bell fell off. I can't thank you enough for the short time it was working, Yuka-san. You kept it even after it stopped working? He cradled it and inspected the small thing, mumbling softly to himself. He let it go and grinned. Talk about holding aces, how sweet though. Izuku nodded and put the charm back sheepishly. It was a gift, no reason to toss it just because it wasn't lucky anymore. A bell pinged once through the intercom. Ubi waved to catch their attention before his hands moved rapidly. It was completely lost on Izuku. Omen, right? What class are you in? Yuka looked at Izuku again. Midoriya. And I'm in 1A. I was gonna look for the class but He looked around as he swung his bag back on properly, got distracted by this. You're in the hero course. That's so cool we are too. What a coincidence the dash. Yuka, you're gonna make all of us late and you are the one who is usually on our butt about it. Fusen grumbled as he slapped Yuka's side with his tail, the bell tied to it chiming. Go back that way and take a right. It's near the end of the hall. It has a giant fucking label on it so if you miss it that's on you. Now let's go. Tail flicking wildly at the end he stalked away, the bell completely taking away from the clear frustration. A wave in his direction and the two behind hastily followed. That was strange. Izuku watched them a beat before turning and hurrying in the direction he was pointed in. Hoping against hope. That he isn't in the same class as Bakugu but, as Yuka ever so kindly confirmed, he has sheet luck. The growing sound of familiar shouting had his skin crawling, muscles tensing in anticipation for literally anything, and confirmed his thoughts as he stood in front of a giant door indeed blatantly plastered with the label, wanted down its height. An equally loud but much less aggressive voice was responding in tandem with Bakugu, introducing itself as Ida Tenya, in the same moment that Izuku pulled the door open. Bakugu turned at the door opening, legs kicked up on the desk in his usual cocky way, and leveled Izuku with a glare that made him want to bolt. Not that he would. He earned his place here and had a level of support that he knew would drive Bakugu mad. A blue-haired boy with red eyes and glasses stood stiffly next to him and suddenly moved towards Izuku in a flurry of gestures. It made his recently much more skittish nerves scream silently but he didn't retreat from the stranger. Hello. My name is Ida Dash. Tenya. I heard. Izuku held his hands up appeasingly, not sure how to take the fast and sharply crisp movements of his apparent classmate. He swallowed his nerves as subtly as he could. I'm Midoriya. Well, I must say you accomplished some astounding feats in the exam. You even dash. You made it. A more familiar voice came from behind him, actually making him jump. His full attention having been on the two louder and rowdier, in their own ways, boys in front of him. He turned and found the girl he healed, the one that spoke in his favor to Mike. She hopped in place a bit as she threw a hand up in a cheer. I'm so glad. You were already looking hurt and then you just, she made an exaggerated punching sound, to that robot. She continued her rambling recount, Ida apparently hopping in on the chance to point out something about Izuku knowing more about the test. This was only distantly registered as Izuku felt to approach of familiar burning eyes. He looked past the girl and spotted a yellow sleeping bag on the floor, steadily approaching in a worm-like way. It unzipped to allow Eraserhead's sharply uninterested gaze to meet his before drifting past to the animated back and forth the girl and Ida had gotten in their joint story sharing, now standing next to each other. "Shut it." His tired rumble cut through the energy faster than anyone could blink. "This is the heroics course, not a daycare to make friends." Izuku couldn't help but regard the hero cautiously. He knew about the monster after all, just not that the monster was right in front of him. Whispers of confusion took a few seconds to go completely silent as Eraserhead stood and slipped out of the sleeping bag. "That was too long. We will work on that. I'm going to be your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. A pleasure to see you all." His DLVI made the phrase seem hollower than an empty building. He reached into the sleeping bag and tossed a uniform at Izuku, being that he was closest, and continued to pull out more and toss them to students methodically. "Put these on and get your collective bodies over to the PE fields. You have 15 minutes. Then he just headed out, bag under his arm and a juice pouch in hand. The class watched in shock for a moment before a blonde kid with a black streak hopped up with an excited grin. "Race to the locker rooms." That seemed to be all the energy needed in the room to kick everyone into gear, all of them quickly depositing their bags at their desks and, a majority of them, rushing off with their gym uniforms in hand. A few, including Izuku, lagged behind a short distance and watched their chaos. The locker rooms held a rather high-octane level of boisterousness as boys around the room chatted excitedly about what they could be doing so fast on day one of hero classes. Izuku watched them all, listening carefully as he changed, feeling some passing looks at the scattered scarring he had on his torso from sloppy healing, be it from stress, hunger, or any other wrench in his healing system. A tall purple-haired kid gave him a considering look before heading out of the locker room. When he finally made it out to the field, somehow at the head of the group even though he left about mid-exodus. Although, he guessed none of them had the benefit of being able to pinpoint their teacher based off of a likely chronic pain. Some of the students saw his sure direction and followed after him, including the girl he should probably learn the name of. The rest of the class figured it out themselves and happened to meet up with his following. Aizawa was standing at the edge of a field, tapping away at something on his phone, with various marked-off sections and some robots sitting around in different locations. The class was quiet as they collectively approached. "All right, time to see what you all can do." He turned towards them, one hand slipping into a pocket. Izuku listened to the general shock of everyone around him and felt that the disinterested look on the face of the man in front of him, whose sharp eyes felt like a razor's edge as it pinned him once more, was a carefully maintained construct. He subconsciously tightened his grip on his form, fear settling into him even more than before. He was screwed. One slip and Bakugo would go for him again. One slip and his secret was caught by Aizawa who, from the way he kept inspecting him, probably already suspected him. One slip and he would have to be off the map entirely, by his own choice or by the will of someone else. Aizawa went over the logistics of the test. Students protested only to be shut down. "I already told you. This is the heroics course. There will be no easygoing coddling. You will either leave my class ready for your futures or you will not be in my class at all." Bakugo Katsuki. The boy stood taller at his name. Scored highest in the practical exam. How far could you throw a pitch in middle school? 67 meters. Smug pride dripped from his tone at the statement of his exam placement. A ball was tossed to him, caught smoothly. "Throw this. Use your quirk to your highest capability to maximize your distance. Leave the circle and your pitch will be negated." Aizawa stood to the side of the circle. Something Izuku noted was to keep all students in his line of sight. He knew the stance from experience. Bakugo got a mad grin on his face and Izuku tensed, preparing himself for the explosion that was to follow. His torso ached faintly in a memory of how direct impact from those explosions felt. Resounding taunts and insults echoed in Bakugo's voice as he shouted, "Die," to accent his pitch. The flinch at the explosion was involuntary but small. He hoped no one noticed. Izawa turned his phone screen to the class to reveal the incredible distance the ball had traveled. Stunned sounds of excited students, ready to show off their abilities, surrounded Izuku, who was fighting off mental ghosts that threatened to undo him in the middle of the day. Maybe being a heroic student was a mistake. Maybe Yagi was wrong to trust him with all of this. He was flinching at a simple sound. It was foolish. Stupid. This is the beginning of your foundation. You will be expected to each build off of your respective highest limits. Dude, this looks so fun. A red-haired kid bounced excitedly in place, sharp teeth showing a wide grin. Oh, is that how you are approaching this course? Izawa raised a brow. Heroes must exemplify flexibility and dynamism in their abilities. No situation is exactly as expected, and no hero can know every detail before going into a situation. Your job will be to succeed even with the odds against you. The school holds proud to the motto, plus ultra, claiming that this is the least we can do. So, for this test, if you come in last, you will be expelled on the spot. I have no time for those with no potential. What? It's our first day. That's wildly unreasonable. The girl stepped forward as she spoke, standing in front of the group. Izawa pushed his hair out of his face, and Izuku felt the way his eyes twinged. Frustration, stress, or general irritation must have a hand in the strength of whatever makes his eyes hurt. He felt the innate urge to grab it, but he needed to have full capabilities with this test. He let it be. The way the world works is unreasonable. Natural disasters, villain uprisings, accidents, mass shootings, disease outbreaks, and so on. Across countries, not just our own, the world is constantly going to be out of your favor. Even the undeserving get the short straw. Even the altruistic get killed or used as bait to kill others. The universe at large is messy, and as heroes in training you will have to battle up that stream at all times to pull others to shore. This is what you signed up for. Prove your worth and will. Best these trials and stake your claim at the peak of your current abilities and keep on climbing. Go beyond, plus ultra. He listed 2 more names as he walked to a different section of the field. The first tests had begun. Izuku found himself detached from his own body again, body on autopilot for the tasks set out for them to complete. The other kids in his class held bubbly and determined energy for the most part. They had incredible skills that he could definitely see taking them far in the hero world. The dash had him almost trip at the first glimpse of fire in his direction from Bakugu's hands, but he still sprinted across the line as fast as he could. Almost 6 seconds, which was a smidge better than his average middle school times. He knew if he ever clocked how fast he was in his other form, he would probably decimate his entire class, aside from Ida if he was to guess. He would always be at a handicap from his highest limits, as Izawa had called them. The world claimed lack of appearance-based discrimination with the rise of quirks, but Izuku had no faith. He knew people. He knew how he was treated and responded to as a monster. In the hero world, looks were everything, and civilians still aimed for a modicum of normality. Normality was a fake word, truly. Those with villainous or monstrous quirks were left for the shadows and underworld of crime. They had to scavenge for a job or any form of income or stability or just a basic level of fair treatment. This he could speak for from his years of experience in such an area. People fear what they don't understand. The unknown was the basis for all fear even before quirks came into play, and now, a beast that didn't originate from a quirk? That was the least known of all. He ended up meeting Izawa's eyes a few times through the tests, often after a particularly large explosion from Bakugu. It had him feeling anxious. He couldn't figure out what the purpose behind the looks were or if he was just over-analyzing things. They finally got around to the ball pitches again, and he watched the others step up to the ring confidently. He was well aware that he was likely low in the rankings at this point, not that there was much he could do, since any time he tried to grab at one for all, he could feel the strain in his bones that were not able to handle the full brunt of the quirk yet. So he hadn't tried to use it in full. Anxiety thrummed through him, and he could hear his own pulse in his ears. Overall, not great internal standings. He felt like he was going to be overwhelmed by his own mind when a comforting strain approached the field, stopping a short distance away. Izuku glanced over and saw All Might, peeking from behind the edge of the building, and the static beat of his pulse quieted. He gave a gentle tug on the ache coming from his one lung and almost smiled at the slight jump of surprise from the hero. Of course, All Might would be curious about the class. He knew Izuku has had a run-in with Eraserhead before, so it wasn't all that shocking he would at least attempt to check on the first day. Midoriya Izuku, you're next. Aizawa's voice cut through the sudden calm of his mind, tossing a ball that Izuku easily caught. A breath. He touched the surface of glowing flames that make up One for All in consideration as he walked into the painted ring. He could hear the mocking jabs of Bakugo being met with confusion from the students who had apparently been in his testing area. A breath. He dipped his fingers briefly into the warmth, feeling the way his bones wanted to deconstruct in response. All Might's strained use of One for All flared in response. He may as well try. A broken bone is nothing new to him. A breath. He grabbed the core of the flame, the gentle warmth turning into a searing burn as his bones began to strain to their limits. He reared his arm back and felt the spike-in-eye irritation before he felt the flames go out, along with the ability to feel any of the class's aches at all. Regardless, he still let the ball fly. He turned to see Aizawa's eyes glowing, something he hadn't noticed the first time due to the goggles. The class made noises of surprise at the sudden change in the man's demeanor. The way his capture weapon unwound and lifted off his person in a mildly threatening way, making a few shuffle back. Izuku saw the way his eyes narrowed at his lack of response to the loss of both of his quirks. Too late to add any kind of theatrics that would be expected from a person who lost their quirk for the first time, he figured. So he just did the only response he could really think of having at this point. He gave him a slight bow, more of a nod honestly. Eraserhead. I've heard of you. Aizawa Deamennear blinked in surprise at the calm greeting. Not many civilians or aspiring heroes knew his name on sight. He worked hard to stay as underground could get. Yet, based on the lack of reaction to losing his quirk, this kid not only anticipated who he was but also his probability of using his quirk in response to his own. He stalked towards Midoriya, keeping a hand on his scarf to show he will use it if the kid tries to push anything. Your passage into this class was a break from logic. Your quirk may be useful to others in the short term, but it leaves you as a severe liability. What do you expect to happen when you cripple yourself in the field? You think someone is going to rescue you? His frustration with the school exam systems flared in the back of his mind. Rescue score or not, takedown of a zero-pointer behemoth or not, this kid was going to flunk with his abilities. No, I don't. The response was a quick whisper, but one that genuinely stumped him for all of 1 second. It was resolute, confident. He pulled the boy closer with his capture weapon, noting the way his entire body tensed up as if expecting more than a redirect. Then do you plan to cut your own career short that fast? That kind of planning is not something I will tolerate. There may be another hero who has made a name with his wanton courage, but I will not nurture such recklessness. The brute strength you have may reflect his, but unlike him, your power will get you nowhere, Midoriya Izuku. He sighed, closing his eyes and retrieving his scarf as he did so. Students mumbled in their crowd behind him. Good, maybe they'll start taking his comments more seriously than they would take the words of just an insensitive teacher. He grabbed a second ball and tossed it to him, taking note of how fluidly it was caught even without watching the ball. Good reflexes can be built upon if he doesn't show to have no room to adapt. Go again, we don't have time to waste. He pulled his eye drops out, listening to the mutterings of someone who would have to settle to their fate or force it. The students overall were still debating what the hell Midoriya's next step could or should be. Another good thing. It was easier to have a class that started analytical than to have to drill the base instinct into them. The one boy though, Bakugo Katsuki, seemed to hold a special strength of vitriol for Midoriya. Something that may have previously been acted upon if the way the kid flinched from the explosions was anything to go by. He pocketed the drops and cleared the last score on Midoriya's listings, opening the spot for a replacement. School records show they have gone to the same schools since the beginning. Maybe it was just old news that was never dropped. He would have to get them past that. The muttering stopped and Izawa put his hands in his pockets. Looks like the kid is gonna force his fate. Unsurprising. The kid seemed to not hold himself to reasonable standards at all so far. He debated where he had put his papers for expulsion only to have his thoughts cut short as the slightest smile broke Midoriya's face. With a blast of force, kicking up dirt in a burst around him, the ball was sent flying at a low but long trajectory. It honestly sparked up a dash of excitement in Izawa. Smart students gave him a solid challenge as a homeroom teacher. Midoriya stood up and flexed his hand, bringing attention to his nearly black broken finger that he didn't even blink at. He turned to him with a defiant look. "No one needs to rescue me, sensei." He couldn't help the grin that spread on his face. That's the drive and adaptability he was searching for. When faced with two unfavorable turnouts, heroes need to figure out if they can carve out a third one that leads to the best outcome. Maybe the kid wasn't a lost cause, just a misguided one. Some of the class cheered in the rowdy way young teens do when they think some statement has been made. Izawa let out a huff as he looked at the score on his phone, putting Midoriya's pitch near the top of the class. They only had so much time to finish the tests, so he called out the next name to pitch. They would have all year to talk about each other. It could wait. Before the student could even break from the crowd, the Bakugo kid launched himself forward. "Deku, you bisudi." He whipped his scarf to snare the boy, eyes flaring in irritation as he activated his quirk again. Today was not the day for excessive use. He had a long patrol the night before already. Bakugo spit acid frustration as he struggled against the cloth. Midoriya hadn't moved at all, even with Bakugo practically in his face. He simply had watched with a dangerously blank expression, stance pliant and body relaxed in a way that spoke expectation and experience with the attack. A problem. One he would have to keep a sharp eye on. "I will not allow infighting like this in my class. And stop making me use my quirk. I have dry eye." He released Bakugo and saw how Midoriya glanced at him at the mention of his dry eyes. "As I said, a waste of time. Ojiro, go." Midoriya walked over towards Uraraka and Ida, who met him with a level of flair he didn't look to know what to do with. Thankfully, the rest of the tests went smoothly, although he could feel the low-set tension in the class. They collectively watched both Bakugo and Midoriya, perhaps waiting for another burst of action. When the class was collected around him, he displayed the results. All in all, it truly wasn't that bad for a base number in the class average. It wasn't the best class start he has had, but one should never base expectations off of minimal information. A solid but small foundation can still be made into a sturdy and tall building. He watched as a majority of the class turned their attention towards the student who placed last, Shinso Hitoshi. With a quirk that centered around the mind, Izawa wasn't too disappointed in the result. Kids don't often have the foresight to build their skills in a rounded way, focusing on their strengths instead of lessening their weaknesses. No one has stood out to have zero potential for growth. So, he turned off the projection and started towards the doors that would be fastest to return to the locker rooms they had changed in initially. No one is going to be expelled. Get back to class and wait for your next teacher. He stopped by the door and held it open with a foot as the class went by, all in various states of excitement and incredulousness. As Midoriya approached, he watched the almost cautious way he stepped around him. "Midoriya," he pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket, offering it to him. "Go to Recovery Girl and get that finger fixed." "Oh, okay." He looked at his hand, flexing his fingers more without a blink. It was mildly disconcerting how little he seemed to be bothered by it. Then again, Izawa had no way of knowing if his quirk came with increased pain tolerance or not, so he brushed it off. Once the last kid had entered the building, he let the door close and headed back across the field. It was the fastest way to the offices, only to be interrupted by the one staff member he would have much rather avoided until the bullshit of his arrival settled. All Might's massive frame was hunched around the corner, still, as if it kept him at all hidden. He was honestly astounded none of 1A had noticed him. They surely would have gotten a kick out of discovering the hero's employment at their school. He walked straight past him without acknowledging him. "Izawa-kun." All Might quickly bounced up to his full height. He barely held in the exhausted groan and stopped walking. "You lie so quickly to your students?" You have no inhibitions to expelling those you teach if you don't think they'll make it. So why the lie? He turned and leveled All Might with a flat look. You answered your own question. I didn't expel anyone because no one was below the mark. Not to say some didn't come close, but adaptability is a strong skill to have. All Might fidgeted subtly. The fact that the world's #1 hero was such a confident image in crowds but so awkward one-on-one would never cease to amaze him. You're talking about the one you lectured? Young Midoriya? His question sounded earnest to a point of personal investment. Interesting. He shrugged as he turned to continue walking to the teacher's lounge. He had a sleeping bag waiting for him. Favoritism doesn't suit you when teaching, All Might-san. As I said, his potential wasn't zero. He didn't wait for a response. The older hero didn't have the position to question his methods. He has turned out plenty of fine students already and prevented the harm of ones that couldn't make the cut long enough to warrant confidence in his own abilities. Recovery Girl was giving him a thoughtful look as he sat on the cot in the nurse's office. No comment was made though as she kissed his finger and it fixed itself faster than his own Quirk ever did. It was a relief to not have the screaming pain of a shattered finger ripping through his nerves even if was only distantly registered. A somewhat interesting thing to feel was the clouded pain responses as he flexed the hand. Now that it was healed though, he was reminded of how little sleep he had been getting. He did his best not to let it show. It wasn't even first block yet and he was about to start blanking out on his feet. So your Quirk heals you, correct? She walked over to her desk and pulled out his file from a drawer. Yes, ma'am. It's not instant but broken bones do heal in roughly a week, for example. A fact that depended on the severity of the break, but the average was about a week. The ready supplying of information got Recovery Girl's attention out of his file. Did you learn that from how it breaks you like this? What? She huffed as she closed the file and set it on the desk. Your Quirk is breaking your body, but there is no record of that happening previously. It would have shown in Quirk assessments if it was a normal thing. She walked over and pulled up her stool. So why isn't it there? The bone breaking from my Quirk is new. I fell out of a tree as a kid. That's why I know the bone thing. It wasn't a lie, to be fair. It just wasn't a complete truth. He had no idea how much about his Quirk to share since no one even bothered to look into his Quirk beyond district requirements before. That and he didn't know how much about one for all he was safe to share. Yagi had said a very select few of his circle knew it, and as far as he could figure that circle had to be pretty sizable. He is All Might for a living after all. She gave him a suspicious look, humming softly to herself in consideration before she gave him a few candies and waved him off. Don't be late. It is your first day of school and you don't want to miss out. The rest of the day comparably was mundane. It was interesting to see teacher lecture styles, and some had small pains he took as subtly as he could, which meant slowly and bit by bit. He was getting better at the subtle use but only on the very small aches. Lunch he ended up skipping, instead staying in the classroom even though he really wanted to look for the teacher's lounge. Yagi would most likely be there and he was mildly concerned about the way that, when he focused on his range to try and find him specifically, there was a definite amount of pain that came from what was usually just him getting worked up. School life must be strange for someone who could sail across the sky at will with a single bound. None of the other students stayed in the classroom, off to explore campus as best as they could, so he ended up using the time to attempt resting some. It wasn't very successful as he jerked to full alert with every sudden sound. If he was hyper-aware of his surroundings before being accepted into UA was shared at Orudera, then he was on a completely unknown level now. He tried to keep his leg from bouncing too much, wrote down everything he could in each class, and dreaded the fact that he was sat directly behind Bakugo. It had him wired. Leaving the school grounds was a gift. At least he had been hoping it would be. The fast approach of a student was neatly dodged, the hand that would have landed on his shoulder swiping uselessly in the air where he once was. Ida looked stunned for a beat before moving on as if nothing happened. I am glad to find you are healed. His straightforward tone and style of speech matched him pretty well. Throughout the day Izuku noticed that the gestures and talk was just how Ida is, not some kind of passively aggressive action. People were strange. Why? Recovery Girl's Quirk works fast, so it was fixed before first block. He started to walk again, Ida readily falling into place beside him. As to why he had picked him to walk with he wasn't sure. Ida was monologuing about the day and the differences between UA and his old school when they were called down by a third person. The shout nearly made him jump slightly before he turned to look. Uraraka. His brain supplied. She had a lot of correct answers for the example questions in math that involved architecture. An unexpected specialty, but it was interesting to see her blow through the math. Infinity Girl. Ida greeted her and Izuku gave him a thrown-off glance. He wasn't wrong, but it felt rather lacking in effort to just blurt so flatly. He would take some getting used to if Izuku planned on being able to read him properly. She seemed to be surprised but unbothered by the nickname as well, smile never faltering. That's me. My name is Uraraka and you, she pointed at Ida, are Ida and Deku. She tilted her head some as she said it. His heart seized in his chest. The name never carried friendly words with it, and he had been hoping it would stay behind at Arudara. It's Midoriya actually. Bakugu started that to pick on me. His skin turned static at the memory not long past. He gave a shaky smile, not that new people would pick up as much. Hopefully the venom under his skin that Bakugu left behind would be gone sooner than later. It was paralyzing. An insulting nickname at this age? Ida pushed up his glasses swiftly and seemed to be flipping through thoughts. It has been, a long-standing one. He adjusted his bag as he glanced around the emptying schoolyard. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought it was playing off of Dikair, because of how you pushed past that mini test Aizawa-sensei gave you in the middle of our test this morning. Can-do attitudes are important in growing up. That's what my dad always told me. She beamed at him and did some tiny cheer involving both the nickname and the word Dikairu. Izuku couldn't help the stunned expression he got. Ida applauded the chant, which had Uraraka laughing as she bowed in an exaggerated way. A small laugh bubbled up in him as well. You can call me Deku then. He turned and continued out the gates, both of them falling in line with him. It was strange but not uncomfortable. Midoriya. Didn't you just say it was an insult? Ida made a crisply vague prompting gesture. You sure? I can call you Midoriya if you would prefer that. No, it's okay. It's better when you say it like that. It takes the bite out of the name. They smiled and nodded at him respectively as they took in his answer. The two seemed to be following his path as he went towards the nearest train station. They held up a full and steady conversation about the day on their own, and Izuku tried to focus on the things they said, but they weren't registering at all. So he just didn't talk. When they reached the station, Izuku stopped and realized he didn't actually have the funds at the moment to use the train to get across the district if he wanted to eat tonight. The two stopped as well. Is everything okay, Midoriya? Ida asked before pulling out his phone and checking the time. The next train leaves in 10 minutes if we want to make this one. This isn't the station I usually use. I just was following you guys. Oh, I was just following you, Deku. Uraraka touched 4 of her fingers together sheepishly. They all seemed lost as to what to do now for a few beats before Ida whipped a hand up, Izuku jerking back from it in what was probably a bit more than necessary. We can all ride the train to Midoriya Station and then we can say farewell then. Actually, Dash. Yeah. She cut him off excitedly before turning to him. Then we can still hang out a bit before we have to go separate ways. We have the same class, we will see each other tomorrow. He tried to recover his position. I'd rather walk to my station than spend the cash to just get on the train to use another train. 200 yen? Ida sounded mildly confused at the reluctance of spending that kind of money. He did go to that high-class private school. He probably hasn't had to worry about his next meal in these terms. Izuku shrugged. He wasn't bitter about his hand in life. He wasn't the same as people on the whole, so how would he know if his lot was the standard for what he was or not? I'm trying to save up money. He hoped they would take that much. From the understanding look in Uraraka's eyes and rapid nods from Ida, they did. Being conscientious of what you are spending is very astute of you, Midoriya. Highly respectable. I hope to see you bright and early tomorrow then. A sharp bow and Ida turned to leave. Uraraka waved by as she followed him. Izuku waved back as they went into the station, getting lost in the after-school crowd. Izuku turned and went to the nearest cheap food place to pick up his dinner before his one-job shift tonight. After that, he had to get to a roof or some warehouse with minimal security or something. It was time for another change night, one he couldn't just choose to not do, and he was hoping to nap during it since he would be able to hear better around him. If he actually got any rest, maybe he could find Yagi tomorrow before class. If he got to UA early enough, that is. The school was nice but also massive. Fixing his glasses and taking a sip of still hot coffee, Hisashi strolled through the empty halls of UA. Early morning means little to no students on campus yet with an hour and a half until homeroom. He had a feeling about today, not really able to put a name to it yet but a feeling nonetheless. Something was going to happen that would influence the rest of the semester if not the whole school year. Another sip of coffee and he was at the teacher's lounge. The usual scene greeted him of teachers putting together their lesson plans for the day and the new addition of All Might's surprise of a thin frame. He wandered past desks towards his own, only to be caught up by the light thwip of a few papers against his chest. Shoyuta hadn't even turned from his desktop as he held the papers against him. "What's with the pause, Shoyuta?" He leaned and set his coffee on his desk next to them and took the bundle of papers. There were only 4 of them and one was just a cover page. It was a heroics course outfit SBMSN. Seems the kid was inspired in his costume design. Shoyuta was still focused on putting together a small folder of papers as he spoke. "How enigmatic of you." He jabbed lightly at his friend as he actually read the papers. They were for Midoriya Izuku, the strong healing kid he had brought up in the first place about the whole monster creature deal. He glanced at the back of Shuta's head before flipping it open to see the designs inside. Waking up on a bed for once would be a dream come true, honestly. It's something he misses far more than the heating and air of a home. The meals he can tolerate, but waking up draped over branches in some park after an unfairly long monster shift? Honestly, one of the worst consistent ambient experiences he can name. Izuku stretched again and felt the way his chest popped oddly with the deep breath he took. He was hoping for a good run today at school. Ida and Uraraka seemed to like him well enough, and he was admittedly a little starved for regular positive interactions. He hoped to actually build a friendship for the first time in as long as he could remember. Only time would tell though, and he would definitely be putting the effort into making it become a reality. Though, it would be a bit difficult to do as much if he starts to be borderline late like today. He barely got into his seat before Aizawa swung open the door and wandered in to give the minimal amount of morning announcements he had, including papers that would still need to be filled out by students and families. Papers that should have been handed out day one, but they did the assessments instead. Aizawa left the room with the same lack of flair as he entered with, so when Mike came in with his voice almost quite literally on blast, it was a hell of a way to wake up in the morning. The whiplash of his entrance energy and his lecture tones was definitely a new experience as they fell into standard English class, followed by maths, modern heroic arts, and other standard classes. It shouldn't have been as jarring as it was that a heroic school has the same classes as regular schools, but here they all were. One small thing was bothering Izuku though. It was the last class before lunch, and near bruising aches were radiating from someone in the class. He was trying to discreetly look around but still struggling to figure out if it was the bird-headed boy or the boy with split-colored hair. The debate of taking the aches was moderate, and with the clock ticking to lunch he decided to just use Grabbit, who had the aches was irrelevant beyond his own curiosity. The tingling blooms of borderline bruising was strange. He wasn't used to people having near bruises. It was oddly worrying. The bell rang for lunch, and the class collectively started packing away notebooks, and a few people talked among themselves. Izuku glanced at the sorry amount of cash in the bottom of his bag and empty bento he hadn't returned to Yagi for their somehow usual trade-off. He hadn't told him about the need to shift either since he had no time after he got off the clock. Looked like no lunch today. He tucked his cash under the notebooks and hidden clothing stashed in his bag to use for dinner instead. "Midoriya, are you not coming?" Ida called from near the door with Uraraka next to him. I was gonna go over my notes here instead of the lunchroom. The noise is distracting." He hoped it was an excuse that Ida would take. He wasn't exactly excited about showing off his lack of money. Getting proper nutrition in a course as athletically inclined as ours is vital to our growth. Also, it's a cool way to get to see all the people in the school. Uraraka pitched in her thoughts with a smile. I'll catch the cafeteria at another time. I have a bento, don't worry. A small smile tacked on seemed to be enough for the two. They left with a wave and Izuku let himself sag a little. He may as well go for a nap if he can. There was only him and Shinso in the room at the moment, given away by the minor headache that the other had in the seat behind him. They seemed to be on the same page on the napping front if the slow and steady breathing was anything to go by. The large door muffled the noise from the halls enough to not have him jumping slightly with every sudden loud one. He leaned onto folded arms, tuned into the steady rhythm of Shinso's breaths, and hit oblivion faster than he has in nearly 2 weeks. A tap on the back of his seat had him jerking awake, blinking rapidly to clear his vision. 2 heartbeats later the bell rang that marked the end of lunch. He looked around to see it was still just him and Shinso in the room. He glanced back at Shinso to see his eyes closed as he sagged in his seat as if still asleep. He knew the bell would have probably propelled him out of his seat faster than he would have liked out of sheer reactionary response drilled into him from the years of trying to avoid tripping alarms. Thanks. Izuku said it quietly because he felt the appreciation should still be shown even if the nudge was on accident. Shinso made a soft grunt in acknowledgement. As the class ambled into the room, Uraraka and Ida talking to a girl with a bow tied into her hair as they entered, Izuku sat up a little straighter. He felt a little clearer after the nap, which was a gift of high caliber in his life. Everyone settled in their seats, and when the bell rang marking the start of the next class before the teacher was even there, the confusion was obvious. Every teacher previously had been exactly on time, if not a little early by the way they switched out in tandem. Izuku understood the hold-up long before the rest of the class though. A flare of a familiar strain broke his internal base anxieties as he turned to the door, making a few others glance at it as well just before All Might slung open the door. I am here. Through the door like anyone else. The boom of his heroic tones was a stark contrast to the calm and worried voice he held more often as Yagi. It made Izuku smile just a bit as the class visibly perked up and whispered awe-filled comments. He focused his attention on All Might as he marched through the room in a clear show of his existence alone. He stood behind the podium in a way that spoke of many years of theatrics, gestures and all. Izuku figured he was to be their secondary foundational hero studies teacher, as the man said it, with his limit but that was yet to be seen, obviously. Today, we will be practicing strategic decision-making on the fly in the trial of battle. To be sure you can use your skills to the best of your current abilities and more, the wall to there. Collective left clicked and opened in a series of shelves, each holding 4 suitcases that had bold numbers printed on them. We have provided the gear you all sent concepts and requests in for upon acceptance into the hero program. An electric spike of anxiety, fear, and excitement went through him in a strange mix. He had taken what Yagi had said to heart after all. The class stood and got their suitcases as All Might walked towards the door. Get changed, young ones, and meet me at ground beta. Your outfit is vital to your image and abilities in the field. Remember this as you get a feel for your designs and how to improve them with every use. All Might gave them all his iconic grin and was gone in a burst of speed. They all hurried to the changing rooms again and Izuku felt the strain drop and the small budding of stress in Yagi's lung. Now he at least knew where Beta was. He opened his suitcase and found familiar colors within. The mock bone tones on the face guard looking like a kitty version of himself. Just, not the human one. He sets it to the side as he puts on the jumpsuit as fast as he can, securing the belt after zipping up the body of it. When the boots were on he put on the mask and rolled his head some to feel the weight of it on the lower half of his face. Hey, don't you think the skull look could spook kids? Another boy wearing a mask, Izuku thinks his name is Shoji, asked as he looked over. Ectoplasm has more of a skull look than this does and he does fine as a hero. The fact that he didn't stutter at the spike of nerves that pointing out the mask gave him was astounding. It was just a question about a design, but the design didn't come from nowhere. Shoji didn't respond at all as he took in what Izuku said. Must be why he has a mask over his muzzle. Izuku reasoned, watching the first of the boys in their locker room head out and pulled away the pain in Yagi's lung, hoping that he would get the message. The subsequent flare of strain made him smile as he slipped on his gloves. He held on to it as a grounding feeling in the midst of his nerves. When everything was definitely in place from his costume, he headed towards where Yagi would be waiting as his larger-than-life heroic image. Standing in the street just inside the gates to ground Beta, All Might went over his notes in his head. It was his first class and he was stomping down nerves flawlessly in the shape of his public persona. A mask is both a comfort and a plague when it comes to the social settings a hero deals with, but it's the life he chose and he doesn't regret it. Izuku's little warning he gave was a lifesaver as he honestly had gotten lost in his thoughts waiting for the class. The first of the class arriving a minute or so after the warning. His personal student ended up near the back of the crowd, but he didn't fail to notice the blatant play on his monster form with his hero costume. A warm feeling of pride in the clear show of trying to accept his full self filled him, but he pushed it aside as he knew he had to start the class proper. Welcome to the indoor mock villain trials. Most of the public exposure to villain fights is the outdoor cleanup, but when it comes to the numbers, more often the battles end up being inside. Hold-ups, hostages, black market trades, and so on all occur in the shadows. In fact, any villain with their wits about them will stick to the outskirts of public view to hide from the eyes of the authorities. The class stood at varying degrees of attention as he gave his brief lecture. Izuku was actually on the lower end of attentiveness, eyes on the ground and brows furrowed slightly. It made him worry over things he shouldn't be as he spoke in front of a crowd, like how many of these kinds of things has the boy witnessed as a homeless child. This is how we practice that? Tsuyu tilted her head at the front of the crowd, glancing at the tall buildings around them. It is. You will not be facing the robots you did in the entrance exams and will instead be sorted into teams of two. One will play the villains and the other the heroes with the express goals of success. The exercise will highlight the level of awareness you must maintain on the surroundings, and the heroes have to recover the villain or weapon that the villains possess in a confidently safe way. The villains must be aware of the threat their opponent may possess to capture them at any given moment and dodge that while still subduing the hero team and protecting their charge for the entire time slot. While the name may be villain for one, both sides have critical skills to work on for the life of a hero. A number of questions about different aspects of the lesson were called out in such close times that he genuinely couldn't understand a single one of the questions. Instead, he pulled out the lesson rules he had written down and read them out, the class having gone silent at the sight of the paper. When he finished, he tucked the paper away in his belt and picked up one of the lots bins behind himself and held it up proudly. As for teams, they will be decided by chance via lottery. Really? Sir, that seems Ida spoke up, shock clear even under the full body armor, only to be interrupted by Izuku, who apparently managed to claw his way back into full attention. He had been rather distant since he had shown up with the now-gone Burns. It's rather often that two or more heroes have to build strange and impromptu teams in the field. The world is chaotic and you need to be able to adapt as quickly and efficiently as possible to make it, Ida. Izuku got some nods of understanding and a few raised brows at the end sentence. Ida, on the other hand, loudly apologized and thanked Izuku for the clarification, satisfied with the reasoning. Come and pick a lot. Once you have picked one, hold it until all lots have been taken to find your teammate. All Might held the bin out in a way that everyone could reach into and was thankful that they all lined up neatly to take their assignment. The teams ended up a nice mix of quirks and personalities that he could see, providing a rich variety of cooperativeness. The teams are as follows, so remember you letters. Team I, Midoriya and Uraraka. B, Koda and Todoroki. C, Ida and Yaoyorozu. V, Pugu and Shinso. D, Toyama and Mina. F, Sato and Shoji. G, Jiro and Kaminari. H, Tsuyu and Tokoyami. I, Kirishima and Siro. J, Ojiro and Toru. He listed them all as he collected the lots, putting one of each letter into the bins labeled hero and villain. The students stood, with their partners, some visibly already getting along better than others. The first pairs to face off will be the teams. He reached into the bins at the same time, pulling them out and reading them quickly before displaying them, undyingly grateful that they were separate letters and he didn't happen to pick the same team on both sides, C as the villains and E as the heroes. Villains will have 5 minutes to prepare before the heroes are let into the building however they plan to. Everyone else will come with me to the spectator bay. The class said a collective acknowledgement of, "Yes, sir," before they all gathered, waiting patiently as he handed the teams their supplies and earpieces they would need to communicate with each other and him, and following him to the bay. Izuku fiddled with the earpiece in his hand as the class followed All Might to the spectator bay. It was a relief to not be the first set, but he was well aware that he still had a chance of being put against Bakugo. It was a DMN blessing to not be on the same team. He doesn't know how he would have weaseled out of that one, if it was even possible. He watched the screen as All Might picked up a clipboard and pen from one of the consoles before he checked the time and flicked on all the cameras in the buildings across the many screens. Ida and Yaoyorozu were rather secured in their room they picked. Ida having cleared the area in a way that made a sort of maze he was taking practice sprints through, and Yaoyorozu building barricades that made sure that the hero team only had one viable entrance. It was smart. The hero team would have an interesting play at getting into the room for the weapon. All Might called for the hero team to enter the building. Aoyama entered in a stream of sparkling light fractals. It was mesmerizing if a bit confusing in tandem with the laser quirk. The flare of his cape made the show all the more excessive in Izuku's opinion, but the show was cut short as Mina dove over the boy with excited sounds, slinging a few drops of acid onto the cape accidentally. That amount of carelessness in noise and quirk use is unsettling. When trying to sneak into or out of a location, just the extra levels of motion could give you away. It's an exercise, but the way they are handling it as a game feels wrong. He watched as they worked their way up the floors in a similar manner to their entrance. The class was making comments about both sides, but Izuku ignored them as he picked apart the building itself. It was sturdy and not many disjointed halls. It was a sort of grid with the stairs placed in different spots so that the teams couldn't race to the top or bottom. He could use that maybe if he is put against the right team. Ida and Yaoyorozu both looked towards the entrance they left open as Mina's voice presumably carried through the floor halls. The time was halfway through as Mina tried to use her acid on one of the barricades to no avail. They must have been made with an acid-resistant material. It was fast in the end. 5 minutes left as Ida and Yaoyorozu pulled their win with sharp adjustments to their plans that were executed efficiently. Ida's literal speed also gave them a fine advantage as he captured both heroes with the capture tape provided. As All Might called the teams back for a recap, the class was buzzing. "I'm fired up already. That was a great first round." A redhead pumped his fist in the air. Not much happened until the very end though. Hero fights aren't always hard and fast, I'd imagine. "All right, class." All Might cut them off as both teams entered the room. "Who wants to make first remarks on the match?" There were a few beats of contemplative silence that made Izuku jittery, so he decided to fill it. The hero team failed to approach the task with the clear focus it needed. This wasn't a search and recovery exercise as much as an infiltration. He felt eyes on him as he spoke, and they weren't unkind, but blatant focus on his person was something Izuku had never been a fan of. He continued regardless, the earpiece being spun in his fingers somewhat aggressively. Tile and concrete carry sound further than wood and carpet. It also lets footsteps carry, and the layout of the building should have been put into memory as much as possible. It's a maze but not random. That and the hero team focused on ascending floors more than actually searching them. If the villains had been on any floor other than the top, they would have had to double back and cover ground again, wasting time. He took a breath and glanced at All Might, hoping for some kind of support. The low thumbs up made the knots growing in his chest untangle slightly. The villain team were smart in their plays but also laid heavily into their plans, not backfiring. Yaoyorozu put much of her quirk into the barricades and such. "I don't exactly know what your limits are," he gestured vaguely to her, "but if you rely too much on plans not failing, then you leave yourself vulnerable in the event of a disastrous slip-up." Ida built a sort of tiny maze, but if one of the heroes had managed to sneak into the room and towards the weapon, he would have had to work around his own maze to get the weapon and himself away. A clear room would probably have been better for the terms of his quirk. "That's just my opinion, I guess." Izuku shuffled as subtly as he could and scratched at the base of his mask strap. The conversation picked up immediately, guided carefully by All Might's questions and points. Izuku sagged slightly as he took a breath. A tap on his arm had him turning sharply, barely avoiding the urge to jump at the sudden contact. "That was amazing, Deku," Uraraka whispered to him under the chatter of the class. He smiled a bit, not that she could see, as he put the earpiece in. "Thanks, Uraraka." The recap was finished and Izuku was feeling a little hopeful about the next set. Maybe he could show how his experiences so far help him on the stealth front in the exercise. He relished the warm feeling of excitement that was quickly untangling the mess in his gut as All Might reached into the lot bins again, theatrical tones back in full to announce the next teams. Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. He called as he displayed the lots. Izuku felt his heart drop as his mind blanked at those words. He stared blankly at the ground in front of him, thoughts too fast to follow as he walked out of the spectator bay to the field. Bakugo and Shinso had left first so that they could enter the building and get to their spot they wished to be at. He puts in his earpiece and it clicks on with a soft ping and looks up at the building they were to enter, holding the blueprints numbly. "Deku? Are you okay?" Uraraka leaned into his vision and he blinked a few times, eyes taking a moment to focus on her directly. His ears were ringing with a tinny shrill that he felt bumping along to his pulse. He was panicking and not showing much of it outwardly, it seemed. There was no way this could go any direction but south and fast. A small comfort in the fact that he knew there would be no comfort in it at all. It was a self-canceling scenario. "Why, I'm just..." He sighed as he looked at the floor plans in his hands. They needed to get this over with and hopefully he wouldn't be dead on the other side of it. Uraraka waited patiently even in the precious little time they had to prepare. "Bakugo will absolutely come for me directly. I don't know Shinsu's actual quirk, but it isn't physical in any way or else he would have been able to use it in the assessments yesterday." Izuku took as subtle of a shaky breath as he could. He would rather leave school in one piece today. If we can approach this with as much stealth as we can, we would have our best chances. "And if Bakugo does come for us?" Uraraka watched and listened intently as Izuku pointed out the locations of all the stairs silently. "You run for the nearest stairwell and continue searching. Bakugo won't go after you as long as I'm still part of the exercise. Once you find the weapon you will have to capture it as efficiently as you possibly can. If you can't ping me and I will try to help without bringing Bakugo to you." She didn't look too happy with how confident he was about Bakugo targeting him alone but nodded along. They pored over the blueprints and Izuku pointed out that there was a sort of pseudo-pattern to the floor layout, it shifting the halls in a set direction each floor so that they were similar enough to trick those who didn't notice. Uraraka pointed out the large room overlays and how it seemed to drift around the perimeter of the building at an offset from each level. The careful way that she explained floor plan basics told of previous experience reading them and Izuku very much appreciated it. Her sure words as she read the plans was grounding in a similar way to the distant strain of All Might. "Hero team, you may enter the building now." All Might spoke over their earpieces and Izuku gulped despite his dry mouth. Uraraka pointed at one of the open windows on the second floor and gave him a questioning look. "I could lift us up?" she suggested as she held her hands out. He shrugged and offered a hand, pulling his glove aside some so she could tap his skin. The loss of gravity still felt strange as he slowly drifted up, pulled along by Uraraka. She tapped herself and they both drifted up towards the window. Once inside she let them go and Izuku let go of the breath he was holding. There was no immediate sign of the enemy team and Izuku pointed in the direction of the closest large room that would likely fit the weapon. He carefully leads them through the floor without incident along with the next one. He distantly wished for his real antennae. At least then he would know where everyone was in the building on sound alone. They were halfway through the fourth floor when it really started. He hadn't even heard the footsteps, just the short blast that had him JRK back and simultaneously throw Uraraka forwards, past the hall. He felt the rush of air as an unnecessarily large gauntlet brushed just out of contact with his face. The sneer on Bakugo's face was uncomfortably similar to their most recent out-of-school encounter and his breathing stuttered as it picked up. Bakugo stood and squared off with him, back to Uraraka in a clear show of disregard. She seemed shocked by the sheer animosity coming from their classmate but Izuku didn't take his eyes off of Bakugo as he said one word. "Run." Bakugo laughs as he throws a punch, Uraraka hesitating before taking off in what was hopefully the direction of the stairs like they had planned. Izuku ducked and jumped back from the blow. Every part of him telling him to run too as he carefully and sharply dodges every punch, kick, and blast. Years of exposure to Bakugo's tactics coming in handy for once when he found himself actually trying to stay away or else Uraraka would be next. He bounces back and away and down halls trying to remember how the floor was laid out and the fastest way to the main room. His skin itched under his costume with tingling memory and his hair stunk of singed pieces from too many close calls already. Bakugo was getting set off too. Sweating more. Setting off larger and more ambitious blasts. Getting harder and harder to dodge. He distantly realized he was slowly being backed into a corner and the narrative in his mind did something new. Run away. Get away from the danger. Stop him. Protect them. Izuku ducked and surged forward without any real thought behind it. A hand on the underside of Bakugo's gauntlet redirecting a blast directly towards the ceiling as he was eye to eye with the fiery teen. The shock was clear in those red eyes as Izuku gave a sharp tug. His knee met Bakugo's chest in a bruising impact that he felt bloom but left untouched. He wheezed, winded. Izuku let go of the gauntlet to grab his other arm and whip around Bakugo in the same motion that slung him into the wall. Izuku bolted. His hair was on end and he felt both too hot and too cold at the same time. His earpiece pinged. I found the weapon. It's on the north wall almost directly above the lobby on your floor. Shinso saw me but he hasn't done anything but speak so far. She sounded confused about it to say the least but Izuku just focused on getting to the lobby. It was 2 halls over, he just needs to get there. He chokes on his own breathing when he hears the rage-filled roar of Bakugo having gotten his breath back and the following explosion, "Dear best, I'm right below you." He didn't hear her response as he looked down the hall and saw a look on Bakugo's face he was not wanting to know the reason behind. A manic excitement that had Izuku stalling his sprint towards the lobby he was literally running at on opposite end of the hall from Bakugo. He turned towards him, brows furrowing in confusion at the laughter that was bubbling out of him as he raised his gauntlet. He realizes with a heart-wrenching gut drop of fear that the laughter is at whoever is on the other side of his earpiece. Trust me, this won't kill him. The pin clicked. Izuku felt his heart beat once. The heat hits before the fire even reaches him. He turns and curls to protect his face, hands coming up to cover the back of his neck. The force of the blast easily throwing him like he weighed nothing. He smacked against the wall, shoulder first, with a crack that was at best multiple fractures. The glass of the windows rained onto the floor nearby. His ears were ringing a solid tone as his vision blurred. He shakily stood and got his gaze to focus just in time to see the fist that slammed into his head. He groaned at the way it left him reeling and instead kept his eyes closed. Bakugo was getting strain in his wrists from Quirk use, he could feel it. He ducked out of the way at the next punch, almost tripping as his head spun even without the visual input. The ringing was fading and he heard the insults being slung his way. I don't care what FNG roundabout bullshit you pulled to get into my goddamn class, Deku. You're useless but can't even stand after that blast and that was nowhere near my best. How the F is your sorry excuse of a life gonna get anywhere other than in the effing dirt you belong in if you can't take a small blast? No one is here now, fucker, but they sure as hell can see your miserable self. Izuku blinked rapidly as he tried to tether himself enough to stop spinning. The spike in the strain in wrists had him dodging to the side again before the blast even set off. You're insane. Izuku stumbled and almost fell as he dodged another punch. You're effing insane, Bakugo. Bakugo just laughed as he blasted himself over Izuku and kicked him in the shoulder. Izuku bit down the sharp cry as it definitely broke with the added stress of the kick to the already existing fractures. He blinked again as he felt what must be blood drip down and into his eye. It burned. You're worthless. Your quirk is worthless. Everything you do is worthless, you effing useless shitrag. Bakugo was laying into him now, Izuku's mind too preoccupied with just trying to stay away to retaliate at all. You have no right to be here, Deku. And I'm going to prove it by beating you down so efficiently in this FNG basic exercise that you will have no choice but to wake up from whatever dreams mommy feeds yo dash. He choked as Izuku punched him in the throat, seething. Izuku doesn't even remember his body moving with the low blow, but he also did not FING care. Bakugo continued to wheeze as Izuku attempted to sweep a leg out from under him, body singing electric. He barely missed as Bakugo bounced back, a hand on his throat as he continued to choke. It wasn't broken. Izuku would have felt if it was, but it would definitely bruise. It got dirty then. Jabs. Sharp but shallow punches. Quick movements. Small blasts that Izuku ignored to keep Bakugo crowded. Every time Bakugo tried to jet himself away, Izuku used the spikes of Quirk strain to predict and redirect the shots. Izuku can see the anger building in Bakugo as he guided him around the lobby with only one fully functioning arm, the other tucked carefully. Bakugo brought a gauntlet down onto his broken shoulder with an audible crack that had Izuku screaming sharply, tears filling his eyes instantly. The break in the push and pull movements was all he needed to grab Izuku and throw him against the nearest wall. Izuku hit it hard and dropped to the ground even harder. His senses fogged over by the wild spinning in his head and suggesting push of a change that had his full FNG attention now. He can't even register the second gauntlet being lifted towards him with proud and mocking laughter. Can't hear the way his own earpiece is hissing in static from being broken by the impact of the wall. Can't hear Bakugo's barely started sentence get cut short as red eyes glazed over and arms dropped. Shinso felt the moment his quirk latched onto his teammate. The amount of relief he felt that shouting out the shattered window actually worked was immense. The moment he heard All Might even hint that Bakugo was about to disqualify the villain team, he had to do something. Good lord, you would think that his shitty teammate would use at least one brain cell at some point in the exercise. He was exactly the kind of kid that set him off when he was younger. Gifted and thus, higher and mightier than thou personality. He turns from the window after giving the order for Bakugo to return to him and looks at Uraraka. She had her wrists taped together and was taped to one of the support pillars, eyes blank. All Might didn't exactly say if the heroes were out for good the moment they were caught or if they had the option to escape. So, better safe than sorry. He had figured that Bakugo was volatile as all hell just from the air he carried himself with day one, and it was proven when he had tried to bring up some sort of plan for the exercise. Not that he had a single clue what the hell was happening on the floor below when that blast went off. The shattered glass was a shock, as was the way part of the floor caved in the far corner of the room. When Bakugo actually made it to the room, he walked up to Shinso to await a new command. He stopped a bit closer than he would have liked, so he backed away a few steps and sighed. How much angrier would you get if I taped you to a pillar too? He watched the blank expression and felt that absolute fit that Bakugo was throwing against the control. So, a lot more just inane rage, I take it. Shinso could easily tape his up as well with no issue, but he would need Bakugo anyways if Midoriya made it up and passed him. He saw the ball throw an unblinking reaction to literally breaking a bone. If he didn't get a hold of him with his quirk, he likely wouldn't do too great in a one-on-one brawl. So he would have to rely on Bakugo for that, which was, how do you say, absolute sheet, and he really needed to work on his hand-to-hand. You aren't gonna get out of it, so just stop trying. Bakugo's mental fight kept raging on with no signs of settling in sight. Shinso let out a long sigh as he settled into watching the doorways. Izuku blinked at the empty room, confused as to what the hell happened while he was trying to ground himself. He didn't have time to figure out what it was though. He could kinda hear the sizzling as he pulled out the broken earpiece. Hopefully he wouldn't have to pay to replace it because he didn't even have the cash to eat more than once a day at the moment. The amount of time he had left was beyond him, but he didn't want to lose an exercise by just giving up. It wasn't exactly something he would have ease in overcoming, that's for sure, broken shoulder and such, but he had a plan. One that his shoulder wouldn't agree with much, but he has had to bolt with injuries before and felt it wasn't too out of his own capabilities at the moment. He leaned out of the window and looked up, relieved to find the window on the floor above also thoroughly shattered. He could work with that. A glance at his broken earpiece and he tucked it into his belt. It was no use anyways. This would be both a new and familiar experience, it would seem. He triggered the release of the thick and sturdy grip talons on his boots before he set off his gloves. It was interesting to watch them slide out smoothly, locking silently into place. He leaned out the window and pushed his fingers of his good arm into the outside wall with unexpected ease. It took some angling to get his boots to dig in. A soft inhale and he took the metaphorical leap of faith, swinging himself out of the window to be stuck to the outside of the building by his claws alone. He sighed in relief at the way they didn't even budge and took another breath before swinging his bad arm up to anchor himself. He only had to scale one floor. Just under 3 meters and he would be at the next window. It hurt. His broken shoulder was aflame in nerves, rapid fire sending pain signals he resolutely attempted to push down. The motion of removing and one more sinking claws into the wall was blissfully near silent as he climbed. He needed every bit of stealth he could get. The shifted focus of weight was a weird observation in the back of his mind. That he had the weight of his body focused on his wrists and ankles instead of clawed toes. He pulled himself up to be next to the window and peered inside. Shinso had his back to the window, instead facing the door. Uraraka was tied up with a blank look that was shared by Bakugo, who was facing his direction but completely devoid of any body language that even vaguely spoke of a hint of his normal demeanor. It was unnerving, but he wasn't going to let go of an advantage. The weapon was settled not even 5 meters from the window. It was so damn close he just needed to be careful. He looked down at the shattered glass across the floor and took a slow and quiet deep breath. Eyes locked on Shinso, who was muttering softly to himself. Izuku reached around to the inside wall and tensed in anticipation for possible sudden noise as he dug his claws into the interior wall. There was thankfully no real sound from it. He just as tensely snuck around the window and made his way slightly to the side of the window to not be over the glass. Once clear, he gently stepped down with no noise. A silent sigh of relief. He lifted a foot and regretted it immediately as the claws on the boots made a soft but still noticeable scuff sound that must have been lost to the wind outside the building. Izuku felt the way his body was hit with a massive jolt of fear that had no right to be coming up in a school exercise. Shinsu's head whipped in his direction. Izuku bolted to the weapon. Bakugo shouted rage unbridled. Uraraka yelped in surprise. He felt the heat of flame once more. His hand landed flat on the weapon moments before Bakugo barreled him over. He's pinned as Bakugo's fist rears and freezes. Hero team wins. All Might burst over the intercom, not even a heartbeat after Izuku's back had hit the ground. Uraraka cheers from where she's tied and Izuku is staring at Bakugo's fist, still raised, expecting the impact to come suddenly and trying his best to brace himself for it. He could feel that the boiling glare being burrowed through him was just the top of the hellfire pit inside of Bakugo. Shinso sighed as he appeared in the edge of Izuku's vision, but Izuku didn't dare look away from the fist. He didn't dare to move. He was hurt enough as is. Guys? Did you not hear All Might say we needed to go back? Uraraka asked from across the room, voice nervous. Bakugo didn't budge. Dude, we don't have time for your bullshit, let's go. Shinso swatted Bakugo's fist. The glare immediately shifted toward the tall kid and Bakugo thumped Izuku against the ground before storming off in a string of curses and vulgarities. He sagged against the floor with a sigh and pressed the triggers to retract his claws. Uraraka cleared her throat from the pillar she was tied to. Can you guys untie me, please? Shinso held a hand out to Izuku that he took with a soft thanks and allowed himself to be pulled up, bad arm tucked once again. He shrugged and walked over to Uraraka with Izuku following to offer a hand. Okay, you aren't doing anything other than walking at this point, Midoriya? Shinso eyed the way Izuku had a slight limp and was still blinking rapidly every few moments. What even happened after I left, Deku? Uraraka looked him over, clearly worried as Shinso quickly untied her and started rewinding the capture tape. Exactly what I said would. Bakugo came after me and only me. Izuku ignored the ringing in his ears and throbbing ache in his muscles. He shouldn't have pushed it with climbing the wall, but he had to, or else he would have failed the trial pointlessly after Uraraka had tried her best on her end. You didn't say that he would be so severe in how he went after you, though. Uraraka stood and paced around him as she took in the scrapes, burns, and broken bones. This isn't anything new from him on levels of intensity for me. He shrugged with his good shoulder and started towards the stairs to get to return to the class. Dude. Shinso had stopped rewinding the tape and gave him an incredulous look, following after him. That doesn't make it any better? Even yesterday Aizawa-sensei said the self-sacrificial bullshit wasn't going to be allowed and you still tried some shit. Aizawa-sensei said I couldn't cripple myself and expect rescue. He didn't say I couldn't push my limits that I am already aware of. Both classmates exchanged a look that could probably be described as, is this kid fucking serious? That's it wild? Losing his goddamn mind? As they followed him, the stairs were not kind to his shoulder as they jostled it with every step. He bit his tongue to keep from making any noises and continued to make his way to the spectator bay. He didn't answer any more questions or anything that the two were asking or talking around, such as how a broken shoulder was a limit he was already aware of. As they entered the building and were walking down the hall to the bay, Uraraka quietly asked a question, one last time. Are you sure you're gonna be okay, Deku? He sighed softly and stood to the side so they could enter the room first. Yeah. Recovery girl is on campus and I have a healing quirk, remember? It's fine, so don't worry. Asking someone not to worry was a weird thing to do. Different from his usual silent hopes that anyone would even think to worry in the first place. It was uncomfortable, but not in a bad way. Shinso pushed open the door and immediately there was a commotion. Did you really break your fucking arm, dude? Are you insane? That was so manly, I'm fired up, hotter than the sun right now. Class, settle down. All Might called over the shouts, holding his hands out and gesturing for them to calm down. They went silent near instantly, but they were all watching Izuku closely. It made him feel cornered and jittery. Too many eyes studying him. All except for Bakugo, who was against the far wall, glaring at the screens. Izuku stood still just inside the doorway even as Shinso wandered off to be out of the crowd and Uraraka turned from the edges of the crowd to give him a questioning look. Young Midoriya, why did you take the earpiece out? All Might walked through the class and leveled him a concerned look. Izuku pulled the earpiece out of his pocket and held it out. It broke when I hit the wall. It was just static and I didn't want to lose it. He offered it to All Might without actually looking at him. I'm very sorry, sensei. Dude, you didn't throw yourself at the wall, so why are you apologizing? A boy with black hair, he thinks his name was Siro from the team selections, tilts his head in confusion. He just shrugs with one shoulder and drops the broken thing into All Might's palm. You will need to get that shoulder treated as soon as possible, so go ahead to recovery girls. I can come by her office after class to cover what we discuss about your match. Izuku nodded and hurried out of the room even as the class quickly erupted again in comments about the match that were soon muffled by the door closing. He wandered slowly to recovery girls, thoughts preoccupied. He didn't know if the earpiece was something that was a planned expense at the school or if he would have to cover it out of pocket. He didn't even have anything in pocket to use for it. The drop in healing speed while in his human form was also bothering him. There wasn't any way he knew of that would accelerate this through training. He's broken his body for others enough times to know that just taking in the injuries and allowing them to heal didn't increase the speed. It was just a health-based thing, and he was about as healthy as one can be when living on the streets in his own opinion. He sighed, staring at the door to the nursing office, then knocked gently. Come in. Izuku couldn't really help the rolling guilt at the frustrated huff she let out at the sight of him. He shuffled into the room and closed the door gently behind himself. Get on a cot, Midoriya-kun. She left her desk and walked around to a small storage cabinet, pulling out bandages and a sling. He quietly did as told and sat on the cot. Recovery girl rambled softly as she went around the room grabbing what she needed. He watched her and considered his options going forward. If Bakugo was going to be his classmate again for the next 3 years, the world never let him escape the routine bullying from that kid, then he would need multiple contingency plans. Plans that would have to consider any possible future lessons, meaning difficult to make ones. Take off your mouthguard and neck piece, kiddo. Also, tell your designer on the next adjustment that the edges of the neck piece become abrasive at high temperatures. She brought her things to his cot and sat in the stool in front of him. Let me see your arm. It's my shoulder. He picked at his costume nervously after doing as she asked. I'm confident it's broken. And she went about undoing the front of his costume, gently uncovering his shoulder. It was bruised and sitting horribly wrong now that the costume wasn't holding it in place. Taking off his glove, she pulled the sleeve down more to bandage it securely. He gripped his pant leg and bit his tongue to stop from making noise. When she had him all patched and arm in a sling, she pressed firmly against his chest. Lie down and rest. But Dash, I will write you a pass for the rest of your classes. Right now I can't heal you because you don't have the energy for it. Eat these gummies and get some sleep. Recovery Girl dropped a handful of gummies into his good hand as he laid back in the cot. He stared at the ceiling, dropping the gummies into his mouth and eating them slowly. When she cleared her throat pointedly, he closed his eyes. He knew full well he wouldn't get any sleep though. The buzzing energy running through his body, unneeded alerts to be weary, would keep him from getting any real rest. Muscle memory shouting fear at the fact that he was in essence contained to one place that was not easily escapable. Being cornered was dangerous. Being injured was dangerous. Vulnerability was easily taken advantage of in the world of survival for any party at play. These are lessons drilled into him just by trying to make it week to week. It has him thrumming with anxiety. Even with Recovery Girl tapping away at her keyboard and scribbling down something on papers, the mere fact that he couldn't actively see what was around him left him feeling exposed. After some PRD of time, she approached him and a gentle kiss to his arm left a minimal glow deep in his shoulder. He could feel the way his bones started patching themselves halfway before stopping. The minimal actual energy he had was sapped away, and yet he stayed just as alert, eyes still closed. The approach of Yagi's burning pain in his lung had Izuku grasping desperately for the familiarity, taking away some of the pain as he took hold of the feeling. He clears his throat as quietly as he can, not wanting the extra attention that would come with coughing up any kind of blood. Yagi didn't bother knocking as he entered the room, sighing softly in a way that Izuku felt tug uncomfortably at his lung. All might. Recovery Girl's clipped tone was surprising enough that Izuku looked over at them. She was sitting with arms crossed, staring Yagi down in a way that oozed frustration. Recovery Girl, I know you have quite the bleeding heart, All Might, but this is just reckless. There is in no way any kind of justification for having allowed it to get this far. You have worked long enough to know what a broken shoulder looks like even from a camera's view. I can't heal him with how exhausted he is right now. What do you expect will happen with Dash? Izuku cleared his throat again, loud enough that Recovery Girl stopped her lecturing and looked back at him. So Recovery Girl is one of your select few, Yagi-san? He gave him a questioning look. The question was redundant considering that Recovery Girl was literally calling him All Might directly, but the lecturing was making him feel even more restless. Her eyes widened slightly at the usage of an actual name. Pious. Recovery Girl had a hand in much of my care in terms of my surgeries and aftercare. Even still, she is in charge of my checkups, my boy. Yagi walked over and sat on the cot next to him. When you told me you found a successor, I didn't think you meant you had already passed it all along, All Might. Recovery Girl leveled him with a flat look even as she settled on her stool again. I expected that you would inform me of the whole situation. Apologies. Midoriya was a large portion of my schedule for a good while with how we had to prepare him for the entrance exams. I didn't have much free time. Recovery Girl narrowed her eyes at Yagi critically. He coughed into his fist and cleared his throat before turning to Izuku. When did you last eat? You haven't traded bento with me at all recently. It was a very blatant attempt to change to topic and Izuku let out a breath of laughter. I grabbed 2 onigiri from a convenience store last night. The manager gives me a discount if I come in when he is on clock. Yagi looked quietly saddened by the information. Recovery Girl, on the other hand, looked all the more frustrated with the man. I have a bento to swap with you if you come to the teacher's lounge after school. I also brought one for lunch today that I can bring here after changing out of this. He gestured to the hero costume he was still wearing. Thank you, Yagi-san. You mean to tell me this boy isn't even eating regularly on his own? Has the school been given waiver forms? Recovery Girl waved her syringe-shaped cane vaguely, clearly frustrated by the lack of actions taken by Yagi and himself. The two lapse into a much less noisy back and forth of scolding, apologies, and information exchange. A steady volume mixed with the comforting awareness of Yagi's presence was nice. So much so that Izuku just closed his eyes again to listen, the rhythm of speaking becoming soothing to the point that he, miraculously, drifted off into sleep. Izuku woke with a silent gasp. The flickering ghosts of his dreams leaving him, taking with them the flashes and heat and bursts of confusion and hurt that he didn't quite understand. He looked over at the side table next to him and saw a carefully wrapped bento waiting, small dragons dancing across the cloth that wrapped it where it sat on top of his uniform. A small smile settled on his face and he let out the breath he had been holding. He sat up to find the sling off, but he could clearly feel how it was still not healed. At least, not completely. It will do. He has a small job he had to do around 7 that thankfully wouldn't require too much lifting. The clock on the wall said it was already 4, which means school has been out for a little under an hour at this point, and he still needed to get to the teacher's lounge to meet Yagi like he said he would. Recovery Girl wasn't in the room at the moment and her computer was idle, which means she probably left a little bit ago. She was probably going to be returning soon since a small handbag was resting on the desk still. It was an opportunity he was going to take advantage of, not wanting to talk any more than needed after the healing she helped along. He was grateful for it, that wasn't under any sort of doubt, but it had him feeling murky and distant with his exhaustion. So, he quickly changed and folded his hero costume on the cot before dipping out of the room. Her office was in a small wing that wasn't exactly close to the teacher's lounge. Izuku watched the few clouds out the windows he passed as he strode towards the main building, taking a small tangent to grab his backpack from the thankfully empty classroom. He put the bento into the bag and pulled it over his good shoulder carefully as he walked back to the main lobby of the school. Once there, he felt around for the muffled ache that was Yagi having pushed his limits with one for all. A feeling similar to how it feels when a muscle is stretched just a little too much that he used to get the general direction for where to go. There weren't many students left in the halls as clubs had yet to really start and he somehow had yet to pass any real staff either. The door to the lounge felt unwelcoming to him. Years of never being able to truly rely on teachers having built this innate discomfort with any kind of direct search he has had to make to contact them. He took a deep breath and gently opened the door. A few teachers he didn't recognize looked up for a second before returning to what they were doing. One he did recognize though was walking his way, focused on her phone more than anything. Midnight Sensei? He raised his hand slightly and stepped into the lounge a bit more. She looked up at him and smiled as she put her phone into the bag she was carrying. Can I help you? Do you know where I can find Yagi-san? He looked past her in the general direction. He could feel the ache, but he must be around a corner or behind some of the computers because Izuku couldn't actually see him. The immediate almost dropped smile, surprised look, and attraction of multiple pairs of eyes turning to focus on him said he may have slipped up somehow. I just thought asking for All Might wouldn't get an honest response since he's out of time. He told me to look for him here after school. Izuku tried his best not to fidget under the gaze of half of the lounge. This was a mistake. He should have just bailed and gone straight to work. He's over there by the kitchenette. She pointed toward where he felt the ache. Just around the corner. Thank you. He hurried past her and pointedly didn't pay attention to how his skin prickled under her continued watch. He walked around the corner and purposefully out of sight with such a rush that he nearly barreled straight into Yagi. Whoa there, young Midoriya. He lifted his steaming cup up and out of the way without spilling whatever was in it in a fluid motion. Izuku almost reached out to grab at the edge of his jacket but stopped halfway. Instead, he focused on trying not to let the panic of every one of the heroes in the room staring him down until this moment mess up his breathing too much. Yagi set his drink down on the counter next to them, concern in his eyes. Is everything okay? Yeah, I asked Midnight where you were and used your name. I don't think it was as smart of a move as I had hoped. I didn't think she would tell me the truth if I asked for All Might since you are out of time. Izuku glanced back towards the main of the lounge. I see. Well, he turned and went to the fridge and pulled out a bento box that was wrapped in a rabbit-patterned cloth. Take this and we can leave the lounge. Izuku accepted the bento, holding it carefully in both hands, and ran his fingers over the cloth just to have something to do. Yagi picked his cup back up and patted his shoulder gently as he started to walk off. He made sure to follow closely. "Are you feeling better after some rest? I was surprised you actually fell asleep in Recovery Girl's room." He took a sip of his drink, humming in a satisfied way with it. "Michim. I have to head out soon though if I want to make it to clock in on time." It felt dismissive with how quickly he said it, but Izuku was on a schedule that very much so directly influenced his livelihood. His mentor looked as if he felt the urgency himself and almost choked on his drink. He waved him off quickly. "Don't let me make you late then, my boy. Go on and I will see you tomorrow." Izuku nodded and waved bye, thanking Yagi quietly before quickly walking out into the hall. The lack of subtle stares was a relief as he felt his body relax ever so slightly. The halls are just as quiet as he hurries towards the front doors, only to be held up by the approaching feeling of burning eyes. He debated making some tangent to dodge his teacher, but he genuinely didn't have much wiggle room time-wise to do that. So he watched the ground intently in hopes that maybe he will be able to just walk past without interruption. A quiet grumble said otherwise though. "Midoriya." Izuku stopped immediately and did his best to not duck his head at all or make any motions that would give away how badly he wanted to hide under the frustrated look. He wasn't sure if the frustration was at him or just in general, and he really hoped it wasn't the first. "Is the behavior I just saw while reviewing the battle trials to be expected between you and Bakugo in the future?" He bristled internally at the way it was worded, like he had a play into the way Bakugo treated him. As if he had any influence on his long former friend in any way, shape, or form. He locked eyes with Aizawa, carefully defensive. "Ask Bakugo. I was on the defensive pretty much that entire time. He came after me, Aizawa-sensei, not the other way around." They watched each other carefully for a beat before Aizawa grunted and continued walking past Izuku. He didn't need any encouragement to practically run out of the building. Work would be a welcome routine-based relief after today. The media have consistently stayed as one of the shittiest mundane handlings heroes had to deal with. He stomped down the slight sneer growing at the sight of the crowd of reporters harassing students as they tried to get to school. He sighed and scratched at his jaw before walking out the front doors of the school. Aizawa had chosen the life of an underground hero for a number of reasons, and admittedly, one of them was the minimal to no media interaction it allowed. The closer he got, the more near-rabid questions he could hear, not that he was unaware of what they were after. All Might taking up a teaching position at UA was the scoop of the year for every outlet, and every reporter in the district and beyond wanted to get the first statements and first details about it all. He could spot the uniforms of students trying to get through the crowd, second and third years doing much better at dodging and slipping through the cameras. He could both hear and see Ida giving an animated response to their questions. Tokoyami was just shouldering his way through with his head down. Kuda was signing something followed by a repeated apology sign as he waded through them all. He reached the gates, standing just inside of the sensors, and cleared his throat. Near instantly a mic was shoved in his face, followed by a number of others, and cameras swung around to record him. 20 different questions were slung at him at once that all boiled down to, "What do you think about having All Might on staff?" And he didn't care nearly enough to even waste the breath on that mess. He was about to speak when he noticed the way one spot moved forward without issue, the crowd splitting fluidly around it. Midoriya broke the front of the crowd without a single question tossed his way, and had so little presence that Aizawa probably wouldn't have noticed him either if it hadn't been for the crowd breaking around him. It would have been impressive if it didn't hit a little close to home for him. That small of a presence, at Midoriya's age, was a learned response. He narrows his eyes at the ease of which the boy walks with his weight spread in a way that was particularly for reducing noise. So it was likely not only a learned response but a well-practiced one. "You are disrupting the students who are trying to get to class. He isn't on campus today, so please go away." He waved them off, watching as the last of the students crossed the gates. He turned away from the crowd, rolling his eyes at the comments on his appearance. A glance across the yard and Midoriya was nowhere to be found. It would seem he apparently made it to the building in the short amount of time for Aizawa to dismiss the reporters. The buzzer of the gate sounded and the walls shot up to prevent trespassing. He sighed and hurried to the lounge, wanting to get his sleeping bag and papers before the bell. Izawa has been on time every day of his career so far and he refused to be late now. Although, the lounge honestly had him pushed into a sour mood. Yagi was at his desk organizing and reading school files he would possibly need on the students he was teaching. There were a number of issues he had with the hero's presence at the school and not just the media attention he brings. The trials had been a mess and Yagi wasn't entirely at fault for that, but there were a range of corrections he personally would have made to the lesson. Maybe it was just the difference in experience, but he felt that Yagi relied more on his title for authority than actual strength in his words and confidence in his decisions and calls. Students pick up very quickly on if the teacher isn't as sure as they are expected to be. He grabbed his things and left for his class. A student being sent to Recovery Girl was never ideal, and the fact that it was, once again, Midoriya was setting a trend that was sure to give Izawa a FING mess of headaches he was not looking forward to. Yet, again, this was not entirely the fault of Yagi's decision-making as much as Bakugo's lack of obedience in the parameters of the trials. He would have to ask Yagi later exactly what rules were set in place, since some kids are completely willing to abuse loopholes where they can. The door snapped open with a bit more force than he intended when he entered the room. A few students jumped slightly at the sound, but Midoriya had suppressed a flinch to the point that it was barely noticeable. It was silent. 2 seconds. An improvement. The bell rang as he closed the door behind himself. He dropped his papers on the podium and bag at his feet. All eyes are on him, as they should be, while he quickly flips over the first 2 pages of his stack for the day. Notes on what he wanted to say to them all about the battle trials the day before. I hope you've all gotten rest. I have comments on the trials you conducted yesterday after reviewing them and the evaluations. Bakugo. He notices how Midoriya shrinks into his desk some when the boy in front of him visibly bristles. If you even consider trying to pull what you did again, I will have you expelled on sight. This is a training course, not a gladiator arena, and that level of savagery will not be tolerated in a capture exercise. Bakugo opens his mouth, clearly ready to spit venom back in defiance at his words. Izawa raises his head slightly, a sharp glare and raised brow causing him to shut his mouth and look out the window with a sneer across his face and arms crossed. At least he wasn't setting the look in the direction of anyone else. Izawa would have to find out a way to wrangle and guide him soon. There is a level of civility required in a practice scenario, and Bakugo seemed to dismiss all of it, but only in the terms of Midoriya. A fact that was and would continue to grow as a problem if left unaddressed. He looked over to Midoriya, intending to call him out again on his reckless self-endangerment, but stopped before he even starts to speak. The kid is practically vibrating with an emotion he in no way likes to see in any student, let alone his own. So, he moves on to the next student he had in mind. Mina. You need to maintain awareness of where you are sending your acid. It may have only hit clothing in this case, but injuring a teammate in the field can cause a number of increasing issues depending on the severity of the situation. She sat a little straighter and nodded quickly. Izawa just reads off down his list of comments and critiques, wanting to get them out of the way as soon as he can so he can just let the chaos he knew was coming commence. Most of the class seemed receptive and thoughtful about his corrections, and that was good enough for now. Anyways, on with homeroom. I know it's short notice, but we will need to pick a class president. The excited uproar of students wanting to be picked would have been called deafening if his closest friend didn't have a quirk that was quite literally based around screaming. He leaned down and picked up his sleeping bag, casually stepping into it. He didn't bother trying to parse the multiple shouts overlapping and vying for his attention to select. When Ida called out for the rest to shut up, he was zipping up the bag. Sensei, would a vote be an acceptable option? Ida turned to him sharply, hands still raised high. I don't care what you do or who you pick as long as it is done by the deadline for SBMSIS. Thank you, Izawa-sensei. Izawa sat down behind the podium, resting his back against the wall. He looked over the students who weren't interested in the leading role. Todoroki was leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. Kuda was doodling and pointedly not looking at anyone else. Shinso was leaned into his folded arms, laughing quietly at the chaos. Then there was Midoriya, who was staring at the ground and trying to look as small as possible in response to the way Bakugo was standing and still shouting across the room while Ida tried to organize how the vote would work. He still had that same look, barely masked. Aizawa closed his eyes and took a breath. It was time to listen and observe how this bunch of kids organize and control themselves without direct or clear supervision. He also needed to figure out what about Bakugo and Midoriya's history has the boy so afraid. Deku, you should at least try visiting the cafeteria. There's a lot of cool people in there even if you don't talk to anyone. Plus, it would just be more time to hang out since we haven't been able to hang out after school at all. Uraraka ended her plea with a puff of her cheeks as she leaned her hands against Izuku's desk. Izuku sighed as he looked at his bag, knowing there was a bento resting unopened on top of the contents within. It couldn't be too much harm to go to a lunchroom and eat. So, even with the underlying nerves he had about any school cafeteria, he pulled out the bento and offered a small smile. Okay. The way both of them lit up in excitement over the idea of spending time with him had his mood cautiously rising to match. They all hurried through the currents of students wandering the halls for lunch break. He almost gasped at the sheer size of the cafeteria. The floor-to-ceiling windows facing out to open lush lots that made up the schoolyard. Tables and booths spread across the floor in a neat and efficient way, although some of the upperclassmen have pushed a few tables closer to make a bigger one. The line was massive for purchasing an on-campus meal but split into multiple rows as lunch rush cranked out meal after meal in a pleased flourish. There's as many people as a public park here. Izuku commented as he stood next to his classmates. Yeah, UA is much bigger than I could have imagined even with it being the top hero school. Uraraka stepped up to the counter to pick up her meal. It's humbling. Just goes to show the many ways this academy educates its students. Izuku raised a brow as he looked at Ida, who gave a sharp satisfied nod at his own observation. They all went to the nearest table with at least 3 seats open when Ida finally got his food. Before Izuku could even unwrap his bento, someone sat unceremoniously in the chair next to him. I'm gonna sit here. All 3 looked over to a casually bored-looking Shinso, who quickly broke into a sort of defensive tone. I assumed that wouldn't be a problem. Of course not. We can go from a trio to a quad group. Uraraka beamed at him. I think you mean quartet. Ida said before taking a bite of his food. Yeah. Like a band. Izuku laughs quietly and shakes his head as opens his bento to see a new set of bamboo chopsticks resting on top. They were decorated, much like the other things Yagi seemed to give in association with the meals. A note was stuck on them telling Izuku to keep the pair with him. Note from your parents? Shinso asked. More like a reminder. Izuku tucked the note away and started picking at his small meal. You don't eat much, do you? He looked up at him. There wasn't really a good or easy way to explain that years of near if not actually starving has him still adjusting to steady and regular meals of any size. Yagi had adjusted the bento servings right away when Izuku brought up feeling guilty about wasting any of the food he was given. Or say much, huh? Deku talks more when he feels like he has something to add to conversations. Uraraka answered while Izuku floundered on what to say. He figured a change of subject would probably give him the most wiggle room. Oh, congrats on the class rep thing, Ida. I think it suits you. Izuku watched as Ida sat up straighter, absolutely reveling in the praise if his big smile was anything to go by. Thank you, Midoriya. I wasn't sure I would get the vote, but I appreciate the support our fellow classmates have offered me in this show of faith in my capabilities. That reminds me, Ida. Why is your name oddly familiar? I know we definitely didn't go to the same school. Shinso pointed at him with a clump of rice. You speak really proper too. Not that it's a bad thing, like I'm pretty sure we have all heard Tokoyami's quiet commentary he has that are rather poetic at times. Uraraka looked to Izuku in a prompting way and he nodded in agreement. A number of their classmates had peculiar speech patterns from what he's seen so far. He fixed his glasses in what might have been a fidget, but Izuku wasn't sure. I don't like having it pointed out exactly, but since we are already apparently invested in the topic, I am from a higher than average class. My family has been in the work of heroics for generations at this point. I am the second son to my parents that will be going into the profession. People becoming heroes for a family reason wasn't something Izuku had considered before. If he was being honest, he didn't even know hero families were a thing. Sure, couples and marriages were sometimes founded in hero work, mutual experiences and understanding being strong supports for a connection, but just being a hero because your parents were? It was strange to accept at face value. He was sure after the few conversations he has had with Ida the past couple days that Ida was driven by more than a family duty, but he was curious how many more heroes were there just for the carrying of a mantle. Aren't I doing the same though in a way? The thought pulled his brain up short, tuning out his companions as he turns it over in his head. It wasn't like he was doing this for family. Yagi was a hero in need of a successor, not his parent. He didn't have any parents to follow in the footsteps of. It had him feeling jarringly alone, even as the other three carried a conversation easy about Ida's family and such. He furrows his brow as he stares at his food. He had always wanted to at least try to be a hero. Probably underground to help avoid any search for him and better hide his monstrous self. Yet, here he was in the top school playing bright side of the social landscape when he lived alone and honestly probably would have continued to for much longer if, no. His shoulders dropped some. He wouldn't even be alive if he had never met Yagi. The sludge villain would have killed him and there would have been no one to mourn him. The feeling of isolation grew further. A sudden blaring bell, far sooner than the lunch bell should be, makes the whole table flinch in surprise. Wadash! An automated voice calls over the intercom, informing of a high-level security breach and directing students to evacuate immediately. Izuku's every instinct flipped into escape mode as he mapped out the fastest route to a backstreet that wouldn't be busy at this time of day and allow a quick disappearing act if executed correctly. He could run. He always could run. That was the one thing he had a history of actually succeeding at, most of the time. Yet before he could start in any one direction, he was swept up in the crowd of panicking students. He did his best to push his way out of the group, but there was chaos within the core of the student body. There were too many people almost on top of him trying to push out of the cafeteria and doing nothing but make it harder to actually get anywhere. The fear in the shouts of people near in his ear had his heartbeat ticking faster and faster. His quirk was picking up on more and more things in a snowballing effect of sensitivity. Bruises and stepped-on feet or tails and accidentally jabbed ribs and eyes and other body parts blooming across them all like a sickly field of flowers. It was a lot and growing as the shouts for people to move got louder to the point that Izuku could tell he wasn't reacting well. He covered his ears in a weak attempt to muffle it all, even as it just made his own pulse sound that much louder. His eyes unfocused dangerously in a way that reminds him of the panic he had in the park around Yagi, so he does the only thing he can think to do to ground himself. He grabs onto every single bruise and injury he can feel and pulls. The crowd was settling and fast for a reason Izuku doubts is his own doing, continuing to pull every last ache he can feel, even the ones beyond the immediate hall he was in. He backs up, mumbling apologies as he turns and pushes out of the crowd and into the cafeteria again, people more willing to give him the space to slip through now that they were calmer. Breaking through the back of the crowd as he's choking on his own breath. He thinks someone asked if he was okay, so he just makes a non-committal sound and makes his way to the table they had been swept away from. His skin tender from bruises and eyes watering with foreign pressure. The static working surprisingly well to keep him grounded enough not to spiral, a mockingly morbid comfort as he finds his bento and haphazardly wraps it again. The students were still being directed to evacuate, but he disregards it all, hoping to be able to blame getting lost if he gets caught, and bolts back to the classroom. Izuku sits with his forehead pressed against the desk as he curls in on himself. It probably was something that would get him in trouble, not following evacuation instructions, but the silence of the classroom was a blessing. It didn't get him in trouble in the end. The first student back to the classroom didn't even acknowledge him. The rest were quick to follow in, and they chattered loudly over the strangeness and stupidity of the press to break into a school just to talk to a person who wasn't even on campus. How All Might was an icon, but the school couldn't just manifest him if he wasn't on campus. Although Izuku knew that wasn't exactly true. All Might may not be actively walking around, but Yagi was on campus today. He had seen him before school and could feel his rattling lung even from here. familiarity making it easier to pick him out from farther and farther away over the time they've known each other. Not that he would bring this up. He pressed absently on some of his new bruises that were thankfully hidden under his uniform. The warm pressure of his nerves overriding the pain partially with the feeling of contact was nice. The tingling of when he pressed a little harder before stopping helping him focus. A teacher entered the room and the chatter cut off as lessons quickly began. It was only day 3 of UA and Izuku was having some doubts about his own capabilities in the wake of being swept into the panic of the chaos that was lunch. Heroes were supposed to keep level heads, right? He didn't want to let Yagi down though and didn't want to just give up on his childhood dream again. Not so soon after he found hope again for that long-forgotten and abandoned dream. Izuku waited on campus after the final bell. He dodged his classmates efficiently and found a patch of sunny grass that was comfortably soft to lay on while the day passed. He had no jobs to go to, unable to find one to pick up. The buildings and yards slowly clear as the sun sank in the sky. The blue was changing to oranges and reds by the time Yagi finally wandered out, adjusting the satchel over his shoulder. He's quick to get up and jog over to him. "Are you busy, Yagi-san?" "Not at all, Izuku-san. Do you need something?" Yagi smiled at him warmly, a hand finding his shoulder and guiding him to walk alongside his mentor. Can we just walk? I'm not sure if I have, things to talk about really." "That's fine with me, my boy." They walked through the gates in silence as Yagi pulled out his phone. The need for any line of conversation to be maintained long gone between the two. They wander streets in a general direction that Yagi was guiding them along. It was towards a more wealthy block of the city with more lights and less backstreets. Thus, rather unfamiliar to Izuku. Still, he felt comfortable enough to relax with Yagi leading the way through the after-work crowds. The mix of people walking home, talking on phones, or just running errands creating a rather mundane atmosphere. "I'm worried I won't make it through the school year. I just don't want to let you down." Izuku picked at his backpack strap, keeping his eyes ahead. He wasn't confident he could continue the topic if he had to make eye contact. He can feel the surprised look from Yagi settle on him as the man stops a moment before taking a bit of a skipping step to fall back in line with him. "Even if you don't make it through UA, you wouldn't let me down as long as you were trying." He takes a breath, thinking over his next words. Everyone has limits. You can't expect to be pushing past them 24/7 and survive just fine. You criticized me on that one the first time we met without even knowing. Izuku smiles a bit. "If you end up leaving UA behind, I would still support and train you as best as I can, Izuku-san. The school is a bonus, not a requirement." "Okay. Come on, let's find some place we can just people watch and unwind. I imagine today was hectic with that alarm." He pressed gently on a bruise near his backpack strap. The tingling was warm. "Yeah, it kinda was." Hisashi leaned back in his seat, popping a few gummies into his mouth, and made eye contact with Namuri behind the back of a grumbling Shoyuta. She gave a half shrug as she turned her seat to face their mutual grumpy friend. "What's on the mind, Shoyuta?" He tossed a gummy at him and watched it rebound straight to the floor. "Something." "Wow, that clears up so much." Namuri leaned on the arm of her chair, resting her chin on her fist. "Wanna be more specific? It's only Friday, what could have happened in the first 5 days of the year?" He let out the smallest of sighs before looking over the computers at who all was around. "Things are off. Classes are normal, but it feels like it's too normal even in the wake of the media break-in. Something that should not have been possible by UA expectations." He folded his arms as he sat back in his seat. Hisashi felt there was more though. "So you're more prickly than usual because things are calm?" "Don't get me wrong, Shoyuta, I agree that the newscasters getting on campus was completely unexpected and shouldn't have happened, even by journalism standards, but there's gotta be more." He prompted. He huffed in annoyance. "There is something about Midoriya that's not right. That shouldn't be present in a kid his age going into heroics." "What? That conspiracy you two have about him being connected with that creature you two ran into years ago?" Namuri gestured with a hand out towards Hisashi. He tossed her a gummy. "Oh yeah, how's that search of yours going? You see him the most out of us three and also pointed out the hero costume, my man." It's not going and also isn't what I'm talking about, Hisashi. He levels him a look before picking his phone up off the desk and spinning it in his hand. He's afraid. Well, you do have quite the reputation in the student body, Shoyuta. Nemuri shrugged with one arm. Wouldn't surprise me if it preceded you. Not of me, of everything. The halls, the classes, the interactions that those classes require, noises too loud, and a number of his classmates scare him while all of them make him jittery. Especially Bokugu Katsuki. I'm becoming concerned. Nemuri and Hisashi made eye contact. The silent exchange of, oh so he is invested already, going unnoticed. He eats lunch with all might sometimes. Nemuri says in consideration. Why not ask him about the kid? Shoyuta looked at her with barely hidden distaste, phone stopping in his hand. I would rather avoid that if at all possible. He's hardly discreet. Too loud even when trying to be quiet. Hey! He looked at his friend in mock offense. You say that about me sometimes but still talk to me. Hisashi, I swear I'm gonna dash. Okay, not the time. Got it. Continue. He held his hands up in a placating manner. Look, I don't sit around and think about unnecessary things. It's a waste of time. It's just that this kid has learned habits that are a little too familiar for the wrong reasons. I've seen them before in a number of underground cases and I don't want to see it in my own students. He resumed spinning the phone, now clearly using it as a way to fidget while thinking. The kid got really jittery and looked almost sick yesterday. We finished the English lesson early, so I let them have a little free time in the room, encourage connecting with classmates and stuff, you know? The topic somehow got to how Bokugu was the kid that got caught up in that whole slime villain business and I want to say the words were about how the monster fought the slime villain for the right to ruin, or something. They were just talking about how its screaming on the video was manic or whatever. Kids talking things up, the usual. I don't know if he changed the subject because of his connection with the creature or if it just made him uncomfortable, though. Hisashi put the empty bag of gummies on his desk. Shoyuta keeps his gaze steady on his phone. I take it Bokugu was getting angry during all of this. Probably using his quirk just for the sounds. He looked at Hisashi, who just nodded. Of course. The door to the lounge opened and all three of them looked over to see Blood King closing the door behind himself as he left the room. Midoriya thinks he has his flinches and reactions to Bokugu hidden, but I have worked too long with running on minute cues to tell if someone is going to use a quirk or not. Even with just a raised voice, his whole frame of existence seems to shift into preparation to react to something. I can practically hear the moment his internal warning bells fire off. Nemuri sighs sadly. It's always so sad to see youth shot down so soon. She threads some of her hair around her fingers. His body works on muscle memory rooted entirely around his fear response. Someone with phobias that strong wooden gear for the hero course at UA of all places. So that means it is based on a history that none of us know and isn't in his school records. Shoyuta says more to himself than the rest of them. He's homeless, right? Maybe the streets are just really rough that young. Especially since he probably rarely sees his mother if he could afford tuition for here. The money has to come from somewhere. Hisashi offered. He wasn't confident in his explanation in the least, but all options have to be looked at. Hisashi, come on. We all know from both experience and training exercises how to spot the signs of abuse and trauma. The kid hardly even holds a presence and tries to make as minimal impact when and where he can. The only times I have ever seen him even remotely open up was when I happened to see him around All Might, who by the way is apparently on first-name basis with him since he called him Izuku in what I think was supposed to be a closed room. That's Dash. They are clearly at least on name basis, or at least the first name is only on one side, since he directly name-dropped Yagi-san the first day of heroics training. Something to keep in mind as we continue your concerns you have. Nemuri said over him. Shuta's flat look at the interruption and air quotes had Hisashi muffling laughter behind a fist, which only got the look redirected to him. That just makes all of this even more bullshit. At this point I may as well just talk to Midoriya directly about all of this since he has practically been flaunting his connections to those who are looking. If he stays in the course after I do, I'm going to have to put in multiple lessons on stealth in relation to information transfer and collection. Also, he didn't even react to his quirk being erased on the first day, which means he has had it happen before. Another point to my idea of him actually being that creature. Somehow. I don't know how, because it's not a quirk or mine would have worked on it. I don't know how to explain what he can do. I still think it's like a sibling or family member or something. Hisashi said. That doesn't explain dash. Pardon me, heroes? A higher-pitched voice interjected. They all immediately sat up straighter and looked down towards the voice. Hisashi watched as a folder is held out to Shoyuta with a sticky note on the cover signed by 13, even their small self-doodle was there. Thank you, Principal Nedzu. Shoyuta bowed slightly as he took the folder. 13 said they wanted to share their various routes for the field trip to take throughout USJ. I thought it would be best for me to expedite the DLVI by bringing it myself. Nedzu clapped his paws together and grinned. I'm grateful you did. This will make planning much faster. I'm excited to see how these new students fare in the rescue settings of USJ. Do let me know in your lesson reports how you manage to wrangle them all in the presence of All Might. I know how much you look forward to that one, Eraser. The glint in the principal's eyes was beyond mischievous, and Hisashi looked at Namuri, who happened to catch his gaze at the same moment. They both could tell this was a test on Shuta's willingness to cooperate with All Might as much as it was a training exercise for the students. Of course, sir. Nedza bid them farewell and hurried off with a hum that had Hisashi vaguely on edge. Those were plodding hums. Hums that meant that he had the course set up in a way that would be educational for both student and teacher. He and Namuri both look at Shoyuta, who was leafing through the folder. She lets out a bark of laughter before standing. Good luck, Eraserhead. Looks like the principal gave you a circus to run with all of that fiery and explosive youthful energy that will just become that much hotter with All Might there to egg them on. She waved bye to them just as the lunch bell rang, walking towards the fridge. F-. She's right, isn't she, Hisashi? Shoyuta sank into his seat with a groan. He laughed and patted the arm closest to him. Don't worry. I'll make sure Marble has food after the funeral. The groan dragged out even longer. Izuku bounced his leg rapidly under the desk, head nestled in his arms as he tried to relax. Yagi had missed their morning meet-up to exchange bento and also just generally talk. The talk part was new for the mornings still, but Izuku enjoyed listening to his mentor talk about how hero life works and such. Well, hero life for him as number one, at least. He was getting better about actually opening up about information, according to Yagi, who had beamed when Izuku had started to immediately answer questions without worry where he once would have at least hesitated. The missed meeting had him feeling much more wired than normal, even though he could now feel Yagi somewhere on campus. It was halfway through lunch, and he had been hoping to unwind a smidge in the classroom with a sorry excuse of a nap, but his body refused. Honestly, any form of unwinding would be greatly appreciated at this point. Hero Fundamentals was next on the daily schedule. A class that would without question require some form of cooperation between him and one or more other classmates. He wasn't worried about the cooperation per se, more the socializing that cooperation entailed. Something he could feel was going to drain him entirely. He was already tired from working through an absurd amount of the night. There was a bit of trouble finding work around his school hours that also gave him reasonable hours to do homework. It didn't help that the two different areas he tried sleeping in had been disrupted by cops politely asking him to change locations to a less actively used area. As if any part of a large city was not actively being used at odd hours of the day. Not if he didn't want to risk getting mugged in his sleep. Disrupted sleep, sheet work schedule, attempted studiousness, and bitter hunger had him feeling just peachy. So, when the end bell for lunch rang and the class came trickling back in, he stayed leaned onto his desk. If Aizawa was going to find issue with it, he could say it when he entered the room. Although, the moment said teacher did walk in, Izuku found himself straightening up on impulse, still unable to shake the feeling he was being studied by him. Alright, today is a sort of deviation from the standard class you have experienced thus far. It was decided the class shall be hosted by a 3-person team, including me, who we will be meeting with on site. Today's course will focus on He flipped the card in his hand so that the class could see it. Rescue scenarios. Heroes are often called to help in disasters both local and national. This will be your first step into that field. Everyone sat quietly at attention as Izawa spoke. He scanned over them, and Izuku, feeling a little bolder than usual, locked eyes with him and narrowed his gaze in scrutiny. There was an acidic little speck in him about the concept of heroic rescues. Too many childhood nights in the cold to really embrace the concept in the glowing herald the public at large did. He stomped it down though as Izawa continued to speak, explaining things about costumes and considerations to have about them. He couldn't hold heroes to such unrealistic standards. There was no physical way to save everyone, and he wasn't the only example of that. Sometimes you have to save yourself, and he was viscerally aware of the fact. There were too many people in the world to save all the ones that needed it. It was an absurd expectation and a hypocritical stance to hold when he himself knew he couldn't save everyone with his quirk. Baton Pass is just healing just as much as super strength is just strength, and so on. Application of skill is the only difference between the heroes, the villains, and the civilians between. Be in the bus lot in 15 minutes. We have to account for travel time in today's schedule, so the faster you get there the faster we can leave. That's it. Izawa was out of the door before anyone could even come up with a question. Wow, he seems pricklier than usual already today. Mina said as she hopped over her desk to leave. Must have not slept well. Zero stretched his arms above his head. With how much he sleeps in class, I don't think he ever sleeps well, dude. Kaminari said as he followed them out. Much of the class stayed in a general cluster as they set out for the locker rooms. Izuku dipped past the crowd just inside the doors to the locker room and threw on his outfit as fast as he could. He left behind the mouth and neck guard. He didn't want to wear it when he still needed to send in the adjustment request to fix the issue recovery girl brought to his attention. The rest of the boys seemed to be finishing with gear, so he waited back some. When the room was mostly empty, he slipped back out and looked for Shinso. As soon as he spotted him, he fell into step just behind him. Neither said anything even as they got to the bus lot and the class bustled around them. Noisy conversations jumbling together already, even with only 18 other students actually interacting. The bus and Izawa somehow both arrived in sync, which riled the class even more overall. Shinso looked down at him as they waited outside the bus quietly, the rest of the class near vibrating in excitement at this point. Why are you hanging so close to me today? Usually you're with Speedster and Sunshine over there. Not that it's an issue. I'm just curious. He vaguely waved a hand in the direction of Ida and Uraraka, who were both loudly exclaiming bus instructions and general vibrancy respectively. You're calmer. So you need to recharge. I got ya. He nodded as he stepped slightly closer to Izuku, as if he could give him energy via sheer proximity. Izuku glanced up at him with a slight smile. The hero course was a strange place to be after years of shitty classmates. Strange in a comforting way that he was still adjusting to. He figured it should have gone without saying that the hero course was generally made up of people who genuinely wanted to do good by others in the world. The whole being nice to Izuku trend still had him reeling internally, but he found himself finally starting to enjoy it. There was barely any internal questioning about it as he followed Shinso onto the bus with the class, both blatantly ignoring Ida's instructions of lining up by seating order. Although, that request was unanimously ignored the moment they all saw the bus layout. He ended up between Shinso and Tsuyu on the bus seat, the former having reclined into the cushion and slung an arm behind his shoulders. So all that full throttle energy about bus seating was kinda pointless, huh, Ida? Mina said, patting Ida's shoulder sympathetically. Cut him some slack. The energy is on point no matter how he uses it. Kirishima mimed the way Ida waves his hands through the air with a grin. Ida really has present mic levels of energy, but in a more, it feels more crisp. Kaminari, what is that supposed to even mean? Jiro spoke up from one of the bench seats near the back, unplugging from her phone as she tuned into the conversation. No, I think he's onto something here. Mina had a thoughtful look as she sat back in her seat. If Ida makes it through school with that energy intact, that would be a big benefit for him on the whole marketing front for the pro world. Kirishima pointed out. Yeah, but energy isn't the only factor to popularity level at large. There's also looks and accessibility to different demographics. Especially if you are looking to literally market yourself through toys and other merchandise, Caro. On that front, Ida has the bonus of family history dash. Wait, if we go back to solely based on energy, for marketing, then Bakugo is an absolute bust. Kaminari interrupted Shinso. Ha! Bakugo sat up sharply. You got a fucking problem with me, static asswipe? No? I'm just saying you act like you were born and raised feral, dude. Bakugo stood up and gripped the bar in front of him, almost literally bristling at the comment. What the F is that supposed to mean? I'll end your goddamn career right now, you be. Izuku tried to shrink into Shinsu's space as subtly as he could. Anything to get away from Bakugo as much as possible, even if the rage wasn't pointed at him this time. Bakugo, sit down. We're almost there, Aizawa said from the far front seat of the bus. The class went quiet immediately, aside from a few suppressed laughs, as everyone started to look out the windows, hoping to catch sight of their destination. The dome of the building was blinding from the sun glaring off its curve. Looks like a planetarium, Shinso whispered to him. Izuku looked at him in confusion. What's a planetarium? You've never been to a planetarium? Izuku shook his head. You go inside a giant dome and they show you super detailed time lapses of the night sky. It's really cool. We'll have to go sometime. The bus pulled to a stop and Aizawa quickly stepped off, the rest of the class on his heels. Izuku found himself clustered in the middle of his now usual quartet, as well as Kuda, who was waving his hands around in the general direction of Shinso. Shinso raised an eyebrow before apparently answering the movements by dragging his index finger in a short arc from his ear towards his mouth. Kuda shook his head but looked excited nonetheless. Interesting. Izuku stopped watching their seeming conversation, feeling like he was oddly eavesdropping even though he couldn't understand any of it. Once inside, the exclamations of shock and awe spread across the entrance floor. A hero crested the stairs before them and stretched their arms wide as if presenting the building to them. Landslides, floods, fires, mountain disasters, and more. There are many areas that may be pushing you in and out of your areas of expertise that you will need to gain experience in. This is a training field that I made to simulate all of these scenarios for up-and-coming heroes like yourselves. I call it the ultimate space for jams. Even with the helmet, Izuku could feel their excitement and pride in their creation. 13. That's the space hero number 13. They do spectacular work in the field of disaster relief. Uraraka bounced excitedly next to him. He laughed quietly as he watched her practically float off the ground with how much she was jumping in place. Big fan, I take it? She turned to him and with a serious look. Deku. 13 has been and will always be my star idol. Was that a pun? Izuku couldn't help but smile at the dumb joke. That was the truth. The class started to talk amongst themselves, debating what areas they may be going to first or what tasks they may be given. Aizawa walked up to 13, looking past them and around the immediate area. All might not hear yet? He sounded blatantly annoyed at having to ask the question. From what I was told, he is on a restricted schedule at the moment. They held up 3 fingers. So no, he isn't. Where is he then? Izuku almost responded that he was back at main campus but cut the reply off before it even began. He didn't exactly have a way to explain how he knew that without revealing some key information about Yagi's health that was purposefully hidden from the public. He didn't know how much the staff knew, but the class sure as hell didn't have a clue. The lounge. Aizawa huffed quietly before shrugging. No matter. We don't need him here for the lesson to continue. 13 nodded before stepping forward, getting the attention of the class by clearing their throat. Alright, before we begin I have a few things I want to cover. They began to go over information about their quirk, its benefits and detriments, and how those have to be worked around in rescue situations. Izuku was listening but noticed something was off. Not with 13 or the class, but he could feel it. Literally. There was an extremely muffled ache nearby. It was close enough that he knew he should be able to see it in the plaza below. It had him feeling jittery. Something was happening and he couldn't see it. He started to raise his hand, wanting to get someone's attention at least, even if he didn't get called on by a teacher. Yet before his hand even got past his waist, the feeling spiked and Izawa twisted to look down into the main plaza as well. They both were watching as a tear formed in the air in front of the center fountain. An inky black vortex swirled languidly before getting faster as it grew in size until a hand appeared, pulling on the edge of the ripped space. The hand pushed down hard enough that it near audibly tore across the 13. Get the students out of here. Try contacting the school since the alarms aren't going off. Izawa gripped his gear and pulled his goggles out from where they were nested in its folds. Izuku watched as a massive black being stepped out of the portal. The class hesitated before they started to back away while 13 urged them towards the entrance. Izuku was glued to the spot. His eyes tracked along after this creature with its brain exposed and the immense radiating pain coming from it. The raw agony that pulsed steadily from it gave Izuku phantom pains as he felt how its body was tearing itself apart piece by piece in perfect balance with the rapid healing that rebuilt it. It was the entire thing felt unnatural. It made his nerves oddly plateau for a moment in the weird confusion it gave him. He stumbled as Shinso grabbed his arm and jerked him in the direction of the doors, practically dragging him and saying something that Izuku couldn't hear. His brain playing on loop as he broke into incredulous laughter at the absurdity of all of this. It's them. It's the monsters. Of course it is. He hadn't really thought about the dregs of the underground in a while. Of course they would show up to remind him of his god's forsaken history and home of the streets. It felt like forever since he had told Yagi about the FING monsters he had glimpsed in his years. It was almost funny that only after he started finally finding a place in the world that wasn't blurred into the murk of the backstreets and questionable choices that they would show up. Monsters that would inevitably be the death of him just as he had always figured. Ones that not only readily but happily killed to raise themselves above the rest. A man covered in hands stood at the front of the incoming small army. Where is All Might? He was supposed to be here. We went through all of this fuss, and he isn't even where he's supposed to be. Even from a distance the rasp of his voice rang clear. A few of the students looked at each other in confusion as they tried to keep a general sense of collection. Shinso was saying his name again, but he kept looking at the stairs, the villains now out of sight due to the height difference. All right. The same voice carried over the edge of the stairs. Say, Eraserhead, 13, would he come if we kill some of the ads? Neither hero answered as they held to their very hastily thrown together plan. The panic slowly settling over the parts of the class as the reality of the situation was setting in became near palpable. He pulled his arm out of Shinsu's grip when that same rift appeared just before the doors. Everyone pulled up short and fell into various defensive stances as the mist shaped vaguely into the form of a person. Good afternoon. I apologize for interruption to usual classes. We are the League of Villains and, while you are not our true target here, we have a mark to make on this world. Regardless of the fact that the goal of bringing about Mr. All Might's end has been pushed back due to complications. I have a role to fill here. He spoke matter-of-factly. Kirishima and Bakugo both jumped forward at near the same moment, both attempting an attack that the villain dodged smoothly. They bounced back from the mist and looked him. Kirishima, this is literally the worst time for you to dash, Izuku started to say. Shut the F up, you spineless sheet. Bakugo turned and barked at Izuku. No, you kids need to move. 13 yelled at them. 13, I can't get any sort of connection to anything outside the building. Kaminari looked distraught about the fact and Izuku realized that he may actually have a serious trump card with his quirk. Apologies, but I can't allow that to happen. The mist surged around them again. You all will be scattered and then dragged to your own deaths. Izuku brought his arms up defensively and closed his eyes as the too cold mist pressed against his skin. He reached out with his quirk and gripped every single ache and pain in Yagi's body, even the chronic ones he hasn't touched in months, and pulled on them as hard as he could. He choked on blood welling in his lung, Yagi having irritated it with his exertion through the day. Even as he felt the ground fall out from under him, he kept his grip on the aches that don't go away. even with panic rising in his mind as the oily black left his vision and he fell quickly towards the water's surface that was now below him. He kept grabbing and pulling and tearing at the pain that had him choking on the blood in his throat and the pain that was compiling in his own body. All in the hopes that Yagi picked up on the fact that something is going fing wrong and Izuku needed him now. He stopped pulling momentarily and debated dropping the grip on his form before he hit the water but decided against it. There were too many people around. Heroes, students, and villains that could all possibly target him with the wrong idea, and there was already so much at risk without that in the mix. He gasped in a breath just before impact, which promptly knocked it right back out of him. There's a dazed moment underwater where the muffled feeling of everything was almost calming before he registered the villain with a shark Quirk rushing towards him. His heart stuttered as he hurried towards the surface. Although, before he even hoped to have reached it, something wrapped around his torso and jerked him to a halt. "I've got you, Midoriya." Tsuyu's voice sounded surprisingly clear under the water. He twisted around to see her kicking off of the villain, effectively jetting them up towards the surface much faster than how Izuku had been. The moment he broke the surface, he wheezed for air. She dropped him on the deck of the boat floating along the edge of the flood zone. He didn't even care where he was on the deck as he rolled over and coughed up a splatter of blood from his healing lung. Tsuyu's head appeared over the edge of the ship wall and he can hear the brief pause in her movements when she saw him and the blood mixing with the water that dripped off of him. "Where were you hurt?" She crouched down next to him and rested a hand on his back, rubbing small circles there as he coughed again, spitting out more blood. "No, I'm fine. It's just my quirk. So, don't worry. We need to focus on getting back to the rest of the class." He wiped his mouth and wondered if the red would be easily washed out of his gloves. Tsuyu seemed to not be very convinced by his words and watched as he sat back. He could feel Yagi's lung getting aggravated again, which meant he was agitated about something. He yanked on the injury once more and fought down the burning feeling of the blood wanting to bubble up in more coughs. Yet he doesn't feel like he's coming any closer, so he must be getting held up by something. Izuku looked over the edge of the ship to see the small group of villains, all with quirks that likely do best in water, gathered around them. They just needed to get to the plaza. "Tsuyu." She walked up next to him and glanced over the railings before both crouched out of sight. "Can you get us both over that group if I manage to stun them, even a bit? Like, could you get us close to the edge of the water?" "Midoriya, you're coughing up blood. You need to rest a minute, Karo." She sounded concerned even where her face didn't show it. He could only laugh quietly at the comment. It's just funny that, in the context of everything going on in USJ at the moment, a bit of blood was something to stall over. He could feel the aches of sustained quirk use building within the dome. "I've done more with worse. I'm fine." "That's... How is that an example of things being better?" "Trust me, Tsuyu. Please. If these people were as organized as they are trying to look, you wouldn't be with me." She tilted her head in thought as she tapped a finger against her lip. "You're a frog. If they really did know everything they claim, wouldn't it have been smarter to not send a frog to the flood zone? It isn't exactly efficient in the grand scheme of killing someone." He waved a hand vaguely. "You do have a point. 13 did mention an area for fire rescue." She looked at the edge of the railing. "Exactly. There isn't time though to sit around up here. We need to go. Can you make the jump?" Izuku grabbed her shoulder as he spoke. They needed to hurry. The longer they sat in one spot, the more vulnerable they would become. She glanced at his hand before she looked him in the eyes. She nodded and he stood up again, shaking his hands out as if loosening up muscles made breaking bone any more comfortable. You will need to grab me and drag me along after I jump." "Understood, Karo." He took a few steps back on the deck walkway and in a steadying breath. "Let's go, Tsu." Izuku ran as fast as he could in the short distance he had, hopping up last second to use the railing as a last boost to his jump. He aimed down at the water that rose unnaturally next to him, slicing through the boat easily. He looked for the quirk user and adjusted his aim to be closer to the villain. He felt the way one for all swelled under his skin and fired off a shot that concaved the water below, a rip in the calm surface forming from the sudden vacuum of space. Tsuyu's tongue wrapped around his stomach and pulled him through the air. He gritted his teeth as he tucked the hand he used close to his chest. He didn't need to see his fingers to know they were likely near black with bruising. The villains shouted and struggled against the powerful current in a futile attempt to get out of its pull. The water ended up surging back upwards and clapping against the surface with the villains thrown around from the force of it. A few of them ended up knocked out from it all. When they land in the water, it's much more graceful than his first time. Izuku getting pulled along by Tsuyu until they were in shallower water gave him a chance to try and sort all the information his quirk was throwing at him. There were injuries all over, and the muffled feeling over a chunk of it all told him that more were unconscious while injured than awake and injured. He looked at the flood zone villains that were beginning to regain their bearings. The ripples of the water settling made them bob on the surface. They needed to get out of the flood zone fast. Midoriya. Tsuyu let him go and pointed at the plaza. Izuku could tell what the issue was before he even looked over to where their teacher was fighting. The scalding burn of dry eyes was slowing Aizawa down. He reached out and took away the edge of the burn. He wasn't stupid and knew his limits. He wouldn't be able to reasonably see if he took all of the burning sensation, and it wouldn't change the fact that Aizawa had dry eyes. He was limited to just 2 eyes right now, and he couldn't risk becoming a liability. What's the next move? We still have villains on all sides, and there's no way to get to the stairs unnoticed with how empty the plaza is. Karo. She looked around, clearly trying to puzzle it out herself. Izuku doesn't have an answer. He watched as Aizawa charged the villain covered in hands, and his mind was blaring sirens that this was going to go wrong somehow. The pulsing pain of the black creature felt almost restless, and it had him on the edge of something he didn't have a name for. Pale hands wrapped around an elbow, and he viscerally felt the way the hero's skin and muscle flaked away. He gasped roughly before ripping it away. There was a choked-off cry of pain as the injury melted off of Aizawa's body. There wasn't really words for how it felt to have his elbow literally turn to dust where the scar was now spread across Aizawa's. His arm hung limply as he gripped his own bicep, bit his tongue to try and muffle himself, and watched both Aizawa and the villain turn towards him. Blood dripped down his forearm and into the water as his eyes started to burn on their own with tears. The villain's eyes glinted in a way that had Izuku's internal warnings screaming at him. The man barely even started to move in his direction as Izuku braced his feet in the water. With a last-ditch prayer to gods he didn't really believe in anymore, he threw down his grip faster than he had ever remembered doing and screamed. A sound that quickly warped along with his form. And it was wrong. He could tell the moment it started, and it hurt. It hurt more than shifting with injuries ever should. It hurt as he heard Tsuyu's fearful yelp next to him. It hurt as his scream got louder and sharper, warping further as his bottom jaw cracked down the middle. A crack that became a break that began to tear, and he felt his skin along the bottom of his mouth split. The jagged pull of it felt cold and electric. Blood dripped from its torn edges as his jaw splayed wider with the lack of restriction. He felt taller than he should be and could see spurs down his muzzle that shouldn't be there. The familiar feeling of quills pushing through his skin was now also running along the back of his neck instead of just along his tail. The villain nearly fell backwards as he in another breath, feeling his sides press against something foreign and hard, and screamed again. The skin along his back burned as he felt it peel away from his sides and raise in a sick version of mock fins. It left his sides with an acidic chill where air came into contact with dermal tissue. He stepped forward out of the water, slinging it across the dry tiles as it dripped from his fur. 3 hands splayed flat, claws digging through the floor as he in a shaky breath and felt the way his sides pressed and molded vaguely against something jutting through his vents. It was difficult to hold composure of confidence when afraid. Not just of this whole situation, but the fact he had no idea what was happening to him in what should be a normal shift. Izuku could feel eyes on him from all sides, but he didn't let his eyes drift from the villain in front of him. The one who watched him with shock and interest, taking a single step back even as Izuku tucked his injured arm. Aizawa was looking at him with what appeared to be some sort of internal conflict, but he didn't have time to regret anything. He committed to this. He made his choice. Hey, hidden boss? Really? The villain's baffled frustration carried across the space between them. Izuku crouched slightly before he surged forward, clearing the gap between them in a single bound. He wrapped around Izawa, who stiffened immediately when he got grabbed, only to be bodily slung away from the hand villain and his creature filled with pain. Izuku wasn't sure what exactly his plan was now that he was here, but he did accomplish his short-term goal so far. A simple goal of be the closest target to the main issue, since he both healed the fastest and moved the fastest. He turned towards the two and planted his hands and feet on the ground firmly, and Tenny pressed forward to stand tall. His vents vibrated against the things he managed to figure were probably his own ribs in an eerie wheeze as he breathed in, raised his head, and roared at the man. The sound escaping through both his mouth and his vents in such a way that it layered over itself in an unnatural reverb. At the edges of his vision, he could see his own pedipalps splayed aggressively, giving away how much larger they had become. "You look really cool." He grinned as he pointed at Izuku. "It's too bad. Numu." The black creature, Numu apparently, practically blinked into Izuku's space. Izuku froze on instinct a second too long. It grabbed his arms and flung him in an arc over its head hard enough that Izuku's body cracked against the ground. The force cracked the tiles around where his body hit. He screeched in pain with how his bones fractured and broke under his skin. The sound echoed off the dome ceilings, and for half a beat he swore all the fighting paused. He rolled over and felt a shock of pain somewhere get dropped immediately behind a wall of static. Someone blacked out up the stairs behind him, and he had the worst feeling about it. He pulled his feet under himself, and when he put weight onto his hind leg it crunched and folded under him, broken. A heavy hand gripped the back of his neck and slammed his head against the ground. His world blurred around him, and he felt one side of his jaw crunch. Blood dripped onto the ground as bone broke through skin. His pedipalps skittered against the ground as he attempted to get up again. He managed to balance oddly on 3 legs instead, head dragging on the ground. The attack doesn't come again, which is confusing. He could feel the crackling pop of his bones slotting and stitching themselves together. The strange pressure of it along his head was distantly alarming, but more so was that he couldn't even see properly with how the world spun violently, nauseatingly. He closed his eyes and pressed his antennae further forward, only to register that the Numu was now silently waiting. Izuku did not like that the Numu was silently waiting. His claws scraped on the tile as he dragged himself with a rumbling growl towards the villain. The shaking of his muscles working to move a half-crumpled form had his quills rattling loudly against each other, all of them on end. Tears started to fall as he tried to figure out what to do. He had never had to fight like this before. His form was unfamiliar all of a sudden at the worst time. His intact hind leg shook from strain, nearly giving out as his growl changed to a weak croak. There's a soft hissing sound he hadn't heard before, and he cracked one of his eyes to see the black mist returning. "Shigaraki." The mist spoke as it returned to its more humanesque shape. Izuku growled at the man, drawing his attention, and watched as his eyes widened slightly. Shigaraki turned to him, not even sparing a glance in Izuku's direction. "Kurogyri. Is 13 dead?" He was bored. A fact that had Izuku growling louder. "Incapacitated, but, one of the students got out. He got away when that screech had everyone pulled short. My apologies." "Yuthan." Shigaraki scratched at his neck, grumbling something Izuku couldn't make out. Izuku blinked open a few more of his eyes. The crackling in his head was nearly gone and the world had stopped spinning. He looked around, trying to figure his next move as his back leg popped unnaturally as it healed. He spotted Aizawa crouched and alarmingly close, moving steadily closer, using Izuku's oddly slumped form as a block to his approach. "No, he isn't supposed to be here, he needs to get the other kids out." Izuku cried softly, antennae flicking as if he could convey what he wanted Aizawa to do with that alone. He tries to open his mouth and say something, only to realize his tongue is gone. He doesn't remember if it got taken or if it just didn't carry over in the change. Spit and blood flecked across the ground with a harsh cough. "Stop trying to move," Aizawa whispered, hidden behind his shoulders. Izuku let out a wheezing cry, blinking away tears that have yet to stop. "Numu." Aizawa tensed next to him and Izuku whined as he looked up at the black figure Shigaraki was addressing. "Finish the mini-boss. Even if we can't find the main boss this time, the EXP will be useful." Shigaraki waved a hand flippantly. The Numu refocused its gaze on Izuku again with a wheezing scream that held suppressed pain and distress within it. It reached out to grab his actual head this time, hand large enough to cover the top of his muzzle if it wanted to. Gray cloth wrapped around its forearm and the Numu stopped, eyes rolling to focus on Aizawa. Blood was the only thing Izuku registered. So much blood and sickening crunches that happened right next to him. He was useless as the hero was absolutely battered by the massive strength of the Numu. He can't even grab at the pain to help heal anything because he still can't even stand on his own. There was a massive explosion near the entrance to the building. Numu dropped Aizawa as it stood and looked in the direction of the commotion at the call of its name. Izuku warbles in distress as Aizawa was left on the ground. He was alive. He could feel the muffled shattering pain behind the static wall of unconsciousness. He clawed at the ground and pulled himself forward even more. His back leg was still fixing itself, just short of functional. Pedipalps carefully touched along Aizawa's form, not wanting to do any more damage to him but feeling the faint pain responses let him know Aizawa still had working nerve routes. He could hear All Might's trademark call but it brings no relief. He fumbled to usher one for all in his veins and managed to get himself over Aizawa protectively. He closed his eyes with a whine, trying to relax and let his body focus on patching itself at least to the point of having a use. There was a gust of wind as something landed next to him. He flinched involuntarily even as he felt the strain of All Might. "I'm so sorry, my boy. I should have gotten here faster." All Might whispered. Izuku just whimpered and angled his body to reveal the absolutely wrecked form of Aizawa. All Might's breath caught for a beat and then he carefully pulled the hero from under Izuku. He opened an eye to look at his mentor. The distress was subtle but covering every inch of his features. He warbled noisily and pressed his antennae towards the flood zone. He wasn't the priority at the moment since he had a quirk that very much so benefited him in this moment. His healing flared with the activation of One for All earlier and he carefully latched onto the quirk. Static sparked from his fur and made it stick out at odd angles as his bones crackled and clicked under his skin. "I will get you when it's safe." The promise was heartening but Izuku wasn't putting all that much stock in it. Another burst of wind and All Might was gone. He struggled to not let the creeping exhaustion drag on him. You aren't supposed to sleep after head injuries and he wasn't entirely sure his head even healed fully yet. He could feel how his jaw still wasn't sitting right so he was confident his jaw was still broken. That and there was the way his bone had ground against the tile when he moved earlier. At least he hoped that it was still in progress and that it hadn't just healed wrong. His awareness of the things going on around him faded in and out as he struggled against the exhaustion tugging on his mind. The information his senses gathered registering not in flashes so much as in ripples of understanding. All Might's quirk boosted speed and the gusts of wind it created. The hiss of another warp forming. A spike in pain. The approach of aching forearms that had his instincts telling him to get it together and run. He gripped his hind claws without much issue, healed but not entirely. The crackling sound of ice forming. Izuku swept away the energy drain of One for All and opened his eyes. All Might was bleeding as he stood just before Pugu, Kirishima, and Todoroki. They were all in a resting stance, ready to react at a sweat drop, except for Bakugu who had Kurogiri pinned to the ground. The Numu sat up, its frozen limbs snapping off only to grow back rapidly. A familiar urge was bubbling in Izuku as he scrambled to get to his feet. "I can help them. I need to help them. Please, gods, let me help them." He got his feet under himself and stood, albeit a little shakily, with his head low but off the ground. He grabbed at All Might's injury and pulled sluggishly at it. The added pain of his side caving in where fingers had broken through All Might's side were just additions to the white noise of pain he could feel. The multiple injuries he had sustained and been slowly healing had pretty much become a flat-lining tone in the back of his mind. He was probably in shock. All Might looked down at his side in surprise before looking over at Izuku. Izuku stepped forward and let out a rumbling growl that wheezed out of his vents more than his throat, blood oozing steadily from his side and pooling onto the ground. Tears dripped down his muzzle and he tried to push away every warning ringing in his brain that he was taking too much. that he needed to stop because he had done enough. The growl ended in him hacking out more blood and spit that ended up sticking to and dripping from his teeth. All eyes were on him again, and he shook his tail around, the quills rattling from the motion. Kirishima and Bakugo both looked at him with the clear notion that he was another enemy. Todoroki had barely visible disgust on his usually blank face. All Might was downright panicked. So cool. Shigaraki sounded very excited about Izuku not getting taken down so easily. You villains. You just drag out every piece of filth with you from the waste you thrive in. Todoroki swept an arm in Izuku's direction without a care, ice surging forward in the wake of the motion. The wave of ice reached Izuku before he can fully react. He got frozen half off the ground, front half of his body held suspended from an interrupted bounce back. He whined as the cold rapidly started to feel hot as his nerves misfired from the rapid temperature change. The ice directly touching him started to melt with how hot his body burned. He was stuck again. Useless again. All he could do was watch as the Numu rushed in and veered a punch towards his classmates. His heart clenched in his chest and tried to JRK his way out of the ice with no luck. The dust the blow kicked up settled to show the three teens far out of the way and All Might in their place, block held firm. The conflicting feelings of relief and fear flooded his system because, while All Might had succeeded in the mini-rescue, his time limit was a harsh eventuality. He started struggling more violently within the ice. The melted surfaces made his fur slick while his quills and feathers tore at his skin as his body pulled away from them. The broken half of his jaw swung limply as his still damaged bones crackled and likely splintered harshly from how they shifted against themselves. He could fuzzily feel the way the broken bits were patching over. The damage he was doing. The Numu turned its full focus towards All Might. Their initial collision fractured the ground below them. Blow for blow they appeared to be an even match. Izuku looked over at the trio who had yet to move. The fact that they were still standing there had him riled. They couldn't be so stupid as to not understand the sheer amount of danger they were in just standing there. In the midst of the battle that raged between the two powerhouses, All Might ducked and missed a punch. At least he missed the Numa. The gust of pressure hurtled in Izuku's direction and the ice fractured around him, some of the shards digging into his flesh while others slit along the edges of his form. He dropped to the ground with a hiss of pain. He took a brief pause to center himself. A shout of the school motto was followed by a concussive sound. He looked up to see the roof of the dome shatter and the Numu's form disappear into the outside world. Izuku immediately zeroed in on All Might with his quirk. The quirk exhaustion was beyond extreme at this point. Even still, All Might squared off against Shigaraki. Steam rose steadily from the hero as he stood in the cloud of dust the brawl had stirred up. Shigaraki's hands twitched with the rage boiling under his skin. Izuku started to walk forward as building static made his fur stand on end. The pulsing thrum of one for all stirring once more rolled through him. His pace quickened as Shigaraki started to run at his mentor. He kicked off the ground as plasma arced off his body, roaring as he lunged for the villain, aimed to intercept, jaws wide and claws grasping. He couldn't lose the one FNG good thing he's found for himself in this God's forsaken joke he calls a life. He couldn't. He wouldn't make it if he did. 6 sharp cracking sounds rang clear. Shigaraki jerked back, red blooming from each of his limbs in sparse splatters. Pain pierced deep into Izuku's shoulders, the impact of 2 bullets knocking his lunge off course. He cried out as he landed in a tumble, rolling past All Might who tensed in the self-restraint to keep from moving. Izuku had never felt a gunshot before. Not directly. The tumble was absolutely atrocious for the bones that had yet to heal and snapped the ones that were barely fused back together all over again. He doesn't move after the roll stopped. Shigaraki was warped away in a flurry of curses. Izuku looked at All Might, tears streaming down his face, and whined loudly. He couldn't think of anything else to do about the pain he was in. The static dissipated from his fur along with the energy one for all brought with it. Fear was as clear as day in All Might's expression. It was to him at least. The blood still dripped from Izuku's side, among other injuries, and sluggishly pooled under him as he adjusted slowly to a more comfortable position. His antennae swiveled to sit back and his eyes wandered to the excited approach of Kirishima. There was a certain fascination in the eyes of his classmate that he didn't feel comfortable with in the least. A wall burst from the ground just between Kirishima and All Might. The moment it stopped rising, All Might vanished in a cloud and Yagi stumbled before he dropped to his knees next to Izuku. My boy, what can I do to help? I'm here now. The principal was trying to get me to talk with him and, sheet. I should have just, Yagi looked over his battered body, hands hovering with lost intent. Blind anxieties made the heroic composure vanish as distraught nerves took hold. Izuku warbled softly as he followed the motions with his eyes. When his thoughts collected, Yagi's focus settled on the gunshot wounds. Hands pushed fur out of the way. He leaned over his form and felt along the opposite area of the entry points. They didn't go through. Izuku-kun, we're going to need them removed. He's gonna be okay. He said Izuku whined softly. All Might, we need to get you out of here and treated without being seen. Cementos hovered a hand over Yagi's shoulder. I'm going to be staying right here. You need to get Recovery Girl and bring her to get these bullets out as soon as possible. He gave Cementos a hard look. There was obvious confusion and Yagi glanced at Izuku who just blinked in response. He trusted his mentor. We need to treat him. Cementos hesitated as he looked at Izuku's massive form before he nodded and hustled away. Izuku sighed with another whine of pain. The slow loss of adrenaline made his injuries much more evident. He blinked away a few more of the tears that were blurring his vision. Yagi's concerns and worrying made his heart hurt because he knew it was his fault the distress was there at all. He warbled quietly and his pedipalps reached towards him, patting him gently where they could. He didn't know how exactly to comfort like this. Yagi gave him a small smile and started to tuck the pedipalps under Izuku's neck. You wouldn't want these to get stepped on if a number of people show up, Izuku-kun. He let out a huff of air from his vents, which hurt but the reaction was a bit knee-jerk. You've already been reckless enough with trying to fight these villains alone with almost no training. That's rich coming from a one-man army. He warbled back at him in acknowledgement. But you, again you have shown a beyond exceptional drive to help. To save and protect the people. Even in the face of your own fears. I'm proud of that, my boy. Yagi gently put a hand on his muzzle. You didn't tell me when you said the bigger you are you meant that this form could get bigger too. Bigger and spookier looking on top of that. To be fair though, Izuku hadn't known. This was a new development. A lot of his life in the past year has been a new development in a long line of changes. Yo, All Might. Present Mick's voice came around the wall before he did. Who's the one who The man pulled up short, bouncing once on a leg with his arms swinging to help stay balanced. Izuku pressed his antennae flat against his neck. Mike, help me figure out how we are gonna move him. Yagi stood up and stepped gently around Izuku. He's really hurt. Well, okay sure man but He gestured rapidly in no particular sensible way. What is going on here? Izuku looked up at Mike as the hero walked up to his face. He coughed quietly and watched him until they made eye contact. Are you the same Dash? Izuku interrupted him with a low warble. He didn't want to be called a monster to his face. The warble broke into a whine when Yagi's hand ran over the lower end of his back just above his quills. The hand jerked away with an apology. Buddy, you sure got yourself into a mess then being around these guys. Mike scratched next to his nose, apparently completely missing the way Izuku tensed at the offhand comment. He's not with them. He was trying to protect his classmates. The harshness of Yagi's correction had Mike looking properly scolded. I pulled Eraserhead from under him. He really did try. Exhaustion weighed heavy on Izuku's eyes and they started to drift closed. Hey kiddo, you can't be doing that. Mike crouched into his line of sight, head tilted with a slight frown to look into his cracked eyes. He croaked softly. You can't sleep until Recovery Girl clears you for it, my boy. Yagi sounded apologetic about the fact. He croaked again. They were stuck waiting until she gets there. I'm sure you did great too, big guy. This amount of villains is no joke even for experienced heroes. Mike stood and hummed as he looked over Izuku. The two heroes ended up just talking the whole time, keeping an ear out for Izuku's occasional croaks to show he was still awake. A tense rhythm fell into place as the three stayed behind the wall, interrupted by the harsh coughs that sometimes worked their way out of Izuku. When they started debating how exactly to move him, he zoned them out. The sound of multiple feet had Izuku opening his eyes a bit. He warbled softly, cutting off the conversation Yagi and Mike had been having. Yagi making a stern comment of how he would answer questions later since it wasn't important at the moment to end the exchange. Izuku probably should have been listening with those last words. Cementos led Recovery Girl, Blood King, and Nedzu into view. Nedzu clapped his hands together with an excited hum, having perked up immediately as he was set onto the ground. Oh-ho-ho! Now this is what I would call a development. He looked over Izuku with an uncomfortably knowing glint to his eyes. I take it this is our 20th student to account for, Midoriya Izuku? Izuku pressed his antennae forward. It would probably be bad to miss any of the discussion that was sure to come from his decision today. Uraraka paced in circles, searching around the crowd of her classmates that Ida was making futile attempts to direct. The stress-induced energy in the class had them all especially buzzed as they talked. There were emergency vehicles all over, many taking away the staggering amount of grunt work villains the self-proclaimed League of Villains brought with them. I can't find Midoriya, and the cops aren't answering questions about the villains or the inside of the building either. Any luck for you? Shinso said as he picked his way through the class to her. No. No one else in the class has seen him since that one villain scattered everyone. Tsuyu isn't talking to anyone at all. I don't understand sign, but Kuda just shook his head and Aoyama just said where he ended up is a secret. Uraraka changed her route of pacing so that she just circled around Shinso. Mina made a mock shrieking noise before dumping out information about how all the people she saw froze at the sound, allegedly stunned in fear. Jiro added that some of the villains near them actually tripped when it ripped through the dome. The shriek really had been piercing. Although the scariest part was how it had been just moments before 13's quirk was used against them. The sight of their back being eaten away by a black hole right in front of her ingrained into her mind. Kirishima interrupted with how it was probably the giant monster they had ran into in the main plaza. His movements were animated as he explained how he, Bakugo, and Todoroki all had converged at the plaza to find All Might trapped by something one of the villains had called a Numu. How apparently All Might had already knocked down the other thing beforehand. She noticed Tsuyu watching Kirishima relay his tale, the most intent she had been since they left the doors of USJ. The class was engrossed in the retelling as they listened to the apparent sturdiness of the monster and the intense battle between All Might and the Numu. The way that the monster allegedly had electricity arcing from its body, adding a whole new level of flair to the picture Kirishima was spinning for them. Two of Ectoplasm's clones exited USJ and approached Tsuyu. They guided her to one of the EMS vehicles where they grabbed a shock blanket, draped it over her shoulders, and guided her away from the class. They were saying something Uraraka couldn't hear, but Tsuyu replied right away. A few questioned Kirishima more while the rest of the class devolved into general comments on the battles across the building and debates about the actual competency of the attackers. Uraraka? Are you okay? Ida looked concerned next to her. She had stopped pacing. I want everyone to be okay, she said as Tsuyu disappeared into the crowd of officials. One of the officers stepped forward, taking off his hat and smiling brightly. All right, aside from the two under medical care, the class is all here. He addressed them all, getting everyone's attention at the first word. For now you all will need to return to your classroom and wait for further instruction. What about Aizawa-sensei? Yamamoto asked, hand raised patiently. The detective pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The class waited quietly as it rang and the detective relayed the question. Eraserhead is in critical condition. He has multiple comminuted fractures in his arms and loss of some tendon density in one of his elbows. The doctors aren't sure how to explain some of the scar tissue built up over recent injuries. They're still running scans on how severe the damage to his orbital floor is, but they have concerns about its possible effects on his vision in the future. The detective stated the information clinically. And 13? Uraraka asked nervously. Stable along with All Might. They have minor lacerations to the back of their neck and much more severe ones to their back. Their suit actually took the brunt of the initial damage and probably played a part in their survival. All Might is just getting a basic check over to ensure that there wasn't anything subtle the villains could have pulled. We don't know all the quirks present, and their reported target was All Might. He hung up the phone. As I've been told at least. What about Tsuyu? She got taken away by ectoplasm earlier. Hagakure's gloved hand flagged down the attention of the surrounding students. She was at the plaza longer than the rest of you all and is being monitored by Recovery Girl for shock recovery. What about Midori Dash? Then what about Deku? Uraraka interrupted Ida's near-identical question. No one has seen him since we all got separated. All students are under the care they need, I promise. Don't worry. The detective put his hat back on. I have business to attend to at the infirmary, so I must be going. Sansa, you're the head of the field now. An officer with a cat head saluted as the detective hurried past vehicles and out of sight. They were all guided onto the bus they had arrived on. The ride back was much quieter than the ride there. Everyone was staring out windows or at hands or feet as the weight of a villain attack on you sank in. Sitting in the classroom after they had changed back into their uniforms wasn't much better. One by one they were taken out for a statement before getting released to their families or to head home. When she left the room she gave her statement and she walked towards and waited near the entrance. Kirishima stopped next to her a while later and they wait in a companionable, if tense, silence. The events of the day had everyone in thought. Shinso was the next to join them, and when Ida finally got there no one really had words all of a sudden. So they want us to withhold information from any probable leak to the media. Shinso broke the silence. That and school is on break until further notice. Ida nodded. They said Midoriya is in medical care, right? We could probably find him in the medical wing then. Recovery Girl is probably fixing him up right now. Kirishima tried to sound confident despite the nerves everyone had about the dodgy air the officers held with the questions related to any of their classmates. Let's go. I'm worried about him. Uraraka started walking towards Recovery Girl's office. The other three followed close behind. The empty halls felt wrong even if they were to be expected after school hours. They turned the corner to see two of Ectoplasm's clones waiting at the start of the medical wing. She looked back and shared a confused look with the rest of them before continuing forward. One of the clones held out a hand to stop them. The medical wing is off limits until further notice, he said calmly. Recovery Girl has a temporary office next to the teacher's lounge if you need to see her. We wanted to come check on Midoriya. The officers said he was in medical care. Kirishima insisted. The injured need to rest and aren't allowed visitors. Recovery Girl's orders. The other clone informed them. The group let out a collective dejected sigh. There was a moment where Uraraka debated pushing the topic further. It was only when Ida took the lead on the return trip to the entrance that she let it drop. She wasn't happy about letting it drop, but trying to force their way past Ectoplasm's clones after a villain attack was probably not the smartest idea. Ectoplasm said injured. Shinso broke the quiet of the walk back. It did nothing in the way of comforting me that they won't let us see him, even when injured. Uraraka picked a hair off her uniform. She wanted something to do with her hands. You think it's that bad? Maybe he just needs to sleep. Kirishima offered. Debating it isn't going to do anything but stress us out more, so I say just leave it for now. Shinsu's shoulders were hunched as he strode a bit ahead of the group. She frowned at the way Shinso was closing himself off. They needed to be there for each other at this point, not pulling away. Outside the main gates, two different women were waiting, talking quietly. Once one spotted them, the other was quick to turn around. Ijiru. Hitoshi, thank goodness. They both ran up to their respective child. There was a general clamor over concerns for the well-being of them all, parental worries overflowing to all teens present. Uraraka laughed when Shinso finally pushed his mother away, face turning pink in embarrassment. It took a bit for her and Ida to reassure the rest of them they were fine going home like usual. Want me to walk you home, Uraraka? Ida asked while they waited in the train station for the next arrival. She thought about her small rental apartment her parents got for her to attend UA and the setting sun outside the station. You know what, Ida? She looked at him with a small smile. I'd appreciate that. Then lead the way. He smiled at her and they boarded their train. Yagi sat on a stool near the window of the hours ago modified medical office. One of the walls had been taken down by Cementos so as to lay out Izuku's massive form. 3 rooms became one long room. There were multiple machines and devices hooked onto him and bandages wrapped carefully around limbs and other wounds. Some of his injuries actually had to get stitches before bandaged. A tall stand was holding the bag for fluids and a blood transfusion near the boy's shoulders. They had to do a test initially since there were no real medical records directly on file aside from vaccinations. The steady rise and fall of his massive side, held within the bones jutting out of the vents on his side, was a comfort. It was small, but enough to help him dispel the internal paranoid whispers that he almost hadn't made it. The beeping of the monitors remained stable. Recovery Girl had cleared Izuku for sleep after extensive checks of his head. Aside from his jaw, which was bandaged into place now, the skull had minimal to no damage and every reactionary test was passed. She had left to check on the other students after explaining she couldn't do anything with her quirk since he was already facing quirk exhaustion on his own. Izuku would need to both recover stamina and have a break from his extensive quirk usage before she tried to use hers on him. They had to wait. Oh my boy. I'm so very sorry I let this happen to you. He whispered to the otherwise empty room. The sun had set by now. Ectoplasm walked into the room. The detective and principal are waiting for you in the meeting room. He said softly, respectful of the situation even without knowing the full extent of it. Yagi closed his eyes and sighed, trying to relax even a little before getting up. Let me know if he wakes up while I'm gone. Of course, All Might. He stepped out of the doorway to let him pass. Yagi didn't think he would be getting any rest tonight. The sun had barely risen and Yagi was already walking quickly down the stairs to the streets below his apartment. The night had been near painfully long. He wanted to get to the school as soon as he could. He entered the medical wing and passed Shizenji on his way into the room Izuku was being kept in. Blood King was waiting outside the door, eyes closed. No words were exchanged between any of them. Izuku was smaller. Not his normal size but not the massive beast of a creature that he had been when Yagi had broken into the building the day before. The spurs on his muzzle were gone. As were the fins, skin reattached with sparse stitches along their seams. He circled around Izuku anxiously. The ribs were now barely poking out of his vents, which looked much less irritated. Each of the monitors around the room had readings outside of what would be a healthy range for a human, but they were steady. Body temperature too high, breathing and heart rate too low, blood pressure just strange. He wasn't sure what the rest of all the many machines checked to be able to read them. He settled onto a stool that was probably Shizenji's and waited. And waited. And waited more. He watched the staff of UA come and go. Heroes approached or passed the room cautiously even with Izuku sleeping. It was a subtle caution, but it still made Yagi's skin itch in frustration. He understood that they had no real experience with Izuku and any situation with large quirk users must be dealt with carefully, but it felt wrong. His confidence that there would be no issues was held with the same weight as a grain of sand. He just wanted Izuku to wake up. It was still yet to pass the 24-hour mark for his sedated state, sure, but the time felt like it was dragging by. He sighed, feeling an ache in his bones that he had failed in ways he didn't really understand yet. The ribs had receded entirely. It was around noon when Shizenji walked into the room again. You need to eat and recover too, All Might. She didn't look his way as she checked the monitors, logging things she deemed important on her phone's notepad. Nope. You don't get to set bad examples. Even if your student is asleep at the moment, you need to continue to set the standard you want him to match. You would want him to eat and recover if he was in your position, yes. She put away her phone and checked the fluid drips. Then go eat. You will be called if he wakes up. He knew she was right. He would make it quick. Well, as quick as he could since he was sure Nedzu would probably try to find him to talk about everything again. The principal was a fiend when it came to information. His eyes flew open, body tensed, breath stopped. He looked around the empty room. Medical. He could hear the beeping of the machines attached to him. Izuku let out his breath as silently as possible, slid his head along the linoleum, and spotted 3 ectoplasm clones standing in front of the one door to the room. His breathing hitched as it sped up, fear rising. The clones weren't there when he had fallen asleep. Just Yagi and Recovery Girl. No. I need to get out. Izuku's claws scraped on the floor and all 3 clones turned to face him directly. He hurried to his feet. He was back to normal, it seemed, size-wise, and he accidentally knocked over the stand that had been holding up his fluids. It clattered loudly and he jumped in response to the sudden noise. He was hyperventilating. Whoa there. Settle down. One of the clones spoke as all 3 approached him, hands up to try and calm him. Trying to detain. To subdue. They're keeping me here. Izuku backed up, stumbling over himself and warbling in distress. He couldn't get his words to cooperate with how hard he was breathing. He didn't want to be caught. He didn't want to be kept here. He only just got to where he could begin his life. His jaw worked as he tried to get his words to go even as all the clones hushed him and he continued to back away. His heel hit the wall and he simply angled himself to back along the wall. It wasn't long before he hit the corner of the room. Trapped. The attempted soothing was doing nothing for him as his brain was on full alert. Tears started to fall down his face as he curled over himself, packing himself into the corner as best as he could. The tugging on his limbs had him looking down to see that he had dragged his fluids along, the bags adding uncomfortable weight to the needles he initially failed to notice were inserted below his skin. He didn't understand. He didn't know what all these things were specifically for, and it was terrifying. He didn't know what they did while he was asleep or what was planned for him. His warbling became near yowling as he cried harder. The hushes and other vague sounds from the clones were starting to add to his panic, so he covered them with his own noises. One of the clones was talking to another and they didn't seem to regard him as fully sentient. Not to his eyes, at least. He wasn't some animal. He just wanted to know what was happening. His legs felt so heavy and he didn't know if it was because of the things that were in his skin or because of the villain attack. He didn't even know how long he had been asleep. A clone was talking into some device. He's getting more people. He tried talking again through the shaking breaths and his sobs. Yagi! Izuku practically shouted it at the clones. He hiccuped as he dropped his head to the floor, eyes closed. Yagi! He broke down there on the floor, repeating the name over and over. Yagi would help him. Yagi would save him. Please. Why Yagi? Stumbling footsteps echoed down the hall and Izuku felt the aches he was searching for. Yagi came into view, panting from the run to Izuku. 2 of the clones turned to the hero and Izuku's heart stuttered in a torrent of conflicting emotions. Izuku wait dash. The clones all got barreled over as Izuku broke past them. His hands grasped at Yagi like he would vanish the moment his grip slipped. He wrapped himself as close as he could to him and cried harder. Yagi's arms came up around his neck and held on firmly, comfortingly. He ran a hand through Izuku's fur and each pass had Izuku slowly catching his breath. It took a moment for his breathing to settle to a more reasonable speed. I'm sorry. I dunno what I did that I'm here. Izuku slurred, the side of his head pressed to Yagi's back. Please don't leave me here. I'm sorry. Yagi's fingers dug into his shoulders. Izuku felt how his shaking and tired legs started to slide on the floor and did his best to sit in a way that wouldn't hurt Yagi. His mentor let himself drop into a sitting position as, well, just lie down, my boy. I'm not leaving you here. Yagi spoke softly. But you already did. Izuku pushed away the sour thought and held on. He came back though. The sound of the clones approaching made his whole body tense. He was afraid but didn't know how to say it. Not directly. He didn't know what was going to happen next and he was desperate for any sense of clarity on anything. He felt Yagi shake his head and their approach stopped. How long does he have to stay here? Yagi spoke softly. Proximity made Izuku's antennae twitch. There was silence for a moment before Izuku heard tapping and then what would have otherwise been a muffled ring. Your patient is awake, ma'am. There wasn't even a response as the line cut. Recovery girl will be here shortly. The clones made no motion to move, simply standing where they were. Watching. Yagi patted Izuku gently. Do you mind if we adjust, my boy? This can't be all that comfortable of a position for you. Izuku didn't realize until he felt the pricks of pain on Yagi that his grip had tightened. He dropped his hands immediately, pulling the small pierced prints away. Sorry. He kept his head hidden behind Yagi. It's nothing to worry about. Izuku watched the tiles, trying to both calmly and forcefully relax because he just wanted his heart to settle at this point. Yagi was still running hands over his fur. It helped more than he expected. He was still confused about a number of things though. He asked after a minute or so. The attack was yesterday, my boy. The fact that so much of his body was patched up already was jarring in that context. Then again, they did call for recovery girl, so it was likely that she had healed him in parts and places as well. It wasn't like he was fully healed at the moment either. Class. School is on hold at the moment. You were the only one really hurt in your class. Although, you really gave young Azui quite the scare, Izuku-an. She wasn't expecting you to suddenly change like that. She told the officer she thought it was some quirk used on you. Izuku whined softly. He wasn't trying to scare people, but he hadn't been able to think of anything else he could do at that moment. Don't fret too much. This is just something you two will have to discuss when you next have the chance. He patted him twice before returning to the gentle drag of fingers through fur. Both Eraserhead and 13 were admitted here along with you. There was so much. Izuku remembered how it just felt like too much. There was red everywhere. The door slid open and Recovery Girl entered in a huff. Did you eat like I said, All Might? She walked past the both of them and picked up the rack that had been holding the fluid bags elevated, standing it up next to Izuku. Put the bags back on the rack for me please, ectoplasm. Yes. Yagi didn't move, but he was watching Recovery Girl briskly walk around the room, adjusting things that Izuku had knocked over from the sound of it. Is this more like how he usually looks? From my understanding you have experience with this form. She was coming closer, stopping just out of sight. It is. He can talk. His second sentence felt pointed. Izuku pressed his antennae flat. She hummed as she circled around and looked over his face. She carefully lifted one of his forehands, checking the four that had been jostled in his panic. Are you feeling strange at all, Midoriya? She walked to a cabinet along one of the walls he could see, pulled out a bandage and returned. Legs feel heavy. Head foggy. He watched as she firmly secured, with a sure and gentle hand, the four in place with the bandage. That would be the exhaustion and some of the medications I gave you over the night. Anything else? She set the leftover bandage length to the side and gestured to something behind him. Her soft but clinical tone had him on edge as he wasn't sure how much was a fabrication to try and calm him. He tensed slightly until one of the clones brought Recovery Girl's chair over and she took a seat. She pulled out a memo pad from her coat pocket and settled back. No. But you will have to stay here another night to ensure you are healed properly. Will that be okay? Yeah. He felt trapped. He didn't really have a say in it and he knew that much. I have a few questions for you. We can stop if you need to after a bit, but this is information I will need to know for future reference. This form of yours runs much differently than your usual one. She pulled the syringe from her hair and clicked the plunger, revealing the fact that it was actually a pen. He nodded in understanding, adjusting around Yagi so that he was more circled around him than draped over him. Do you feel unusually warm? In a feverish sense? Anything unusual that you know isn't from an injury or the medications I just mentioned? He shook his head. She wrote something down quickly. How much do you remember from the events that caused you to change? She looked him in the eyes as she spoke, at least at best as one could. It made him feel oddly scrutinized. A lot. My head got blurry when the pneumo hurt me a lot. His words were warbling heavily again. He huffed softly. Yagi ran a hand over his side. Do you remember getting here? He shook his head, feeling ashamed in a way that he didn't. He knew he had been awake for it, but he just couldn't remember. That's okay. Cementos and some of the faculty moved you here. She wrote some other things. Do you have any medical understanding of this form? And not really. Do you mind if I record some things about this form so that I have a base to work with if I ever need to handle this form again? When you are healed. Izuku tensed slightly. He had to trust her even with his fears of getting treated as an experiment. It would be good to have simple tests run to have a better understanding of how to treat you if you end up stuck in this form again, Izuku-an. Yagi whispered, I can be there the whole time if it would make it easier for you. He thought about it a moment. It would be for the best. But later. Of course, like I said, you would need to be fully healed for the exam. She wrote down a few more lines of notes and put the pen back in her bun. The memo pad got tucked back into its pocket. He twisted his head quickly to the sound of more steps approaching the room, antennae lifting slightly. Present Mike slid open the door with a slight flare and paused, seemingly thrown by the sight of Izuku wrapped around Yagi on the floor a little ways away and Recovery Girl on a seat right next to them. Should is awake. He wants to know when the soonest he can go home is. He pulled his gaze off of Izuku directly and looked at Recovery Girl. She sighed, sliding off the seat and straightening her coat. That man needs to learn to use the brakes during recovery. A lot of you could use the lesson as well. She started to walk past Izuku and he turned, standing up a bit. I can dash, he started to say, knowing his shortcoming was the reason he got injured so badly in the first place. Absolutely not. Recovery Girl didn't even look as she continued towards Mike. Izuku unwrapped from around Yagi and started to walk after her. But he stumbled slightly with a slight huff. There was a strange sense of squishiness to his heavy legs. As if his legs were in sludge. Listen to the doctor, kiddo. Shoyuta is just cranky. Mike gave him a two-finger salute and disappeared from the doorway. They're right, my boy. You need to heal before you start trying to take anything else. Yagi was standing next to him again, hand now apparently a permanent resident on his fur. Ma'am? Recovery Girl stopped with her hand on the door. Do I need these needles and stuff still? I don't like how it makes me feel. He sat hunched slightly and lowered his head nervously. I don't know what they will do if I change back with them in. She considered him for a moment before nodding. I'm trusting you to know your abilities well enough in this form. If things start feeling wrong, you need to tell me or tell the staff to contact me. The 4 has been giving you fluids so far, but you need to eat as soon as possible. She made her way back and undid the fresh bandage she had secured the 4 with moments ago. It had Izuku feeling mildly guilty. It was a waste of bandage. He could distantly feel it get removed. Thank you. Izuku looked at his hand pointedly. The fur was ruffled where the 4 had been. Yagi softly urged him to lie down and rest. Somehow the fact that he was being made to stay in a single room, instead of deciding to himself, made the time feel so much longer. Even with the comfort of Yagi being there, he was restless in his own skin. The slow descent of the sun felt like it was yanking out his feathers in its tedium. The sun set and Izuku had settled with his jaw on his knee, gaze blankly on the window. He wasn't really watching the sky, but he was looking that way as he sorted his current state in his mind. His legs no longer felt heavy and his only sore spots were muscles. The elbow he had healed on Aizawa was stiff, but it no longer felt flaked. Just naked. The fur wouldn't be so quick to return. At some point Recovery Girl came back and instructed Yagi to go home and rest. The man had very reluctantly left only after promising to be back first thing in the morning. He warbled in acknowledgement as he watched him leave. Ectoplasm and his clones stepped out of the room with Yagi. The lights in the room dimmed under the pretense that Izuku would be sleeping soon after. He closed his eyes. The possibility of getting distracted was something he was determined to avoid. Carefully, he grasped at his form. His grip kept slipping from an edge smoothed over. It was different. He didn't like that it was different. This form was supposed to be something he had under control by now. His brow furrowed slightly as he tried to focus more on getting his grip secure. The change back was both expected and sudden. It felt like a misstep. Something felt incomplete and unhealed, as if put on a metaphorical back burner. Yet he didn't know what it was. He sat up and looked at himself. His gym uniform was ruined. It was torn in some areas and blood was all over it. A deep breath. He took off his gloves and set them on the floor. Stretched as he cracked and popped in multiple places. Then he was standing, hopping experimentally from foot to foot. His legs felt fine now. No signs of that liquid weight left from the medications. Izuku searched around with his quirk. He couldn't feel ectoplasm or his clones, but he knew they hadn't left their positions outside his door. It wasn't much further down to find the muffled aches and pains of medically subdued injuries. He walked silently to the door, keeping his steps light, and rests his hand on the handle. He just needed to see them and know. That's all. A moment more to orient himself on the path he would need to take, and he slung open the door. Ectoplasm had apparently downsized to just one clone as the both whipped to face the door that Izuku dashed out of. Their shouts left hanging as he ran. He stumbled as he tried to slide to a stop at the door he was aiming for. It was already open, which on the one hand was helpful, but on the other, he had unintentionally slammed into the doorframe. A pained wheeze was pushed out of him as he lowered into a crouch. 2 sets of hands pulled him to his feet again. Midoriya, you shouldn't even be on your feet yet. You only just recently were able to change back to normal from whatever creature you have previously been. Ectoplasm's scolding stung in a way he was sure the hero wasn't intending. A creature. He wasn't wrong, but it hurt to have it thrown at him in such a way. I just need to see them. I need to. Izuku pulled at their grip as he looked around the room. Aizawa was swaddled in bandages everywhere visible and likely below the blankets as well. Guilt prickled over him even as he saw the steady rise and fall of his chest. Sleeping. The other bed had a light on next to it as 13 was sat up and reading files, probably incident reports. They were also wrapped in bandages, but in a way that focused on their back. Starry eyes flitted to focus on him with visible confusion. Izuku hadn't even thought as he reached out with the oddly intense internal pull that he recognized as his quirk after a missed beat. The grip on the aches of the 2 heroes jolted strangely, and his knees buckled as the sharp addition of pain unmedicated hit him full force. Ectoplasm's continued hold on him was the only thing that kept him from falling. He bit down a small whimper. The amount of medication the 2 were under was more than Izuku had assumed. Whatever wasn't sitting right in him was making the pain feel worse. 13 spilled worry and surprise in a strange choked gasp at Izuku nearly dropping by taking some of their pain. Is he okay? 13 asked as they set aside their reports and sat up more attentively. Yeah. Izuku answered before Ectoplasm could. We will be going back to Midoriya's room now. Have a good night, 13. Ectoplasm said calmly before he and his clone pointedly started walking Izuku out of the room. They both kept at least one hand on Izuku the whole time. There wasn't a point really. He was feeling even more exhausted than before. Once they had reached his room, Ectoplasm created a new clone that crossed into the room across the hall. He was guided into the room and they stood near the windows as the newest clone entered with a medical cot on wheels. There was a change of clothes that weren't his set on the bed as the clone moved the cot into place next to Izuku. Change out of your gym uniform. There's a shower stall in the restroom as well. All Might had said to be sure the room had one nearby or attached. Ectoplasm picked up the clothes and offered them to him. He carefully took them and looked at the door he was pointed to. You will need to rest afterwards. We will be in the room for the night. The point was made clear. They now saw him as a running risk. He didn't argue. In the bathroom he had to peel the gym uniform off his skin. Blood had dried in such a way that it had melded to him somewhat. He didn't spend long in the shower. Just long enough to get the blood off of him with some scrubbing. The warmth of the shower only made him more aware of how tired he was, for many reasons. He toweled off quickly, dressed in the clothes, one size too large, and stood in the bathroom for a moment. He needed a minute to breathe. Thankfully, Ectoplasm and his clones allowed it. He walked out with his beaten-up gym clothes in hand along with the towel. Where do I put this? He asked as he looked around again. He had not seen a bin in the bathroom for dirty things, and the rest of the room was rather empty overall. One of the clones approached him and wordlessly offered to take them. When Izuku hesitated, Ectoplasm spoke up from his seat near the cot. The school will provide you with a new uniform. The damage from the villain attack could not have been expected. Oh. Izuku set the clothes in the clone's hands and watched as he promptly turned and left the room. He watched the door close and made his way to the cot. Once settled, the room became quiet in an off way. It wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't tense or uncomfortable either. It just held a certain energy that Izuku could only assume was ectoplasm, and the remaining clone being subtly prepared to react if he tried to escape again. Izuku felt like it took an absurd amount of time to fall asleep as a result. Static itches lit up his skin in restlessness. There was a nervous energy, like he messed up something in the past few days. Something was changing, and he had no way to know how prepared he was for said change. He really hoped he could actually leave the next morning. Izuku woke to find Yagi sitting next to the bed, eyes closed patiently but not asleep. His backpack was set by the leg of the chair tucked against Yagi's satchel. He must have grabbed it from the classroom. "Yagi-san," Izuku whispered, not wanting to startle him if he could help it. He straightened in his seat immediately and looked over Izuku. "Good morning, Izuku-an." He smiled as Izuku sat up more. Izuku hummed in response and pulled the blanket back, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. His muscles ached horribly, but he didn't let it show. He refused to. "I brought you a new uniform. I didn't want to go through your bag at all, but I wanted to be sure you had a clean pair of clothes." Yagi reached into his own bag and pulled out a pressed uniform. He accepted the uniform with a small smile. He appreciated that Yagi didn't go into his bag. It was essentially his whole home, just portable after all. "Thank you." Izuku looked at the uniform and cast a careful search over Yagi with his quirk. It was a relief to find just the bare minimum of his chronic pains present. "I'm glad you are doing better." That got a surprised but quiet laugh out of Yagi. "I should be the one telling you that, my boy. Are you hungry?" "Not really. At least, not right now. Thank you for bringing my stuff." "You haven't eaten in a few days now." Yagi watched him as Izuku grabbed his bag and hurried to the bathroom, closing and locking the door immediately. Izuku slid down the door and held his bag, nerves riled. It was like this every time he left his bag somewhere for whatever reason, but this was the longest he had gone without his bag in a long while. He carefully unloaded it. His school stuff. A small notebook that was a precarious splurge from ages ago, with countless notes about his observations of the city's patterns, safe routes, his quirk, his ability, and other quirks he has witnessed. The words squished almost onto each other to get every yen of worth out of it. 2 changes of clothes, the chopsticks Yagi got him wrapped up carefully in their center. His uniform. A baggie with his meager amount of cash. A battered old metal water bottle. These things, generally, were on the newer side of quality because of Yagi's habit of gifting. They were a concern, of course, but not his main one. He opened the small front pocket and nearly wept in relief. He carefully pulled out the large plastic baggie that kept his oldest and most cherished belongings safe from the elements. A small All Might toy, parts of the polyester now hardened into char in patches. A tiny Polaroid of Beryl, the dog he walked most often, given by the owners before they moved. Then, most importantly, 2 photos of his mom. One still in one piece but a bit wrinkled, and the other charred on the edges and discolored slightly from heat damage. He held the photos to his chest and his breathing hitched. It was all there still. There was no reason for anything to be missing, but the anxieties were long driven into his core. He counted beats softly under his breath, the way Yagi had shown him, and tried not to cry. "She's still here." A shuddered breath, and he carefully replaced his belongings. He needed to get ready for the day. The actual usage of a full bathroom instead of the school or public restroom or bath to freshen up was strange. He made quick time, out of habit more than anything else. When he finally stepped out of the bathroom, fully dressed in the clean uniform Yagi had brought, he found his mentor waiting patiently with a small bento in his lap. "I know you said you weren't hungry, but I had brought this with me for you to carry for the day." Yagi stood up and held out the bento almost nervously. "It's not a lot, but I know sometimes a hospital visit really ruins one's appetite." Izuku accepted the bento, not wanting to turn down Yagi's continual kindness. He knew he could, and there wouldn't be any repercussions. It was still distantly new to know he could do as much, but that made him want to accept all the more. He opened it to find 3 small onigiri nestled together, each individually wrapped and inviting to the eye. "Recovery girl cleared you to leave this morning if you feel within the bounds of your abilities. This is new territory for all of us except you, so it would be Greatly appreciated if you remained honest about your health and well-being. Yagi picked up his own bag and pulled it over his shoulder. Izuku took a breath and felt the weirdly distant and suppressed internal pain again. I think I'm okay to go. I don't think I will be doing anything as severe as what just happened again soon. He nodded in understanding. We would still need to run the exams she wanted to do when you are back to your normal. You will have to come back after the school day is over. School started back up? Izuku was genuinely surprised it started again so soon. The villain attack was beyond the breadth of a simple security breach. It's more for public image than anything else, I imagine. All field trips and out-of-building exercises have been cancelled. It's just routine school days until further notice. Yagi explained. How long until the school day starts? Routine. He could do routine. That was a constant he relied on to keep calm all the time. Outside he could see the sun had risen based on the light, but the sun itself was hidden, so he couldn't really hazard a guess. Roughly 2 hours, my boy. It's just past 6. Plenty of time for the meeting we have to go to. Yagi patted his shoulder, giving him an apologetic smile when he jumped slightly at the contact. His nerves shot through the roof immediately. Meeting? The principal wishes to speak with you. That and the police still need a statement, so they have an officer waiting with him. They walked out of the room and Izuku hesitated before relenting to his urges and gently grabbing the edge of the strap on Yagi's bag. It felt so stupidly childish, but his heart was hammering in his chest and the indirect contact was desperately desired. I'm going to be with you the whole time, Izuku-kun. I won't be leaving you alone where you aren't safely comfortable. Okay. He was quiet, lagging slightly behind but still holding onto the bag. He almost pulled out an onigiri, but that would mean letting go of the bag in the comforting silence of the medical wing. Izuku figured after the stunt he pulled that he would be questioned. The principal probably just wanted to know all the details about his monster form. It would be fine. Yagi was with him, so it would be fine. His nerves had only just began to fade when they reached the connector hall of the main building and medical wing. He froze. Yagi stopped a beat later. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed multiple police vehicles outside the main gates, lights on. There were uniforms placed strategically around the campus yard and walkways. Yagi moved to stand next to him, watching them mill about even with no students on campus yet. They aren't here because of you. They don't know about your existence in the context of the USJ attack. It's for the comfort of the students at large. They waited a few more moments before Yagi lightly placed a hand on his shoulder and guided him back on their way. Today was going to be an emotional roller coaster, and Izuku felt that it wouldn't be restricted to today only. They reached a hall that had no massive windows, which is saying a lot in UA, and Yagi flared up into all might in a single stride and stopped in front of a door. Would you like to knock? All Might looked down at Izuku, grinned small but there. See, can you do it? Izuku was doing his best not to visibly shiver. He really didn't want to do this. He wanted to run. He didn't want to be kept by anyone as some freak investment of study. He didn't want to be treated like the thing he was. Of course, my boy. All Might knocked heartily on the door and it slid open immediately. Nedzu sat in a chair at the end of a coffee table with 5 cups of tea set carefully out. Izuku looked over the principal carefully from behind All Might. He had previously recognized Nedzu just from Yagi's brief explanations of him, but the fact that he was legitimately the principal of UA only now clicked into place. A man with a simple, unassuming appearance sat on the couch to Nedzu's right, hat sitting on the arm. All Might stepped into the room and gestured for Izuku to follow. It's okay. It's safe. Izuku looked up at the person who opened the door for them. Cat eyes met his own and dilated wildly for a brief moment before returning to normal. Confusion was evident as Izuku hurried past him and sat on the couch opposite of the presumed officer waiting next to Nedzu. Welcome. Please, take a moment to enjoy some tea as we get familiar. Nedzu smiled as he picked up his tea. All Might settled onto the couch next to Izuku and carefully picked up the cup in front of him. Hello, Tsukachi-kun. All Might beamed at the man as the officer who opened the door closed it and sat next to his coworker. He chuckled and picked up his tea as well. Good morning, All Might. And good morning to you too, Midoriya-kun. This, He gestured to the cat-headed man who still was studying him with mild confusion. "Is my partner Sansa. He is here to record your statement as I ask what we were hoping to learn from you." "Okay, sir." Izuku pulled his bag off and brought it around to sit in his lap, arms curling around the comforting weight. The questions started immediately. What he had been expecting going into the trip. If things had seemed off on the journey to USJ. When did he notice things were off? What he remembered about the attack directly, with the addendum of how any details can help in his retelling. All Might chipped in sometimes to reassure Izuku that he didn't have to force himself to relive the memories if they were too painful or scary at the moment. Something that Tsukachi redoubled on, ensuring that they appreciated any help, but the police were not there to force him to relive something so traumatic so soon. He carefully doesn't mention the monster. When his retelling got to the moment he healed Aizawa's elbow, he slowed to a stop. All eyes were on him as he trailed off. "Are you okay, young Midoriya?" All Might sat up a little. Straighter, concerned. "I blacked out when the villain ran at me and Izuku said nervously. He felt ashamed that he was lying like this, but he was afraid. He couldn't tell them that though. Tsukachi's gaze snapped up from his folder he was holding. Something flashed in his gaze that had Izuku near physically recoiling. "I'm sorry to hear that." The detective looked back down to his folder. "So you don't remember anything after jumping off of that boat?" Izuku swallowed his nerves as subtly as he could and nodded. "I fed up. I don't know how, but I did." It was a distinct feeling of FNG something up. There's a difference, somehow, between a mess up and AF up. One Izuku had learned through his life experiences. He isn't called on it though. Instead, Tsukachi read out the general statement Izuku had given to make sure they had it right. He gave the folder in his hand to Sansa and instructed him to take the folder and the reports Sansa had recorded to their respective destinations and meet with the rest of the officers. The more hands that were going over the school security systems and property, the better, after all. Breaches and blips could be missed by old eyes compared to fresh ones. A few moments passed in silence after Sansa left the room. All Might released his quirk with a sigh. Izuku looked at him with wide eyes and let out a sharp breath of relief as his anxieties lessened. This was a safe place. "Izuku-kun, this is my good friend in the Force, Tsukachi Naomasa. He's a person I trust most sincerely and one I believe is safe for you to talk to. He has a lie-detecting quirk which helps his work as a detective." Yagi smiled as he set his empty teacup down. Izuku's had gone cold. Untouched. "I'm sorry." Izuku reflexively apologized for the lie. He could feel the ever-present gaze of a silent Netsu throughout this whole exchange. "Don't worry about it, kid. Lots of people lie when they're afraid." Tsukachi waved off the apology with a smile. "Would you like to continue?" Izuku looked at Yagi, who just kept his smile. "Okay. I'll have to explain a bit more though. Just let me explain after I tell you what I remember." He got a confused but accepting nod and cleared his throat. Netsu sat up more. He mentioned how he had tried to get Yagi's attention from the moment he felt the Numu, it was called a Numu, with his quirk. He talked about how he tried to figure out as many details as possible the moment he hit the water, but he was just choking on Yagi's injury and the panic. He got to the boat and hesitated. Izuku continued his story. He explained that he shifted but it was wrong, he didn't know why it happened wrong, just that it had. Talked about how he did his best and apologized repeatedly only to be told it wasn't his fault. It felt like it was though. He glanced over and saw how interested Netsu was in his shift, particularly, dark eyes glinting with something he didn't know how to place. When he mentioned that the Numu was somehow just as much of a monster as him, except it felt like it had been forced to be one, Netsu flicked an ear, head tilting slightly. He started to trail off again as he finished. He was running out of things to mention, which is probably a sign that he's starting to ramble more than give actual information. "Is this monster, as you call it, a new development?" Netsu spoke finally after all this time. "No, not entirely. The way I ended up at USJ was different from how I normally am. I have been able to shift for as long as I can clearly remember." Izuku picked at his backpack. It sounded stupid to make the distinction of clearly, but it was important to him. He had fuzzy memories. Memories that felt more like dreams than anything else. Dreams of his mom. A home constant where people had been excited to see him. All this mixed with odd impressions of blurry people he didn't know if he was supposed to know or not. Do you have full control of it? Tsukachi had sat back in his seat, hands folded on his lap. I'm not in it. Izuku didn't mean for it to come out as a snap. Surprise was written on Tsukachi's face, quickly replaced with an apologetic aversion of attention. He tried to soften his words. My monster form is just me. I meant the change itself, not yourself. You made it sound like you didn't expect or plan on the way you had appeared at all. He clarified. Izuku wilted under his words. The guilt immediate. Sorry. They sat patiently as Izuku settled himself. Yes and no. The shift has changed and grown with me. It shouldn't change as suddenly and drastically as I had at USJ. I can change when I want for the most part, and can switch easily between me now and me as a monster. I am the same monster right now, just tucked away. He disregarded the solemn gaze he felt resting on him from Yagi. I have to change sometimes. It's like letting my body breathe. It's always at night that it happens and it is near regularly but not an exact schedule. He sighed. That's all I know. Izuku stared at his bag. His nerves said he shouldn't be talking so openly, anxieties that are ages old ringing through his muscle memories. His brain said that of all people to trust that the few who knew about Yagi would be the best to start with. Thank you for your contributions to the investigation, Midoriya-kun. The names of the villains is a fantastic tidbit to have in hand with their appearances. Your secrets otherwise will remain within the confines of this room. Tsukachi bowed and left the room quickly, hat fixed back to sit on his head again. The door hardly closed before Nedzu set his cup down and climbed onto the armrest of his chair. His gaze bright and ears pricked with clear excitement. Nedzu patted his paws rapidly on his lap for a beat, short whiskers pressed forward with flared interest. He could see how his student was confused, slightly off-put, suppressing anxiety, and trying to appear unfazed all at once. Fascinating. He sniffed carefully. Absolutely fascinating. Truly interesting to the highest degree. Midoriya was getting jittery. Midoriya was a result of miracles long past. His other form crisply hidden within himself in such a way that Nedzu could just barely even smell the mossy freshwater that had been hidden under the scent of blood and atmosphere. I had figured that you must have a different sense of presence to have been hidden for so long from the general public. I had not expected that you would have the extent of change to even smell different than your other form. He clasped his paws together, taking in all the information he could and turning it over. I'm sorry? Midoriya sounded unsure about how to take the words. Even Yagi appeared absolutely lost. Oh, there's no need to be. Simply stating my observations. What I find much more important is this. You truly have no idea what you are, do you? Nedzu tilted his head as his very soul thrilled with the opportunity to teach and learn at the same moment. Midoriya seemed to be a bright yet troubled young mind. One with a very bright future ahead of him if he grasped the right chances and windows that would soon be open to him. Humans were fascinating creatures, but Midoriya was a much more interesting beast of delight for Nedzu's prying quirk. The two shook their heads, something that he found both amusing and telling. They had attempted research, be it together or in their own times. I used to spend hours reading online and in libraries about what I might be. Midoriya fidgeted as he spoke, picking absently at the overlap of the uniform's two sleeves. Trying to find things that were similar and stuff like that to figure out what I am and what I could do about it. The closest I ever got to just the logistics of what I am, not even close to my appearance though, was the Western idea of lycanthropy. I haven't researched in years though. I couldn't afford to with how constricted my schedule is. He pulled his bag closer to his chest. A nervous tick in response to underlying shame at a presumed failure. It was nothing of the sort, though in reality. Nedzu was beyond pleased that as a child Midoriya had expressed the desire and drive to dive into studies both in and out of school. A drive that is evidently still there with the choice of wording. This was all very good. Nedzu couldn't help the excited giggle that escaped him. This was fantastic. Well, it would seem I may have some information that would be of interest to you then. You see, I have met your kind before in a time long in my history. I may have a name to offer you. Midoriya's eyes widened. Netsu grinned as the boy pushed his bag into Yagi's lap and turned to face him, one leg folding to be entirely on the couch. You dash. There's more monsters. There are people like me? His tone was agonized, bordering a slight hysteria as he evidently struggled to stay seated. The boy clearly wanted to get up or grab something for a sense of grounding. Yet he remained seated, trying to stay within acceptable social conventions. He truly thought he was the sole member of a dying breed, and clearly believes himself to be solely describable as a monster. Netsu nodded but didn't get to continue right away. He didn't have the chance to as Midoriya, bolstered by a simple nod, continued with his questions. Did they look like me too? Were they bigger because they were older? Kadash. Ah, that is where you will have to understand the broadness of your existence. His interruption had the boy snapping to attention. They were not identical. In fact, they looked nothing like you. Netsu felt for Midoriya, he truly did. There was an intrinsic sense of isolation in learning that you would likely never find a member of your own kind and likeness. There is a comfort in solidarity. They didn't look similar to each other either. They held the same presence as you though. There is a sense of instinctual sanctitude that comes with your other form. You are the result of a blessing, Midoriya Izuku. Maybe not upon you directly but to someone long past in your family line. Netsu watched the intensity of Midoriya's gaze increase with every word. He's listening. Have you heard of the word obake? It has a fairly common usage but it has been warped with its meaning over the years. Netsu saw Yagi sit up straighter behind Midoriya. I thought obake were ghosts? Midoriya sounded mildly lost. Obake means a thing that changes, my boy. Essentially it just means shapeshifter, in terms of more modern wording, Yagi said as he held onto the bag gently and twisted to face Netsu more directly. I'm sure anyone could have generally described this as shapeshifting but the typical concept of shapeshifters involve previously existing creatures or objects. He continued, searching for clarification. They're a subclass of yokai. A common one in popular culture would be tree spirits. Although, you are even more specific than that, Midoriya. Netsu flipped a paw vaguely to the side. The two of your kind I have seen before were called tutelaries. There was silence in response. A moment where the information sank in. A guardian, like one that teaches? Like the kami? Midoriya was pulling at his bottom lip in thought. His legs had now both made their way onto the couch and were pulled up to tuck under his chin. Yagi coughed harshly. So, he's like a god? Shock was radiating off of him. No, but he was blessed by one. His family was at least. Netsu studied the boy's gaze. There was a spark there. He may not remember but the concept was ringing home somewhere internally. The idea that the men who informed me, let's say, about the tutelaries believed their forms were generalized by family line but also influenced by their quirks. I assumed they had experience with more than the two I had seen. He glanced to the clock above the door. It was nearly time for the school day to start. He could hear the students that wandered the halls for a while now. But, my mom never changed like I did. Midoriya sighed softly. The conflict ion of his memories, however small they were, with the information he was learning clearly frustrated him. It may be part of how your quirk influenced your form. He offered, for there was no way to truly know without the elder Midoriya actually present. I very much so hate to cut this revelatory discussion short, gentlemen, but I do believe classes start in 15 minutes and it wouldn't do to be late on your first day back, Midoriya. I'm sure your classmates are quite worried about you. The boy sat up quickly and twisted to face the clock. He choked back noise of surprise as he saw that it was indeed 15 minutes until classes started and scrambled to get off the couch. He quickly bowed as he threw words of thanks and farewell in the direction of the two adults in the room. Netsu simply smiled and waved as Midoriya gently took his bag from Yagi with a look that held an unexpected weight to it. Hurry along, my boy. Yagi smiled and watched him slip out of the room. Interesting. Oh, so very interesting. I have a name. Izuku slid past the doorway a bit. As he skidded to a halt, sides burning internally as he essayed in a deep breath. I'm not alone. He opened the door after fixing his coat sleeves. Multiple heads turned to face him, a majority of which lit up with relief or excitement. He smiled sheepishly as a million questions started to bombard him. A glance across the class showed Tsuyu pointedly avoiding looking at him, her posture tense. He swallowed nervously before he got hit by the weight of Uraraka tackling him with a hug followed by a sharp scolding from Ida. He didn't even really register the words he was hearing from anyone. Slowly, unsure of how much he was allowed to do, he wrapped his arms around Uraraka to return the hug. He saw Shinso roll his eyes with a lopsided smile just as Kirishima bounced into his view. I'm not alone either way. Izuku took a settling breath and closed his eyes as he felt around the room. There seemed to be nothing out of the usual, even if some of the usual was mildly distressing. The moment his arms loosened, Uraraka pulled away and bounced slightly in her normal flare. Deku, you just vanished after that one villain teleported you. Or were you? Are you okay? He blinked away his watery eyes and smiled. Of course he was getting so attached already. A bitter part of him reared in the presence of the kindness he was still discovering in his classmates. I'm fine, they just wanted to monitor me in Recovery Girl's office because of the injuries I took with my quirk. It's all okay though, please don't worry. Izuku looked past her over the rest of the class, breezing past the first question. He didn't see the way Ida and Uraraka glanced at each other. What he did notice, but tried his best not to linger on, was the fact that Tsuyu was still quietly looking at her desk. He wanted to talk to her but he wasn't going to push it. This wasn't exactly something he was gonna force anybody to talk about really. Especially when no one seemed to get a chance to willingly sign up for it in the first place. Izuku would not blame her at all if she decided that the stunt he pulled at USJ was the line too far crossed. Overshot by countless meters. He could still clearly remember how afraid she was when he had changed. Ida broke from the group and quickly strode to the front of the room, calling in his personal brand of command for everyone to please go back to their seats. Izuku was more than happy to do so and slid his bag under his seat. As an afterthought he cast around with his quirk past the nearby classrooms seeing as their assumed substitute wasn't there yet. Then he felt the aches, the jarring pains. A splitting headache, an entirely sore body, shooting pain down the left leg that had to be causing a significant limp, and buried under it all, burning eyes. He didn't even think to hesitate when he pulled enough of the collective pains away to at least take off the edge. He still felt weird without the stolen pains and didn't want to push his luck with his quirk possibly triggering another shift. Not when he just got out of his unofficial lockup. It settled into his muscles and, oddly, his bones as Ida rushed to sit in his seat moments before the bell. A sound that chimed on cue with the door sliding open to reveal Aizawa, wrapped in bandages, but standing straight as he crossed the room. The pointed look Izuku got thrown his way had him staring at his hands on the desk, skin prickling. Morning, everyone. Good to see you're all here. Exhaustion was seeping from his voice as he glanced across the rest of the class, as if checking that all the seats were truly filled. There was barely even a beat of stunned silence before the class burst into noise. Questions about if Aizawa should be up, how he was up after such a severe set of injuries, what he was doing here so soon, and a few cautious opinions of how he shouldn't be here at all. When he just sighed at the controlled chaos, the class quickly dropped the volley and listened attentively. That's not important. It's my job to be here and that's for me to worry about, not you lot. What you need to focus on is the soon-to-begin sports festival. Excitement thrilled through a majority of the students. The chance of big-name recognition, being under the spotlight for the nation at large to see, was something any up-and-coming hero would strive for and something Izuku has aimed to avoid for years. He knew he wasn't ready yet. He didn't know if he could be in the future either. He had some pretty big roadblocks he was still working through before he would be ready for that direct path, and he knew it. Yet he was working on it. It was a start. Yagi said he just had to do his best, whatever it may be. The school plans on following through with the festival on its normal schedule. Isn't that something that is like super obvious as a target after USJ? Kaminari asked with his hand raised slightly. Super obvious goes both ways though. Obvious target means obvious defense increase. Jairu pointed out. Indeed. Police presence will be severely increased. Even today there are officers on campus. The school seems confident there will be no issues and sees this as a chance to prove it has everything in line after the attack. Regardless, this is a very important opportunity for you all. Aizawa cut in to stop the chatter from starting back up. So this is our chance to be recognized by scouting heroes. Momo said calmly from the back. Your chances to get scouted and recognized are limited. 3 years. 3 chances. The festival is different every year so as to exemplify the growths of later years and the adaptability of first years. That will be all you get before you are on your own in the hero world at large. Getting picked up by a big name gets more spotlight time for you, a brighter chance at the big game, but also can leave you stuck. Use your brain. Don't miss your chances that arise. He looked at the clock on the wall as he finished. The class started to debate possible festival games, based off of the old events they had grown up seeing, the moment he stepped away from the podium and towards the door. The festivals were something they all had been invested in as kids. Even Izuku had seen summaries and clips on the screens in the city. Everyone had a kid they rooted for. It was part of the energy it brought out of the crowds. A few students followed their teachers' movements out of their peripheral. Aizawa was leaving. An unusual event even based off the few class PRDS they have had with their homeroom teacher. He paused by the door. Midoriya, if you would come with me a moment. Izuku froze in his seat as a few kids made some joking "oh" noises. Aizawa was out of the room before they even finished and Izuku hurried after him, closing the door gently behind. His slouched form stood patiently by a door a few rooms down. The door label read, Quirk Diversity, in neat characters. The elective is after school, so don't worry about someone stopping by. He slid the door open softly and stepped aside to let Izuku through first. Anxiety practically boiled his insides as he picked at his own hands and shuffled past. He hardly even heard the door shut behind them, which was probably an attempt to not scare him, but it made him even more nervous overall. Aizawa walked past and sat in one of the seats, sagging somewhat while his body began to radiate with resurfacing aches. His sigh cut off the moment Izuku started to grab at the aches again. Stop that. Izuku tensed, holding the pains in his grasp before gently letting it settle back. Reluctant. You're my student, not my nurse. You need to focus on healing yourself. I was doing my job and this is not anything new for me to. I know. Izuku risked the interruption and looked up to finally meet his eyes. The understanding that Izuku had healed him numerous times in the past was unsaid. He sighed in response. Apparently, I need to prepare better for the future. The silence settled jaggedly. Izuku didn't know why he was called here. The possibility of it being a scolding or wave of accusation for their indirect shared history was steadily fading. He could only guess what Aizawa was doing or intended to talk about, but he hated the wait. It let his brain run too much. Do you feel okay? Are you healthy? Aizawa finally asked, stilted in his concerns. He was trying not to overstep any boundaries, it would seem. I'm normal. Izuku fidgeted through the words. His sides ached. He didn't mention it. That does little to instill confidence in you having healed completely. I heal faster than. Aizawa let out a scoffing grumble. One that quickly cut short as Izuku flinched. He usually was good at subduing them, but it caught him off guard. A slip-up. Stupid. Instead, Aizawa opted to press a casted hand gently against his own forehead. You're missing the point, Midoriya. His arm settled back down to rest in his lap. The staff here at UA is intentionally filled with licensed heroes. You could pull up the full roster from the teachers to the cooks to the janitors. It is our job to keep you kids as safe as we can because of course the future hero generations would be possible targets. It's our job on 2 and more levels. It's not. He took a breath that felt a little too full for Izuku's comfort. It was turning out to be an indirect scolding after all. It's not your job to try and protect the heroes. It's not a stage for you to rip yourself apart, repeatedly, until you are barely able to move or breathe. You aren't fodder to buy time for another person. Izuku stared at his hands where he stood. You aren't a means to everyone else's end, Midoriya. He was quiet, almost gentle as he posed the concept to him. Something in Izuku's chest felt like it twisted hard. It hurt to hear what he so fundamentally couldn't bring himself to believe. It didn't fit anywhere in his puzzle of a patchworked mind. I was made this way. My quirk is literally building me up to be broken. It's what I do. Izuku tried to counter weakly. His entire genetic makeup pointed to the fact of how he was meant to break. He was supposed to break. That was the point. He broke so that others didn't have to. The aftermath was irrelevant. Your quirk doesn't dictate your life course. Even I can tell you are smart enough to understand as much. Aizawa looked at his bound arms a moment. I will do my best to try and prevent you from having to face that amount of fear again while in my class. Especially when you should be working to better yourself with your education. I can make no promises. The job of a hero is dangerous and scary to many, and the ones who say nothing has startled or scared them on the job are lying. The world at large couldn't care less if promises are made or not, nor does it care about responsibilities taken, but that doesn't mean I will not try. I know that All Might is already trying. That's all that heroes can do. Izuku fumbled mentally over what he was hearing. He didn't know where to put the sentiments shown and offers indirectly being made in his brain. There wasn't room. He couldn't have room when people would typically come and go before he really knew them at all. He couldn't have room to let himself grow warm with someone. Even with Yagi it was difficult trying to keep a little distance when he so desperately wanted more of the kindness given. It was selfish is what he would tell himself. That it was selfish to try and take the attention of anyone, let alone the world's most beloved hero. That a monster didn't deserve that kindness. But I'm not one. Apparently. He tried to counter his own thoughts. It was not very successful, but his heart sped up at the idea of some form of forgiveness he didn't know he was searching for. But I messed up. The bell marking the end of homeroom rang, the sudden sound causing him to jump. Aizawa gave him a moment before answering. You're a teen. That's practically part of your age description. You can't be a human or even a hero and not mess up. I was a liability. I put everyone in danger by distracting them. Izuku pointed out, trying to settle his heart, trying to reveal all these things that he did wrong. His reasons for his necessary discardment. His eyes burned. Midoriya. That's where it becomes my job to help you and keep you as safe as I can while you learn. Where I will continue to help you and protect you so that you can continue to learn. Don't lie. Please. A tear escaped even as he fought them back. This felt like too much but so little at the same time. All my worst scars are made with them. Aizawa looked at him, surprised. He didn't respond, but Izuku hazarded a glance and saw the confusion in his barely visible eyes. Izuku didn't. He couldn't keep digging into himself like this. He felt too exposed already. He needed a chance to pull up his defenses that were being slowly broken over the past year. So he redirected the topic. Why did you spend so long looking for me, Aizawa-sensei? I know you were. I could feel your dry eyes close by on multiple occasions. Izuku glanced. Again, watched the way his shoulders rose, then dropped in a long sigh, and fumbled with his sleeve. I guess even he isn't too sure why. Aizawa couldn't help but feel a little surprised that Midoriya had him figured out the entire time. Sure, he knew the boy was much more clever than some of his classmates probably gave him credit for, but he didn't know that his quirk allowed him to learn people by chronic aches or pains alone. Still, he had a plan he came up with in bits and pieces in the med bay, and he would need to be on a level of honest straight talk if he was going to hope it would possibly work. He needed Midoriya to trust him. He needed to build that trust in a fraction of the time that All Might likely had to build it as well. Not to the same degree, obviously, as that level of trust was not able to be rushed with anyone. All Aizawa needed was enough to keep the kid alive. There was too much about Midoriya that was painfully familiar to him, and he knew how difficult it was to get out of such a place with friends. It had to be near impossible to do it alone. So, bold but gentle honesty it would be. Do you want the long version or a good summary of it? He asked, sitting up more so that he could turn and face Midoriya more. The summary would take up less of your time. Midoriya finally pulled a chair aside and sat quietly. Always quietly. Minimizing his effects. Minimizing himself. Alright. At first, I was under the idea that you had been a general street thug with a very unusual metamorphic quirk. One that escaped a street fight and was still out and available to get into another one. I was doing my job of bringing in the criminals that heroes don't typically concern themselves with. Or at least, the ones they aren't concerned too overtly with. It was probably the third or fourth time you had healed me without me even seeing you that I changed my plan. You pulled at my chronic aches and a small, barely even noticeable one in my lower back. Criminals don't tend to do that. Yet I never saw your other form. This form. I didn't even know that was a different form to begin with. I was reluctantly worried about searching for someone who was hurt and afraid. That's how you had been when I first saw you after all. I was stumped on how you hid so effectively even when you healed me during the day. I found forums online after searching for hours that dated back a handful of years that mentioned your form in passing. They always had varying details, but the generals were the same, and hell, if you didn't travel when you were younger. You are practically an urban legend in many areas. I was determined to find you. I didn't have any specific driving reason, but it gave me things to do on my slower work days and patrols. It was a goal. I wanted to find you because you were so difficult to locate in the first place. Then you showed up at the exam and Mike told me about talk he overheard. Students who had their injuries pulled away, all coming from only one test location. We located you in particular and I tapped you for my class. It was only logical to aim for you to be in my class if you were a link to my search. He watched how Midoriya stayed with his eyes glued on his hands. Hands that picked at themselves with frantic energy. He saw the red smudges where he was picking away too much. Aizawa resigned himself to the prodding it would undoubtedly take to get any further words out of him. Your mother isn't around anymore, is she? Aizawa didn't feel the need to beat around the bush. It would only make Midoriya more anxious if he did, and there was no kind way to pose such a question. The kid froze. The name Midoriya was familiar. He said softly, looking away from Midoriya when he noticed a hand raised to wipe at tears. A weak offering of privacy. Back when I first started doing hero work, he continued, I was set on working underground. My quirk wouldn't be as much of an advantage if everyone recognized me on sight. So I shadowed a lot of police stations in my first 2 or 3 years. A missing persons report went up for a brief time before getting pulled down. It was apparently presumed to be a dumb prank pulled by teens because of the age written on the report. I don't know why that stuck with me, but it did. The first occasions of strange things seemed to do that in general. Midoriya was muttering softly as he listened, hands balling up his pant legs. It made Aizawa's gut turn uncomfortably as he considered how things must have played out for him. In every possible way the systems put in place repeatedly failed this kid. Teachers didn't care for a non-flashy quirk. The cops failed to take his plea seriously. Heroes don't exactly ask every kid they see on the street if they have a home. Time and people as a whole just passed Midoriya by without a glance back. The worst part is that Midoriya was doubtless not the only one to experience such failures. It was something heroes had to live with knowing all the time. He watched as Midoriya started to close himself off. An act of self-defense. Would you also include lies of omission into that statement of yours? With how lies lead to scars. Aizawa left it open-ended. It was an attempt at extending a bridge. His student had the option of answering without saying anything or answering and trying to fill him in on things about himself. And, to his partial surprise and relief, Midoriya opened up. He talked about his other form, calling himself a monster in a way that seeped with apathetic distaste from his tone, distaste for his own person. The kind that was so deeply sown he probably didn't even realize it was there anymore. Dangerously embedded into his character. He talked about his lack of a home and his usual routines. That the monster form at USJ was not something he had known about, but he didn't elaborate much further on it. Aizawa didn't fault him for it or even consider pushing him about it. Midoriya was trying to be open and he would take what he could get. The brief inclusion of how he had talked to the detective about his form was a bit unexpected, but the addition of how all might mention them being close friends cleared it away quickly. It was a brief crash course, he assumed. Just the basics to keep him above the waterline. Although, in the whole information dump, there was a question Aizawa never heard answered, and it had him mildly frustrated. So, who heals you when you get injuries as severe as at USJ? When you've gotten to the point of collapse, who do you go to? I assume based off your repeated method of ignoring broken bones that you have an unusual amount of history working with them for your age. He didn't like the way Midoriya shrugged at the question. His brain jerked up the images that had plagued his dreams the entire weekend. Medicated sleep made things so much more vivid. A lopsided stance on shivering, broken legs, and a massive head dragging on the ground. The horrible gurgling of breathing past draining blood. The crunch of a skull. It had all felt like it had been too much to be survivable. He had thought he was watching his student die. No one. It was said in such a matter-of-fact way, like it was odd to even have been a question in the first place. As if the state he has been living in was his only reasonable option. He feels an old but familiar ache of empathy. He understood this mindset all too well. Nobody mourns the loss of a monster in the stories of heroes. They're eventually beaten or bloodied and killed. The hero is celebrated and everyone moves on without concern. You see it all the time. It's just the state of nature in the social fantasy. This is just the way people view the culture of heroes and villains at large. It's just also my reality. Izuku shrank in on himself a bit, a non-verbal apology as he continued. I've been running from heroes chasing me down almost my whole life. The bell chimed for the first class of the day to start. They waited for the sound to end in heavy air. Go on. If anyone asks why I pulled you out, tell them they can talk to me directly. He lets the conversation drop there. Izuku stood hesitantly, apparently unsure about leaving the topic on what he probably felt was an attack on Aizawa's person. I can talk to you later. I don't need your grades dropping because I kept you out of class on the first day back. Aizawa urged. Are you gonna be okay? Midoriya asked as his hands fumbled around each other, itching to do something. I swear I'm gonna. Aizawa sighed. I'm just going to rest here a moment before going back to the teacher's lounge. That was apparently all it took as Midoriya rushed out of the room. The door closed as it really sank in that this kid has really spent pretty much his whole life trying his best to do good things for others and help everyone he could, even while struggling himself, and still thought of himself as a monster that deserved no ease. Midoriya's mind set himself as the villain of his own story and has spent so much trying to redeem himself when he saw his own existence as irredeemable. It was familiar. It hurt. Aizawa deflated in the chair as much as his healing injuries would let him. A few doubts riled up in the back of his mind about the plan he had been slowly forming over the last 2 days. So, he fumbled out his phone with his one usably bandaged hand. He wanted to check something before he actually tried any of it. They both owned different halves of the same duplex, effectively a whole house, and both had a spare room. He was most likely being majorly impulsive, which he writes away mentally as being uncharacteristic even if he knew it wasn't entirely true. He just had to check first. It would undoubtedly be something that gets dragged around him for ages later, but that wasn't important. He opened the chat. Shochan. I'm considering making a school-sanctioned intervention with a student. Hi-chan. LMAO, this is about Midoriya, isn't it? You really gonna adopt your class again while stubbornly denying it, except now it's gonna be in a literal sense. You said before all of this he was homeless anyways, so why are you messaging me? Not like I'm gonna have a fit over taking a kid off the streets and giving him a home. He groaned softly, exhaustion settling heavily as he felt the teasing energy across the campus already. Yes, it bothered him from the start that Midoriya was homeless, but more than that was his isolation. Aizawa figured he had probably been alone for years if the far less than ideal relationship he has seen with Bakugo was any indication. Shochan. Blame me being a hero if that's what it needs for you to not tease me about being soft. I don't want him on his own anymore if I can help it. Especially after USJ. Hi-chan. Don't you think AM would have taken him in or something already if he wanted to be off the streets? Shochan. What? And hide that big of a secret from the paparazzi. Funny. Hi-chan. And why not just find a place for him on campus? I thought you loathed the idea of the kids knowing where you hung out outside of class. Let alone where you live. Shochan. Hizashi. Hi-chan. Having a kid move in with us is gonna be a jump, dude. Shochan. Yamada Hizashi, do you want to help the FING kid or not? Hai-chan. I mean, I just didn't expect you to suddenly be so gung-ho about the whole thing out of nowhere. Sho-chan. There were developments. I want to control the fallout if I can. Hai-chan. Backhand index pointing right, backhand index pointing right. Yue held the legal right to act as a ward of a student in specific circumstances. A right Aizawa was willing to exercise and willed to take Midoriya in if the kid agreed. He wasn't going to force him into a home he doesn't feel comfortable accepting, as much as it would frustrate him to have to deal with that. He didn't want to admit to the tiny part of him still searching for information about this other form Midoriya has. Aizawa refused to call the form a monster and lend to his student's self-image. A reflection of warped mental ideas tended to act as involuntary validation even if mentioned just for clarification. He stood and grumbled at the aching in his body. The level of which he was making repeated note of to ensure Midoriya wasn't trying to leech it away subtly. The agreement of his partner in mind, he made his way towards the offices. Nedzu should be there and likely Yagi as well, carefully out of his all-might persona so as to save his time. It would be best to talk to both about his plan to take in Midoriya after the conversation they had. Tsuyu practically stared the door to the classroom down as homeroom ended. Midoriya wasn't back yet. When the first PRD bell rang, no one commented on his absence. Was he called out because of what happened to him? She glanced at the board as the lesson began but didn't write anything down yet. She could catch up just fine in a moment. The clock ticked over the minute. Midoriya walked in the door. He looked frazzled but silently so. A few others glanced in his direction but quickly refocused on the board after his arrival was noted. He sat a little stiffly compared to before homeroom had ended. So, things were okay. He said he had been kept in the infirmary since the attack. Then, as if nothing had happened previously, the day continued as normal. The usual breaks between each class more talkative than before the weekend. There were multiple discussions going on at once. Ranging from being about the sports festival, a few asked Midoriya about where he had been, and closest to her, Toru talked with Mina about some show they both had been watching from where she was perched on the latter's desk. A particularly pointed question about if Midoriya had seen anything to do with the creature at Yusei drew her attention to the point that she finally looked directly at him. It was brief but they made eye contact. She was surprised to see the small flinch as his eyes darted away, completely unnoticed as Kirishima swatted at Zero for being too harsh when Midoriya had just left bedrest that morning. He regrets it. Whatever happened to him, whether he made it happen or not, he regrets it. Tsuyu realized as she continued to stay unusually quiet, even for her. She suddenly felt much more confident in how she wanted to approach whatever this topic was. It was beginning to feel a lot like how she approached talking to her younger siblings. There was just a small hold-up for her. She didn't exactly have any sort of mental script to bring up on how to handle the nightmares she has had since USJ. One's mostly in the form of intense fear along with some other emotion she doesn't really have a word for. The bone-burning feeling that she was witnessing something beyond her rights to see. An icy heat that had all her nerves fried in an instant. It had often been accompanied by flashes of Midoriya's body splitting, screaming, growing, and rattling out ghostly wheezes. Bloody images of him changing into something bigger, something louder, as he shattered under some strange force and bled more than anything human could bleed. The final shrieking scream that had cut short and left her in fear that her classmate, one she had hoped to befriend, had died. Whatever Aizawa-sensei had pulled him out for had not helped his normally deflated presence in any way. She didn't know if she wanted to ask about it either since she had been asked to not talk about the change she had witnessed by Principal Nedzu. Out of respect for Midoriya's privacy, he had said. A phrasing she held in suspicious light as it lent to the idea that the staff had been aware even though everything else about how they had acted said otherwise. Ectoplasm had her sit in a room with a detective who had a calming presence about him and seemed to trust everything she said prior to being told such. The rest of the staff present had been obviously tense, but she couldn't and still can't tell how much of that was from the attack and how much was from the creature that Midoriya had become. She had just been told they were still investigating and not to discuss things with the public or the press and sent her home with her father who had left work to come get her. There was much to consider. You sure you're okay, Tsuyu-chan? Uraraka asked from behind Ida. Mina looked back at her as well. Just have a lot to think about, Karo. She closed her eyes in a smile, opening them to find the smile being softly returned. Hound Dog is always available for conversation and counseling. I can give you the room number and directions if you would like. Ida looked up from his notes he had been sorting and pulled out a note card from the front pocket of the binder. She accepted the card with a thanks as the conversation brushed over itself and they all went back to their previous tasks and topics. Tsuyu looked over at Midoriya again and promptly decided she would keep an eye on him. The questions of how to break the ice about what they were both avoiding would come to her in the moment. Hopefully. It's almost time for lunch. You just have to make it to lunch. Izuku didn't think he could be any more ready to escape the room and find someone, anyone, who could help him find a place to shift. His sides felt like they were actively tearing and he was having a hard time keeping his breathing steady and even. Whatever had been simply aching when he snatched at any grip he could get to and shifted back was becoming unbearable. The questions he kept getting and inquisitive and searching eyes focused on him were doing nothing to help him calm down and try to push the feeling aside either. Dude, I don't know how you could have possibly missed that freaking thing. It was huge and looked freaky like you would not believe. I promise we would not be able to make that thing up. Kirishima gave him a quizzical look. You got dropped in the shipwreck zone, right? They said you got picked up from there after the police came. The words slotted into the back of his mind, right along with the rest of the stuff he tried to keep away from his thoughts. Ever the hypocrite though, the impulsive lies that buried him in so much distress came flowing out faster than his actual thought-out responses. He already was lying to them all anyways. What would one more to the pile do when he was already so scared of it all falling apart? He was oh so very scared. Scared of so much and he couldn't tell anyone. He wasn't allowed to was what his brain would push forward, nothing present to support what it claimed but there was nothing to refute it either. Guilt ate at his appetite. No I didn't see it. He half-lied, trying to ease his own conscience to no avail. I got trapped, surrounded by too many villains to handle alone. They got to where I was tucked away before All Might got there and I had to be taken directly to Recovery Girl as a result. Of course you FNG hid, Deku. I always told you that your shitty but rabbit-trained reflexes would be useless in any situation that requires a real hero. Bakugo growled from in front of him. Although unusually tame about it, the words had Izuku ready to bolt at the first warning he got. The conversation immediately veered into repeated retellings from those around him, Bakugo staying silent. The animated and even exaggerated strokes of verbal painting the scenes felt odd. It felt familiar and he couldn't tell exactly why until it clicked. He did the same thing. I was just usually in his own mind instead of to others. The rehearsals and revisiting of one event over and over as if repeated exposure would lessen the amount of panic it brought out of them at the memory of it. A practice repeated until each step was memorized or rewritten and they could draw from it for reference in the future to better prepare themselves when they would need it. They were trying to cope and he wasn't sure how many of them really recognized it as such. Time began to blur in his thoughts as he got through the last 2 classes before lunch. His grip was getting shaky and it was hard to focus on anything else. He hardly registered when Cementos left the classroom. The relief that had sprung up when the bell rang for lunch died the moment the door was swung open. The crowd was dense even though there had been mere seconds between the bell and the door opening. A beat of calculating silence was all that was given before questions and jabs were raised by the crowd. The energy of the room broiled as people settled into either defensive or offensive mindsets within the class. Bakugo started to push through the class and Izuku debated if he would rather stay back or just dive out the window. He could risk the shift it may bring if it meant not being around Bakugo like this so soon. His sides burned with both real and phantom pains. A blend that left him spinning and sick. The unexpected press of a hip into his shoulder made him jump, Shinso having apparently gotten up and moved to be next to him. He leaned back against him in response, just barely. Who the hell do you wastes of space think you are? Get the F out of my way. Bakugo squared up against the crowd, standing dead center in the doorway. Just because you lame props didn't get to fight a villain doesn't mean you get a FING wink of my time. Be Bakugo-kun. Ida yelled over him, seemingly embarrassed by the display he was putting on as the front of 1A. Fellow students of UA, please relocate so as to allow this class to receive the full amount of allotted lunch time. His sharp and large gestures gathered the attention of a chunk of the crowd rather effectively, it seemed, eyes following the sweeping motions to varying degrees. Izuku could feel the tension building in his posture mirrored in Shinso as Bakugo started to shout again. The words of multiple people trying to be heard at once built into a rapid state of controlled chaos. He leaned back against Shinso slightly harder than he meant to as people started asking about the multiple monsters and creatures that had been fought at USJ, and Shinso stayed a steady and firm presence. A few more loud back and forth jeers had Izuku standing and grabbing his bag a little rougher than necessary. Shinso gave him space to move, having not said a word so far. When a rather loud and prominent voice asked specifically if the same monster that was on the news a while ago was really there, Izuku decided he needed to be out of the room before the stress alone killed him. He felt eyes on him and looked over to see Tsuyu watching him carefully, eyes showing concern, but otherwise she seemed just as muted as he was. Anywhere but here. That was all he could think as he held his breath to shove past Bakugo, who let out an affronted noise and threaded through the crowd with as much efficiency as he could. He could kind of hear Shinsu's voice over the crowd, but not what he was saying. A part of him was distantly thankful that, for all that his classmates were more than ready to discuss USJ within closed doors, no one seemed even vaguely willing to even leave crumbs of information for the hungry crowd of students. He had just broken through the back of the crowd when he saw the first of a group of teachers making their way down the hall with obvious intent to clear the halls. Their authority over the students more readily accepted than other students just trying to get to their meals for the day. The buzzing under his skin made him want to scratch it off. He absently dragged his nails across his racing pulse on his wrist as if the pressure would disrupt and slow the rapid rhythm. The fact that he could feel how quickly his grip was slipping, his other form pressing firmly under his mental touch, demanding attention, was making him even more jittered. He searched with his quirk and found Yagi at a much more distant part of campus than he was used to. It was far enough that he couldn't entirely be sure he actually was on campus since he hadn't gotten to see the actual full size of UA yet. Someone else was closer though. Izuku never had firm times to work with, and he didn't want to risk a time crunch with this. He distantly wondered if Yagi ever felt the same with how his own time limit worked with One for All. So, he headed in the direction of the staff offices. Every second carried doubts. Is this something I'm really willing to risk? I could just leave school, they gave an hour for lunch, and, technically, I don't have to stay on campus for it. He turned another corner. There are police on campus still. If I get seen while I'm gone and then come back, would they connect the two? Am I even ready to change again? A choked cough worked its way out of his mouth. I'm afraid. Sheet, I don't know what. He made eye contact with Aizawa, who had stopped a short distance away. His presence steady, unmoving but quiet. A patient look was all he was given as he wheezed slightly and carefully walked until they were at a more reasonable but still respectful distance. He's not like your other teachers were. He's also the only one who. He pushed the thought aside. Izuku knew that the conversation they had earlier was barely the surface of what the hero likely had in mind. He knew that this was also very likely how Aizawa was trying to show respect and try to earn trust from him. He noticed the phone in Aizawa's hand light up briefly before going dark again. I'm just distracting him. I need to go. He felt the immediate desire to backpedal clash with the very real need to find a safe place to shift. Sorry, I just dash. Izuku started to back away from him. I can figure out what the hell is wrong on my own. I've been fine this far, right? He tried to push away how he has been having help offered for a year now and how badly things have been going more recently when he tried to control everything alone. It was pathetic. It was frustrating. He couldn't even keep his small joke of a living situation together anymore. The only weak reasoning he had to reject everything flat out was that the offers of help didn't mean he got to abuse the chances. Stupid. Typical. He was losing balance on the thin line he walked. He needed to focus and not get too close because the bridges always burned for him somehow. He didn't think as his nervous habit of grounding himself through quirk use led to him grabbing at the stiffness of Aizawa's casted wrist. A small scowl quickly surfaced through the bandaging in return, and the hero pocketed the phone, taking a few steps to regain the original distance between them. Midoriya. His words he was trying to get out died on his tongue. He scratched a little more aggressively at his now stiff wrist. The action did not go unnoticed. What can I do to help? The words were even, and when Izuku couldn't find anything to respond with, he continued. Are you verbal still? If not, I know sign and have a notepad on my phone you can use. Izuku shuffled slightly in place, frustrated further with his sudden lack of ability to put the words he needed into a functional sentence. He was all too aware that the time for lunch was steadily running out as well. His own vague internal timer still ticked away towards whatever endpoint it held on the glitching countdown. He grumbled in frustration as he immediately doubted himself with barely even a single word out. Do you have a closed-off training area I can use? Aizawa gave him a quizzical once-over. It's hard to, I'm slipping. Izuku had no idea how to explain this part. It's hard to keep grip right now and I'm very sorry but please. I'm sorry, very sorry about. Midoriya, I told you I was here to help you. It's okay to ask for as much. He starts to walk past Izuku, fishing his phone back out of his pocket and tapping through a few things. One of the cityscapes is free right now if that would be a more familiar and comfortable place for you. Izuku nods as he holds back the urge to apologize more. The latent need to excuse his own presence bubbled ever constant under every breath because who was he to claim any one person's time? Fear was riding in the back of his mind because he still didn't know what was making his grip slip so badly during the day. There was an ache without direction or even an actual location that he didn't want to describe either. So he just pretended it wasn't there. It wasn't necessary for him to put the weight of his constant search for a mere acknowledgement that he was allowed to simply be on anyone else. The restless need to say something, anything at all, eventually won over and he tumbled into muttering rambles about nothing at all as a result. It was something Aizawa quietly let him work through, apologies and backpedaling words heard but confidently disregarded as they both continued out of the building. Once outside, it started to actually hit Izuku that he really was diving into the deep end without a vest in terms of how he was trying to build something like trust with Aizawa. If it could even be called trust with how much it was based out of necessity at the moment. It felt more like using than relying on him. Then again, when had he ever been able to rely on anyone fully? It wasn't like he could just call someone whenever he needed them. Yet another disallowance he had to stop holding out for long ago. There had to be something tied into this he wasn't aware of. That's what whispered from the depths somewhere inside him as he saw the walls of the training grounds growing from the distance. His words stumbled to a stop. He wasn't even sure what he had been saying anymore at this point anyways. He had only ever willingly changed in front of someone once, and it was Yagi, which felt way different than how he felt walking behind Aizawa. The man had already seen him and he hadn't called him a monster even though Izuku was sure he must have thought it. What if he shifted again and he ended up the same way as he had at USJ? Then he would doubtlessly be just a monster. It would just be another way for the universe to prove that the false hopes and wishes he has been silently telling himself were for nothing. But what reason would Nezu have for making up something called a tutelary? Just for comfort? What if that was a trick to get me unguarded? He had no real way to even let that line of thought continue. What purpose could he in any way serve that would even make that a reasonable choice? The gates to the field were getting close enough he could see the split down the middle of them. It's barely even been 10 hours so far today. He sighed softly. Aizawa's body language hadn't changed at all the entire walk. Izuku was still afraid to be anything other than physically human around people who at least knew about him. On top of that, he very rarely shifted during the day. It was too dangerous. This was a mistake. He looked up at the gates in front of him, hands almost aggressively picking at each other. He jumped slightly when a casted hand passed in his field of vision. Aizawa had a carefully flat expression as he looked over him. The checking and rechecking was making him feel worse. The knowledge that he was using up someone else's space for concern made his chest hurt. He didn't like it. Midoriya. Izuku hesitated before looking directly at him instead of just over his shoulder. There is a difference between stepping out of your comfort zone and pushing yourself until you're just passively damaging yourself by being so far out of your comfort zone you go into a full panic. Izuku swallowed down the words that want to come. How he's always been that far out of his comfort zone. That's just how he is. He was afraid of so much. He was afraid all the time. I can wait outside if you would like me to. Aizawa offered as a way to placate Izuku's anxieties. I already told Nedzu to mark this training field as in use, so no one will be coming while you do what you need to do. The gates opened slowly. Aizawa even stepped to the side to give Izuku ample room to walk by. Yet, Izuku hesitated. His instincts said to go with flight but not giving him direction on where to go otherwise. I gotta learn to do better though. He said softly as he looked down a vaguely familiar building and street layout. These fields had to be based off of real locations. You don't need to push your dash. Aizawa's brow furrowed under the bandages, the cloth shifting slightly in the motion. Please. Izuku cut him off. He didn't clarify with how there was some base part of him that found the steady calm of Aizawa's presence stabilizing, similar to how Shinsu's quiet helped his jitters go away faster than they normally would. Aizawa's silence that followed felt observational. It wasn't to an invasive degree, but the appraisal made him feel like he had to fill the quiet space between them, even as he walked past. Aizawa and hoped he would follow. There wasn't much he had that was a fully developed thought to really fill the silence, so he went on something that would just show how much he had tried to figure out his own existence. He talked about all the research he did into monsters and such from the times of Quirks and before. The gates started to close and he turned slightly and saw Aizawa walking lightly behind him, just a few steps back. There were monsters before Quirks were a thing. People called them different things though. Cryptids and things from folktales or religions. Izuku looked around and saw a few cameras tacked to the outside of some of the buildings, a short way up the sides. The idea of being recorded made his skin prickle, so he kept walking, searching for them carefully on each building and street and in the alleys. They were all over pop culture trends before Quirks started to just be used as excuses for how they could have been witnessed or even conjured up in imagination. There were people who hunted for them too. A rather intensive and widespread group of people would avidly hunt for any sign of the existence left behind for any of them. The American Bigfoot was rather popular, but the thing apparently had different names for different cultures. We had a small handful of cryptids, but they seemed to be a mostly Western thing. We have the hugely overarching kami here. They aren't hunted for just because we found them lording over pretty much everything in the eyes of the people. The cameras still glinted in the light almost mockingly. Izuku debated whether he would have to cave and just deal with being recorded so clearly this one time. This isn't to mock Shinto ideas and beliefs. Oka-san was Shinto, I think. He stopped looking actively for cameras and decided to just walk until he either felt comfortable with the area or he was forced to shift. Science is a rather dangerous field for the objects of study though. Expeditions and captures were funded generously for a long time to get a supposed better understanding of such monsters. He continued as he felt his mind settle into the familiar ramble of information he had learned and relearned over time. I may have been younger when I started looking into what I am, but I wasn't so dense that I didn't catch what the implications were. That such studies involved locking up creatures for observations and tests. The human desire to learn often overrides the fair and humane treatment of subjects. Breaking them down to their fundamental elements to try and understand how to put it back together, to weasel out every last bit of information out of them. Aizawa hummed in assent. He was listening more than Izuku initially thought. Curiosity is dangerous for most parties involved. It may have killed the cat, but the mouse is still in the maze as well, you know. Izuku thought about the horrors he had read that have fueled his fears so much. Did you know there was a famous transplant pioneer who stitched dog heads onto other dogs? He did a lot of amazing firsts for surgical science. First successful heart transplant, first artificial heart, first lung transplant, and, of course, first head transplant. All on non-humans. Another scientist in the 1600s wanted to study the effects of oxygen deprivation or rarefied air. I think it was worded as. He conducted many trials. Medicines are rarely tested on animals these days, but they used to be the first and most frequently used vessel of searching for side effects. There were even experiments on behavior. One was with mice and the effects of overpopulation. They made a cartoon inspired by it, I think. Even still, the idea of cryptids and monsters from folklore are still popular. I want to say there is even a forum that talks about me as a monster somewhere online, mixed in with other local folktales. Nedza said when he was wherever he was before he became principal, there were others like me in the same place. That sentence in particular dragged Aizawa's attention to him fully. There must be more implications than Izuku was aware of in between the lines. Aizawa took in that revelation silently. He didn't want to feed into Midoriya's already dense fear by giving him credibility behind it when he was still so unstable. They had reached the center of the training field by now, and he wondered how far the kid needed to walk before he felt okay with doing what he said he needed to do. He noticed Midoriya perk up slightly and speed up a little as he turned and approached an alley. He glanced around the shady and covered area himself, wondering what caused his student's apparent affinity for alleyways when he noticed it. No camera was here. Midoriya found a blind spot in the security cameras used to monitor the training sessions. He looked back at the entrance of the alley to see if one of the cameras in the central plaza could see into the alley, but he didn't notice any outright. There was a sudden shuffling sound that didn't come across as too normal, and he turned to catch the tail end of the change. Literally. A more familiar than previously witnessed form shook its head before Midoriya turned and looked at his sides. This was undoubtedly the form that he had first seen of this creature. Aizawa followed the yellowish eyes and saw the blood that dripped almost lazily out of the vents on Midoriya's sides. The hissing breath that escaped Midoriya as he laid out flat, arms spread to presumably keep pressure off of his ribs and legs tucked neatly, felt nearly reluctant. He was unsure of what to do exactly, so he settled to just sit where he was now standing near Midoriya's hip. It took a moment of maneuvering to not jostle his arms too much, but Aizawa eventually settled into a cross-legged seat and looked over the large creature his student could become. His many eyes were closed, but his fur sparked as if his body was brimming with a suppressed energy that was admittedly a little disconcerting to watch. Aizawa was under the assumption that this would just be a near meditative time where they would sit in silence until either his 15-minute warning alarm went off or Midoriya was finished. It was only a few minutes until the blood stopped dripping out of the visibly agitated vents. They opened and closed slightly as Midoriya breathed. "Let me help." The syllables were rough in the same manner Aizawa remembered, even without the addition of the harsh crying on top of it. "No. The point of this was for you to heal to a comfortable point. That does not mean you get to hurt yourself again immediately, quirk-related or otherwise." He was firm in his refusal. He wanted to teach his student to care for himself more and stop using his own body as a mere instrument. Aizawa knew full well he would be fine healing just as he normally did. He tried to think of what felt so weird about this whole moment, but it had dawned on him faster than he thought it would. "You couldn't talk as your bigger form." Midoriya opened his eyes and turned his head so that he could look at Aizawa, waiting for him to finish his not yet question. Was that a choice or no? Midoriya sighed heavily, eyes falling closed again. The exhaustion he felt in that was something Aizawa related all too well to. "No. I didn't have a tongue. I already find it hard enough talking like this." His voice warbled in a near comforting way. He didn't know how it even settled into his thoughts with that feeling. Comfort was not something he was expecting or looking for. But that was the only real question he had for Midoriya at the moment. Nothing else was really that pressing. Yet, Midoriya apparently still felt compelled to continue. There was so much pain. It was everywhere. I wanted everyone safe. That was all. Another deep breath that was borderline a sigh. I don't know why it was different. It hurt. It shouldn't have hurt. I stepped forwards and everything was wrong. Wilder. The more real, the more monstrous I was becoming was making me heal faster. My thoughts felt sharper in an almost painful way. His warbles had started to slur the longer he went, like the words were harder the more he went on. Aizawa watched both sets of shoulders give an awkward shrug. Time passed, each of them settling into their own thoughts. Aizawa remembered how Midoriya had worded something earlier in a way that was interesting to say the least. You said you were losing your grip before we came out here. Do you think of yourself as a beast in human clothing or a human in a beast's pelt? He felt it was a good question to ask as it would give him more of a look into how Midoriya viewed himself. He didn't get a response for a bit, and when the silence dragged on longer than even he had expected, he looked over to see silent tears. Midoriya wasn't looking at him and wasn't making a sound. He didn't know if it was because the kid had trained himself into doing so naturally or if it was just because he hadn't wanted them mentioned. His breathing hadn't even changed from the semi-steady pattern he had been settled into since the beginning. The strange sparks had stopped though. I don't know. His antennae fell to either side of his head, having drooped enough that they slid down the sides of his neck. I have been like this as long as I can remember. I think Oto-san left to remove himself from a connection to a monster. I don't remember though. It's all patchy. I do remember Ka-san would always laugh and smile though. It's distant. And Izuku swallowed a little audibly. I don't remember what she sounds like. Just a few things she would say. Aizawa let him talk. This was a talk you don't just interrupt. This was deep-rooted. He didn't continue though, seeming to become lost in memories he had long clung to. When his phone pinged the 15-minute warning until lunch was over, he stretched the best he could with the injuries he had. Then he stood up in a fluid motion that didn't require his hands or arms to be used directly. Lunch is almost over. Will you be okay now or do you need more time? Aizawa turned back to look at Midoriya and found the boy sat there, stretching towards his toes in a way that looked like he was bending a bit more than should be physically possible without a quirk for it. He hadn't even heard the change. Not that he had expected it to sound any specific way, but there had just been nothing. Midoriya got up and unbuttoned his jacket enough to pull it away from his side, looked to be checking his shirt underneath, and then buttoned his jacket back up with a relieved look. Aizawa didn't know what he had been looking for but didn't press any more questions. Again, he felt like he was demanding much more than he really needed to on this front. When Midoriya wiped at his eyes, drying the tears there, he hesitated a moment. It felt like he needed to offer a reassurance of some kind here, but he didn't know for what. He didn't know any of his students well enough yet for that. So he instead raised his casted arm and set it gently on Midoriya's head for a second before turning to lead the way out. Keep your head on your shoulders, kid. It's gotten you this far and will get you farther as you learn more. He ended up waiting just outside the gates as he had reached there a bit sooner than Midoriya. It wasn't an issue of any sort. They had plenty of time to get him back in the part of the building his class was in. He was muttering again by the time he got to Aizawa, much quieter this time, so it must have been unintentional. They walked towards the main building together and he didn't say anything about what he had been able to pick out of all the on and off muttering as he walked him back to the room directly. Oh, how the amount of future headaches just always seemed to increase for him as he tried to puzzle out how to help with relearning self-image. It wasn't an easy thing to do. He opened the door to find the room empty still. But that made it easier to get away with just saying what he wanted to. Come to the teacher's lounge after school is done. He was quiet as he spoke, but he could still see how Midoriya seemed to shrink in on himself. He walked off before there was any response, thinking about the bits and pieces he had picked up from such unintelligible mumbling on the way to the room. Most had been just that. Unintelligible. But one part he had picked up loud and clear despite the fact. He sighed. First person not immediately afraid of a monster like me. The world has been cruel to you, Midoriya. I am sorry for that. Hizashi hummed softly to himself, sorting a playlist to use over the course of the next week while he swiped through notes and amended the segments of his weekly curriculum he had pulled up accordingly. The door opened to the lounge and he looked up to see Shoyuta standing there, looking at a point on the ground before glancing over at him. The look was one Hizashi knew well. Do we need to talk? Now. Look was one that he actually enjoyed getting because it meant Shoyuta was ready to talk about whatever had been plaguing him for however long. Leading up to said look. He paused his music and stood, waving a hand in acknowledgement as Shoyuta nodded towards All Might and headed towards one of the small tables used for the kitchenette area. All Might had been making a poor show of focused attention at his desk, thin hands wrapped loosely around a mug of probably cold tea. He leaned over and tapped the edge of All Might's computer screen on the other side of the desks. "Let's talk, yeah?" He smiled sympathetically to the older hero and made his way to where Aizawa was already seated, pulling out a chair next to him and taking a deep breath as he sat. All Might was quick to join them, tea abandoned at his desk. He sat at an angle from them looking stiff as a kid at their first job interview. It would have been funny under different circumstances. "We need to pool our efforts. No more hiding little tidbits that don't absolutely have to be hidden. It is just going to make things more difficult for us to get this kid into a better place." Shoyuta broke the silence while staring at the table in front of him. "Agreed." Hizashi nodded along with All Might, and Shoyuta lightly rubbed his face with his one good hand. "All Might, you go first since you will know the most. Repeating information is just wasting time, and we only have so long before we have to go our separate ways for class changes. If there's any confusion, we can just ask for clarification." Shoyuta waved a prompting gesture and then settled into his seat more. Yes, of course. I will start from the beginning then. I first found Midoriya-kun under a bridge being attacked by the slime villain that had been all over the news about a year ago. He may have actually died if I had been any later than I was. When I rescued him, I had bottled up the slime and was going to leave quickly, time limit and all to worry about, when he asked that I let him help me with my pain. I hadn't thought about, I had never experienced interacting with a quirk that directly pinned my injuries in full. I had been avoiding those registered, like ragdolls, for the express purpose of keeping my injuries from the public. He pulled at them before I even got to reply, and when he started coughing up blood, I just grabbed him and took him with me. I didn't even know if it was just from him taking my pain or if it was from the attack or something else. We talked a bit, and he was very reserved and apologetic, as he even griped at me about using my quirk and pushing my time limit. Not that he knew that's what it was specifically. He jumped off the roof of the building we were on, and I didn't even see him land. He was just gone, and I realized that the bottles I had put the villain in were gone as well just before I heard the explosions. I don't know if you two saw the fight on the news, which involved me blowing away both the slime villain and, who I at the time did not know was, Midoriya-kun. I ended up breaking his arm. It was probably from him landing or being thrown against something with how he flew from the wind pressure. He ended up taking me to one of the major metro stations through an absolute maze of back streets and alleys and just vanishing into the crowd. I had managed to get his last name from him when I offered my own. Hizashi exchanged a look with Shoyuta at the fact that All Might just threw his last name at a civilian who he had just met. Neither mentioned the slight deviance from his usual way of saying Midoriya's name either. I found him a while later cleaning the beach at the Dagoba Park, and I just offered a better outline of how to safely train up muscles. It took a few weeks before I even got any kind of information out of him beyond surface pleasantries, but he was very obviously scared of people for someone who so badly wanted to help others at any chance he got. He tried to hide any discomforts or unease he would feel, but after so many days you start to pick up on the small things he does. The first things he shared were about his quirk. It's stronger and reaches farther when he is shifted over into his bigger form. He wasn't specific, but I believe he does get scars from the injuries he takes, and he hasn't had the chance to see if they still scar on the people he takes them from. He didn't know his other form wasn't a quirk until his run-in with you two. He has been alone from a very young age. I didn't know this until after he got accepted into the school, but he hasn't seen his mother since he was 6. Oh hell, and no one looked for her? Hizashi interrupted, anger stirring up suddenly at the revelation. The police set the case aside because it was filed by a child who said he had a home, and they assumed it was a prank that the kid was put up to by older kids. Shoyuta said flatly. I had been a frequent visitor of the station around the time, which meant it was when they were both rather fresh out of graduation. It's been a while since Shoyuta shadowed the police. I originally thought his general behavior was just due to neglect and homelessness. I didn't really start to suspect any specific person, and finding out he was actually truly isolated was rather jarring. More alarming than that would be the history of abuse I believe may have previously happened at the hands of his former classmates and likely one Bakugo Katsuki as well. All Might's jaw clenched slightly as he swallowed down whatever emotional surge was building. You're sure about that? Shoyuta sat up more attentively. Or is this just you patching together things that are close enough to fit? The intensity of Shuta's gaze had Hisashi's skin prickling. This was not a light matter to begin with, but the intent Shoyuta had meant this was something that he had also been considering prior to this conversation. I don't have physical evidence on me, but after the entrance exam's acceptance letters went out, Midoriya-kun vanished for a few days. Sure, there had previously been times where we wouldn't see each other for a while, but those times were always discussed ahead of time and usually due to my obligations as a hero. When he did come back, his bag had been burnt to near uselessness, and he himself was obviously trying to hide the injuries he had while also favoring practically half of his body. I didn't see them, but he wouldn't answer if he knew who hurt him or not. He has this aversion to lying if he can help it. He would rather skirt around the truth, draw attention away from the question if he can. He doesn't like being gifted or bought things he feels undeserving of, which is a lot. So that will be something that you will need to work on too. I have had a decent amount of progress where he will at least take the items even if I sometimes find them snuck back into my belongings later. He has some things in his bag he is incredibly protective of, and I haven't seen what they are, but I know they're in there. I won't ruin the progress I've made just to sate my curiosity on what he protects so intently. He reached up and picked a stray hair off his shirt, only to fiddle with it in his lap. If I was to guess, it's probably stuff from his home or family. Hisashi nudged Shuta's knee with his own under the table. He got a gentle nudge back. Shoyuta was still feeling himself. The check-in was needed, especially with the way Hisashi's guess at what Midoriya had probably made the goggles around his neck feel a little heavier. And you said he didn't know his other form wasn't a quirk until I used mine on him? Shoyuta had settled back into his previous position by now. It was definitely a point of which they all would have to become incredibly familiar with. Hisashi would have to work on his less-than-ideal reactions to bug-related things for this kid. He is also incredibly anxious about anything to do with or even relating to being a tutelary obake. Oh, the principal said that was what he is. It's some kind of blessing, I guess, from the kami that was put on his family. The principal has seen this kind of thing before? Hisashi was at a loss on how he felt about the fact that this meant there were more of what Midoriya is out there in the world. He also didn't know how he felt about the fact that this could be used as solid evidence that there were higher powers out there, but it was just in secret. Well, he said it wasn't the exact same form, but that he had seen a few back when he was in captivity. All Might's voice slowly trailed off as he finished his sentence. They all understood the implications. The lack of reaction from Shoyuta just meant this was something that he at least had some knowledge of. He's afraid of being caught and tested on by people. So he won't need to know that particular bit of information until we have him more stable. Shoyuta was resolute as he spoke, flexing his one hand absently. He doesn't like lies, and that seems to include omission, but he won't be able to handle that at current. All Might nodded in agreement. It took a long while for me to get him comfortable enough to actually shift around me. Even then he made it seem like it was just circumstantial. That he was allowing me to be there for what he was going to do anyways. I have been trying to convince him that his other form was not some horrendous thing to be, that it was still him in all the good ways, just as much as he imagines that what he has long called his monster form doesn't just make his human self some atrocity. I want to say he used to shift rather frequently and almost freely before he ran into you too. I imagine that was in part out of necessity to survive as much as just trying to maneuver better in a much different body. I have and still do meet with him regularly outside of school since he is so isolated otherwise. It is never for long though, as he has multiple jobs he works here and there. I have been trying to offer him an allowance of sorts, but he won't have anything to do with it. That sounds about right even from the little amount of time I have had with him comparatively. Shoyuta considered his words a moment. Hisashi felt like he was there more out of just emotional support at this point, but that was absolutely okay with him. He's not going to leave his partner hanging, especially when this conversation would undoubtedly end with Shoyuta proposing his plan to invite Midoriya into their home. Alright, I'll keep my input short. Midoriya has clear signs of neglect and abuse that have broached every part of him to the point that his default reactions to everything seems to have zeroed down to guilt or fear. He has trained himself into naturally minimizing all of his impacts on any front and feels that even asking something is asking too much of anyone. He walks silently, his presence is practically nothing. He even has gotten himself down to crying silently. Hell, I just got back from sitting in a training area with him for most of lunch, and even his shifting is silent. This information got raised eyebrows from both All Might and Hisashi in response. Shoyuta continued on without waiting. In class he has no inputs unless directly called on, and he is mortified of that as well. His anxieties have caused a chunk of self-inflicted damage to his hands, and who knows where else, since he seems to use his quirk to ground himself. Something that needs to be broken as soon as possible because, even if he doesn't recognize it as such, it is absolutely self-harm. He is incredibly smart and observant, which is good but also very dangerous for a mind that is convinced the world is out to get him at any given moment. He is quick to try and appeal to whoever is around him to avoid any conflicts, either because he doesn't want to be in one at all or because he feels his opinions in the matter don't have any worth, and either way that is another thing that will need to be addressed. Even when he is helping others, he does it from a distance so no one can pin it to him, especially in crowds, so that it's even harder to pin it to any one person. The scowl Shoyuta was wearing soured more and more the longer he spoke, which was not long in the first place. It was twisting up something ugly in Shoyuta, and Hisashi wished he could help, but he knew that would just be something to do when they got home tonight. Shoyuta was angry but didn't have something specific to be angry at. They would definitely be talking again when they got home tonight. Well, I don't really have much to add myself. Midoriya is notably closed off from his classmates in a decidedly defensive way, but does have what could loosely be called a friend group. He avoids any offer they pose about hanging out outside of classes. The class overall doesn't treat him any differently outright, but a few noticeably approach him with the same caution one shows a scared stray. I don't think he knows that he is allowed to open up to people who are friends. I don't think he has had friends before. The one time he missed lunch with you, he gestured towards All Might, he didn't eat at all. School lunches can be expensive without waivers, and I don't think there are any on his file. It would make sense to wait until you can go somewhere you know is cheaper when you have to make every yen count. Shoyuta looked to All Might as he spoke. Does he know there are waivers for these things? Recovery Girl mentioned there were waivers when we were in the medical wing, so we only just learned about them. He explained a bit sheepishly. Well, it would help a kid who is homeless to have known about them before the year started, but that's already passed so. Hisashi bumped Shoyuta with his knee again. Now was a better segue than whatever way Shoyuta was probably bumbling through in his head. Shoyuta cleared his throat softly. I was intending to extend a room to Midoriya, so that he doesn't have to concern himself over just having a place to sleep. He's a kid. He needs a home. Shoyuta was minutely defensive about this, clearly expecting some kind of protectiveness on All Might's part. Thus, I will gladly pay for any furniture you need to get for the room. All Might sat forward sharply. When will you be offering? I can easily cover any of his clothing and other needs. I can also be there when you set up the room if he seems too uncomfortable with the prospect. As long as you don't mind my intrusion to your home, of course. He backpedaled a bit as he seemed to recognize who exactly he was near inviting himself into the home of. Hisashi grinned as he saw the relief in the slope of Shuta's shoulders. I told him to come by the lounge after school. Shoyuta glanced in Hisashi's direction. I was gonna have you go get him, since if I do it the class will undoubtedly have a field day about it. Other than that, I was just going to directly offer. There's no point in beating around the bush for this. He needs stability and a sure source of food whenever he may be hungry. He shouldn't be working multiple jobs just to eat on top of his school life. That sounds good to me. Hisashi was more than willing to go and get the kid that was possibly soon to be in his partner's home. He was gonna be a bigger part of Midoriya's life if he accepted the offer anyways. They both looked back to All Might, who simply nodded agreement. Then I guess we best get back to our work. Mike, I do believe you have a class starting within the minute. All Might's tone was lightly teasing in a way that he hadn't used with the staff before. Hisashi looked at his phone and yelped as he hopped out of his seat. Man, he really needed to start setting reminders again. This happened every school year for the first few weeks. When Midoriya did show up in the lounge, he was alone. This was distantly noted, but Aizawa can imagine any number of things that could have pulled Yamada away. The vaguely lost look on Midoriya's face was quickly warping to anxiety, and Aizawa quickened his step just slightly as he walked over. Mike was it? There were a few students asking about homework. Midoriya pulled lightly at his sleeve, pointedly not picking at his fingers from the look of it. He considered briefly moving to a different area to ask what he wanted, but after a beat he saw no point in it. It was just an offer. It wasn't any specific digging thing he was going to drag out. Would you like to move into my home? He was direct. Concise. Perhaps too concise, as he watched the way Midoriya practically stalled out mentally. The lost look was replaced by deep and thorough confusion. If the sudden soft intake of breath that he took after a few heartbeats was any indication, he stopped breathing for a moment too. Kayama and Sekijiro were both visually focused on whatever was at their desk, but anyone with half a brain could tell they were listening. Leave it to those in the profession of heroics to continue to meddle in the affairs of others even when they weren't involved. Why? Midoriya looked at him like it was some impossible scenario that he could ever be offered a place to live. It made his frustration with the history of treatment Midoriya clearly had rile up again. Instead of letting it go anywhere, he shrugged and started to step around his student, leading him a little farther from his coworkers but remaining in the room. It will help improve your health and your overall education to have your basic needs assured. You could focus on your schoolwork, your social life that you have been dodging since you have to work to eat, and on yourself to start improving on your person directly. UA has a clause in its institutional legal work that sets up an allowance for a teacher to take up primary care of a student under extenuating circumstances. He explained and turned to see Midoriya close behind him, gaze focused in his direction but not directly on him. I am capable and willing to make use of that clause and take you as a legal dependent and provide a home for you. If you would accept, of course. I have no knowledge of anyone outside of the school who may be assisting you, so if you have a place you don't have to accept my offer. Midoriya seemed to still not be grasping that this was a legitimate option he now had available to him, looking like he was trying to put together an entirely white puzzle. Is there a problem? You'd be able to leave the home whenever you want. I'm not trying to cage you in a building, Midoriya. Aizawa frowned slightly as he tried to figure out if it was some part of his offer that was making it so difficult for Midoriya to accept. Why now? Midoriya asked in a near whisper. What? No one cared before and nothing has changed about me to make it safe. If anything, USJ just showed that I know even less about what my other form can do than I thought. Aizawa fought down the frustrated scowl that threatened to surface. He would have to address this part of how Midoriya viewed himself first and foremost apparently. That, and he would have to talk to All Might and Yamada about how Midoriya apparently viewed himself as an active danger to others even without any history of violence or even bare minimum aggression towards others. I am capable of handling more than you may think, Midoriya. I thought about this before offering, so don't think this is some impulsive offer. I just would like to give you a home to call your own. If you accept, like I said. Aizawa reiterated. He wasn't going to force his hand, but if he was turned down, Aizawa would just start looking for other ways to provide the things Midoriya needed. They both stood in silence for a few moments, wherein Aizawa was giving Midoriya however much time he needed to consider. He was about to say that he could give him an answer tomorrow when Midoriya looked up, finally making eye contact for more than a second or so. What day is it? It was an unexpected question to say the least. Aizawa couldn't even begin to pick out the relevance of it, but apparently it was important enough to Midoriya for him to ask. Wednesday. I will come Friday, Midoriya said quickly, not giving Aizawa the chance to ask what the relevance of the day was, and hurried out of the lounge. His hands immediately began picking at each other the moment he wasn't facing him. He left and Aizawa was simply standing there with a number of questions in mind. Instead of following for answers, he pulled out his phone and began typing out a message in the new group chat that was in his message history. Izuku sat silently in his seat the next morning and tried to hide how horribly jumpy he felt. It would be more accurate to say he was absolutely blowing the whole attempt, especially with his frustration at how his luck stayed perpetually out of his favor. He wondered offhandedly if it would be absurd to try and find the second-year cat who had given him that miraculous charm. Yuka. I think that or it was Fusen. He let out a strained breath. It wasn't like he had any direct way to find out where they were anyways. He shook his head a little only to nearly leap out of his skin when Bakugo sat, just as silently as he had been, in front of him, no acknowledgement, no huff of breath, not even his usual heavy footfalls that typically alerted Izuku to his approach. He didn't like it. He had hoped he would have shifted last night, but he had no such luck with whatever alleged blessing that had gotten him stuck in this position in the first place. All he had wanted was a night to recover from said shift before just going to look. Just a look. That's it. Aizawa's offer had no other possible outcome than just being flat-out disastrous. He couldn't just show up and live in a hero's home. Two heroes if his understanding of Aizawa's and Mick's relationship was correct. He could feel the way the rest of the class was practically side-eyeing him due to his riled energy. It was the most space he had taken up since the school year had started. The nervous jitters seemed to spread to a few others in the room, but they had a much better handle on it than he did. His mind was spinning circles and his base thought was to run. Izuku wouldn't be running though. He had already missed too much of his classes with how he had been sent out yesterday. It was a relief that no actual questions came his way, though. The class as a whole seemed to have decided to just talk amongst themselves and leave Izuku out of it for the day. A number of them had to have picked up on how differently he had been behaving since USJ. He just hoped it wasn't because Tsuyu had told them about what she had seen him do. The staff seemed to be doing much of the same. They all clearly watched him, a few with more intensity than others, and he didn't think it made him feel worse. It definitely didn't make him feel better. If he was being critical of his emotions, he could probably claim to be strangely angry. It was like he was just some kind of show for others to see as they pleased now that the cat was out of the bag. He hated it. He hated it. But he wouldn't bring up as much. It was something he brought onto himself by shifting at USJ. Izuku was the one to put the spotlight on himself, and he was just reaping what he had sown. Something he had to come to terms with quickly as each class passed, and he packed his notes neatly and closely together, fitting as much as he legibly could to each page. Notebooks were precious material after. When the bell rings for lunch, he stands with the rest of the class even as he tries to hide the wince because it just felt so loud. He didn't plan on eating his bento right now. It was going to be saved for later. It was the last night of the cycle after all. It would absolutely happen tonight. He had a small amount of extra cash though today, so he was going to splurge and buy lunch. The lady he had painted a room for yesterday after school had been incredibly generous, praising his ethic being so strong already at such a young age. He had extra. That's what he told himself over and over at least. He couldn't risk crashing after tonight and missing Friday. It is just a little throwaway. It's extra and it's okay to eat. He gripped his backpack straps a little tighter as he could feel the way his head thumped softly with tension. It's okay to eat. In the halls he pulled up short, sharply stopping when a hand appeared in front of him, not touching, just gearing to get his attention. He glanced at it quickly, heart hammering with surprise and relief that it wasn't actually touching him, before looking up to the face of Tsuyu. Her head was tilted slightly, and he could see the clear, cautious curiosity there. "You're overwhelmed." She stated it as an absolute, and Izuku felt how his face twisted in confusion at the words. "My little brother gets sensory overload sometimes. I have learned to see when someone is getting to that point." She ribbited softly, much quieter than her typical trail-offs that he has heard slip into her words many times by now. He looked away and saw the few glances in his direction from some of his classmates who were close enough still. It almost made him bristle when Tsuyu continued. "Are you okay?" She was the first to actually ask him today, but he knew that it was what nearly everyone else in class had been wondering too. It was exhausting to feel the weight of multiple gazes resting on him for the whole day so far. He almost brushed her off out of some stupid desire to show that he's absolutely fine. Yet, he caught her eyes and saw the nerves there. She was nervous. He made her nervous now. Of course he did. Tsuyu saw him in his much more horrific and monstrous form, and yet, she was trying to still be there. She was asking if he was okay. It made his chest hurt. He gave her a pathetic excuse of a smile and shook his head just slightly. Wanted to try and be honest. She already knew at this point anyways. Tsuyu apparently had not expected the honest answer as she looked a little surprised. Her gaze drifts in a slight circle around him before she goes back to meeting his eyes, her tongue having slipped a little past her lip while she thought. Is it? She brought a hand up as she trailed off and, for a moment, Izuku tensed slightly only to watch her make a sweeping gesture back over her own head. My antennae. If he wasn't so sure of the fact that he couldn't partially shift in any way, he would have reached up to check them. He almost felt a laugh build at the attempt to subtly bring up something that was already hard to talk about even when there was nothing to worry about. He ran a hand through his own hair as he looked towards the entrance to the cafeteria. Yeah, it is. He didn't look to see her reaction though, afraid of what it may be, as he continued quickly. Don't worry about it, though. I'll be fine. This isn't new, actually. Sorry for what? For scaring her? For showing her I'm a monster because I was scared? He sighed and just let his shoulders sag a little. Just sorry, I guess. Have a good lunch. He quickly stepped around her and into the cafeteria proper before she could even respond. He searched the crowd and quickly found Uraraka and Ida and slipped into the line right between them. They practically cheered at his presence in the actual lunch line, Ida setting off into a proper lecture about the importance of a filling and varied diet to promote health and growth. When he got to the window, Lunch Rush paused only for a moment before he leaned and pulled a paper down from a tack, then set about making something before Izuku could even speak. If this was unusual, Ida said nothing as he stood behind him and Uraraka just bounced slightly from side to side as she waited with her food. The table they sat at was smallish, but he felt he wasn't really one to judge since he wasn't the most adept on cafeteria standards. Shinso was already eating at the end of the booth side of the table. He didn't think it was the one they had been using originally, but with how Uraraka led the way confidently over, he assumed it was the current table of choice. He slid into the booth with Shinso and the other two took the seats across from them. It felt somewhat uncomfortable, but he quietly dismissed it as just his own nerves. He hoped. He glanced up from the food in front of him to see Kirishima lingering near Bakugu. It made his stomach turn to think that maybe Bakugu would somehow manage to entice Kirishima into his new group of friends. He didn't get to focus on it long, though, as Tsuyu slid into the booth on his other side. She greeted the others when they welcomed her and quietly ate her meal. I don't understand. He almost asked what she was doing before he realized how strange the question would sound to the rest of the table. So, Izuku looked at his rather small-looking meal and set to silently eat. He wasn't that hungry anyways. The conversation was far from lacking, especially when Mina joined the table. She sat down next to Uraraka and boisterously brought up the news coverage of the attack at USJ and all the chatter in the trains and buses about it too. The back and forth about the topic made Tsuyu's quiet presence that much more pressing to Izuku. He was about to excuse himself when Shinso scoffed loudly at some comment he missed. People just want to gossip. It's all they ever want to do, especially when they don't have the full story. Makes them feel like they've got something interesting going on when they really don't. I don't even listen to them half the time anymore, and with how we were, actually there? Even less of a reason to care what the busybody on the bus thinks of something they heard fourthhand. He pushed his tray to the side and leaned forward, getting more invested into the discussion. Izuku didn't even hear what Ida said back as he repeated the words back in his head. It was unexpectedly comforting to hear, and he carried it through the rest of the school day. His mind was unabashedly elsewhere for every class after lunch, and when the school day did finally end, he let himself slip into the familiar quick mental weighing of the pros and cons of his different options. He grabbed his bento out of his bag and waited for the classroom to empty. It didn't take long. Izuku carefully untied the cloth around the bento, used it to wrap the chopsticks, and tucked both into his bag. A quick glance around to be sure that everyone was out, and the door was shut, and he set his bag under Aizawa's podium, pressing it to where it was fully hidden. He didn't want to lose it tonight. He wanted to run. It had been broiling restlessly under his skin all day, and he loathed to admit how much he was wanting to just breathe the way that only his monstrous self could. Hopefully, the staff would leave his bag alone if one of them did find it. He held his bento close as he quickly stepped out of the room, intent in his movements but hesitant on his choice. His heart felt too big to fit in his chest, and every pulse felt like it would interrupt his next breath. It had been 9 nights since his last shift, so this had to be it. It had to be tonight. He didn't know what he would do if his change at USJ was not the only thing to change and his only constant was disrupted as well. Every 7 to 10 days. Like a clock with a shot wire. He hoped tonight would at least be a short one. In a garden a few hours' walk from the school, he sat and quickly ate his meal. The sun set uncaringly and steadily. Sometimes, he envied the way that nature could just continue, irrespective of the chaos or serenity within it. When he felt his grip slipping, he set the box itself under the bench, guilt eating at him about his abandonment of something that was perfectly usable. He would buy another one when he got the chance to replace it. Yagi already had spent so much on him. He could afford to skip a meal or two to afford a replacement. Although, it may be left alone until morning and he could come back for it. That would be a nice turn of events for the night. He ducked into the thick clustering of trees behind him and sat in a space that would probably only just fit him. It felt reasonable to be a little nervous about how the shift may turn out, and yet, he could almost call it a relief in the same breath. He closed his eyes and sighed. When he opened them again, his muzzle was smooth. He rolled his jaw experimentally and found it still in one piece. Barely a moment to sit, and his anxieties from the day started to press on his nerves once more. The only hope he had going into this was that the shift would be brief. He stood, shook out his feathers, and breathed in as deep as he could through his vents. At least the weather is nice. Izuku leaned into each of his legs experimentally. When none of them gave any protest to his weight, he stepped out of the trees. It started at a trot. Then a steady loping gait. The stretch of his muscles made the frantic buzz fade, if a little. He broke into a full run, his antennae pressed flat back so that he wouldn't have to hear the wind as aggressively. Flat enough that he wouldn't have to hear if someone actually saw him flit past either. When he reached the edge of the garden, he leapt across the street, catching himself halfway up the building that stood there. He could feel the way someone must have bumped their head at the impact, probably having jumped in surprise. It was reckless, what he was doing, but he couldn't find it in him to feel the care. Everything in him said run. But maybe if he had something to actually run from, he wouldn't feel so paranoid. If he had a justification, he wouldn't feel so lost. If he had anything, he could just simply be. He glanced at where the moon sat to the east and ran in the other direction. There was the constant thrum of aches and pains clustered in the more populated areas, and he grabbed at the edges of them, taking a small amount of each with him as he went. He heard the distant sirens of some police call and veered just so to try and put in the extra distance between them both. A number of times he had to slow and wait for an area to clear of more people before he made any attempt to continue. There was a large national park, with forests and mountainsides, that he wanted to get to. It was his safest option, especially with how police and heroes alike will undoubtedly be looking for him after the attack. The amount of disruption he caused to get there was of little concern in the back of his mind. He just wanted to be away. A surprised shout came from behind him as he dipped over the edge of a building. The door's groaning hinge had given him only the slightest of warnings to dive down before he was seen directly. Izuku pushed it out of his mind as he continued on his journey. He hadn't been in proper woods in a while, and the park was somewhere with fond memories, as sparse as they had been. Maybe he would feel safer there, if only a little. He hoped. The stretch of his limbs, the coiled bend of his body that urged him farther and farther. The tingling feeling of his own skin, as if he was occupying more space than he should be able to fit into, as if he had weight holding him down from every direction. Even as he ran, and the city fell to suburbs, fell to hills, and soon the slope of a mountain, the drag of each deep breath through his vents was a reminder that he could still go. He wasn't trapped. He could leave. He slowed quickly to a stumbled and jolted halt. The only thing that disturbed the night's version of silence was the labored breaths he took. Each one felt like a theft just as much as it felt like a miracle in and of itself. His claws dug into the dirt, and he turned to look at the distant light from the city in the sky. I could leave. It felt so simple in that moment. He could just keep running. He could take his own person and go. He could just go. The breeze picked up a moment, and the soft scent of just the forest around him felt like an ice pack on his too-hot mind. A quick check of trying to grasp at his form gave him nothing. He still had time to waste. The choice to continue into the mountain brush was easy. There was a spot he had in mind that he wished to reach before the moon hit its peak. It would be empty this time of night. The detour around the few buildings this far into the mountains was minimal, and he was looking for a specific pain to lift. The kind that always just made him feel like he was doing what others couldn't. That he was doing something important. The climb to the pullout that overlooked the small town and its hospital that sat in the valley below was gratifying in the way it made his muscles ache with their usage. It was a belated realization that he may not find what he was looking for in such a small hospital, but that didn't mean he couldn't pull on the pain of others while he was here. Izuku sat low to the ground, legs tucked so that he could quickly descend if the need arose. The gentle way he allowed his quirk to press its limits to reach the hospital was familiar. A slow tilting of water onto a coin, watching the water tension hold and spread smoothly. There was the ache of old bones, many scrapes and bruises on all ages, a few breaks and fractures within the town itself, and a fresh one being attended to within the hospital's walls. Moreover, was the surprise of finding the pain he had been looking for. He knew that if he had told anyone that this was something he did, that he searched for specific types of pains to settle, that he would get a response he would much rather not have to handle. The thing was, though, as he pressed his antennae far forward and tried to hear the cries even from the distance he was at, that this was a redemption. This was an absolution that only he could achieve for himself. The draw to it was something he held with the same tenderness that would soon be found in the valley. The wait was patient, and distantly he wondered about Netsu's declaration of his kind. That Izuku is the result of the blessing of gods long ago. He wondered if that was what drew him to this specific kind of thing, or if it was something more deeply rooted in his personal being. The moon traveled steadily across the stars. The burning sensation of searching for air and not finding it. The dizzying ache of muscles searching for the oxygen it so desperately needed but, as of yet, had not had to find on its own. He pulled it quickly. The chafing scrape of his throat felt as though it was closing, even as it stayed clear and unblocked, and the burn in his lungs made the air feel sweeter. And then it was gone. Izuku stood and took the breath he had never lost, eyes skimming across the valley. He laid his antennae back and reached for his grasp, as if this attempt to justify his own existence was the key to being allowed to walk among the city streets without having to be hiding at every moment. The glide of his grip failing to take hold was an unsurprising but bitter reminder of this superstition being just that. He did not do this often, but it was an attempt. He would just have to start heading back to the city. The moon was halfway through its descent regardless. It had been hours. It was exhausting to have to go through such a long night, but he had no say in the matter. If he wanted to be at the very least near the city before it got bright out, he would have to move fast. The phantom of the blockage that never was made Izuku divert to breathing solely through his vents. Each drag left the soft sound of steady breaths hanging in the air. The drop into the valley was steep, but he could afford to allow the large dragging tracks just down the side of the hill as long as he let the trail die before he got too close to the edge of the mountain range. If anything in particular had been of note on his run back towards the city, he didn't even notice it in the first place. His mind was now running circles now that his body was thoroughly pushed into a near-liquid soreness. Thoughts that, admittedly, left him afraid and skittish once more. He could feel his grip coming back to him, and if he was right in his estimate, he had maybe an hour or so of nighttime left. His mental timer was counting down to something that he was terrified to face. The prospect of a home. A home that was not with his mom. Midoriya left his bag. Aizawa stared at the bag in his hands, unsure of what to do with the proof of the matter that he held. And this was under my podium? He looked up from it to the mop of hair in front of him. Dark and wild bedhead curls, frayed in every direction, blocked most of their eyes, but he knew they were looking at him. After school. Before dark. Ellie found it. Their voice carried with it a soft white noise. The kind people would pay money to have at their fingertips just for a good night's sleep. At the name, a muffled chirp came from their hoodie. "Thank you, Clem. I hope your cleaning went well and that you get some rest." He got some sort of choked response along with a dismissive wave, and they were gone before he even got the chance to turn around. Aizawa carried the bag with him towards his class. He would have to beat his students there to put it back where it had been. It had to have been put there because he was coming back. He worried. Izuku shifted back about a 40-minute walk from UA. He made it to the front gates in about an hour and a half. When he walked into the building, he realized he had forgotten where he even left his bento. He hadn't even thought to try and stop to grab it. He wouldn't be able to go and look for it either. It was a definite loss since he was supposed to be going with Aizawa after the school day was over. He also didn't account for how incredibly haggard he now looked. His uniform was wrinkled horribly, and he could practically see his own exhaustion radiating off of himself. The exhaustion was pleasant in a way though. Reliable. The loving burn of muscles stretched well enough to leave that aching warmth. A warmth that overrode any lingering ghosts of hurt, pain, worn to the final thread quirks everywhere and in so many people in so many directions. A soft reset written the gentle script of countless microtraumas of the flesh. Grounding. He walked into the classroom proper with 3 minutes to spare. He didn't grab his bag though. Aizawa was already standing at the podium and he didn't want to grab it from in front of him. The guilt that overcame him was unexpected when he saw the ever so minimal sag of relief in his bandaged shoulders. He always came back for his bag. It was the one thing he had yet to lose in all these years. The replacement was not losing it. He still had all his things from it. It was just wear and tear. He had thought its presence would be understood as a reassurance, not a farewell note. He didn't even get to cross the room before Ida started to lecture him in a way that some may have possibly described as fond, but Izuku was too worn down to fully register. The somehow loudly quiet words on the importance of getting proper rest and practicing proper self-care swam around him and reminded him that this was different. This year was truly different. He may have cried if it had been any other time, but he looked to Uraraka and caught the end of a sympathetic look. The eyes of someone else who also had worked long nights or at the very least been incredibly close to the ones barely scraping by. Its rapid replacement with her usual bubbly energy was telling. It was a contagious energy and she knew it. She knew it well enough to utilize it as the weapon it was at the best of times and the comfort it provided at the worst. Tsuyu's unabashedly concerned gaze was heavy, even more so than the curious looks from other classmates. He could only shrug as a response. There wasn't anything he could have done for this long of a shift anyways. He was just along for the ride when his grip was taken from him. An especially cruel test of patience in his opinion. He could hear some voices asking after him and his rough appearance. Their words barely glanced across the surface of his mind as he met Bakugu's eyes. He didn't know what to call what he saw there. Consideration felt too passive and scrutiny was more than Bakugu had deigned to give him for years now. He fought the urge to look away and let it happen. He didn't have the energy to fight him today, nor did he have the energy to run anymore. That had been part of the whole point for the long sprint in the first place. Why did you even bother coming in today, Deku? The sneer in his voice made Izuku's skin crawl. Why did you? Izuku repeated back, calm, just loud enough to be heard across the room. The room's tension shifted slightly at that, the volume of other voices dropping to near nothing. He could probably count on one hand the number of times he had talked back at Bakugu in the last 8 years, and from the way Bakugu's glare sharpened, he recognized as much as well. You've gotten rather cocky for a scrap of char so obviously below even its own sad par. Bakugu's grip on the back of his seat tightened slightly. Izuku tensed just enough to match it. Bakugu. Aizawa's voice cut in and the class fell into rapt silence. The bell rang to start the day. Wait outside the classroom. He finished once the bell stopped. Bakugu got up in a huff and walked crisply out of the room. Izuku was almost mildly amused by Bakugu's words. There was no physical way for Bakugu to even come close to understanding him. It was a simple fact. He could have gone through the same homelessness and still not understand the fear Izuku had been living in for nearly his whole life. He was trying very hard to not sway on his feet. He wasn't confident it was just from the exhaustion this time, though. Midoriya. Go to Recovery Girl's office. I will be there when homeroom is over. Izuku didn't even need to look around to notice the vague discomfort that had settled over the class. Aizawa watched him until he sighed and turned to leave the room without saying a word. He watched Bakugu carefully as he walked past him, but he wasn't even afforded the barest of glances. It was almost frustrating the way he was getting near babied by the staff here at UA when no other school had even attempted any assistance. He could make it through the day. He could take his notes. He was fine. He was just tired. The door had been closed for maybe 3 seconds before 5 different hands shot up. He closed his eyes and took a breath. "You have 30 seconds. He said, eyes open just enough to use his quirk if it got too rowdy, and a few questions went off immediately. Is Midoriya still injured? Is his family not helping? Is there something we're going to be able to do? Why isn't he being excused from the class until he's recovered? Will he still be in the festival if he isn't back to his normal health beforehand? Will he lose his spot in the hero course?" Izawa let the questions roll over him, not a reaction to be seen. He couldn't let even a shadow of the somber internal setting he had be shown in response to what he heard. All of which just confirmed that, even though his fellow classmates did care for Midoriya, the boy hadn't revealed a lick of information about his personal life to any of them. Midoriya will not be dropped from the course simply because of recovery from an injury. He will be getting a check over from Recovery Girl once he gets there. The rest is not information for me to divulge to you, and regardless, there are other things that require your attention for the time being. The ones who had actually asked questions seemed generally put out by the dodge but sat at attention, nonetheless. Just because the sports festival is in a few days does not mean your academics will be allowed to fall to the sidelines. You all will need to consider how to best use your time to maximize your study, exercise, social, and rest PRDS. Self-care is important even to the strongest of heroes. I can give clearance to different fields for quirk exercises as long as you check with me or have another staff member notify me so that I may approve the use and time. Use the rest of this homeroom appropriately. He leaned down and grabbed Midoriya's bag as well as his sleeping bag, wrapping the book bag in it so that the students would not see that it had been left there. The fold of fabric over his arm looked no different to the outside viewer as he stepped out of the room to the sound of a study group tentatively being formed and a sparring suggestion getting tossed out for any takers. As he shut the door behind himself, he turned to look at Bakugo. Silent fury stormed the air around him into tense reactionary energy. A trained police dog waiting with unchecked anxieties. A nervous flutter waiting to prove, yes, I can do what will make the bad guy lose. Yes, I recognize the bad guy just let me out. I won't get it wrong this time. It felt cruel to liken a student to such an abused thing, but police dogs were put out of commission by law for a reason. Once a dog was trained to that level of constant hypervigilance, they could never calm down enough to go to a home, and it eventually became their doom. Bakugo, any particular reason for stirring up unnecessary infighting in my class? Izawa watched him carefully. I thought competitiveness was encouraged within hero classes, sensei. Bakugo continued to stare out the windows across the hall. It is. Belittling classmates who are clearly still recovering from villain-involved combat is not competitive spirit though. That was what I can only assume was a continued one-man war front against a fellow student. He noted the way Bakugo's hands twitched slightly where they were hooked into his pockets. This is not the first time you have targeted Midoriya on this school's property. UA is an institution that raises and bolsters heroes, inventors, and general academic minds alike. A rivalry is all well and good, healthy even in the proper settings. Then what is the problem exactly? Bakugo finally looked at him. Searching. He was looking for a loophole most likely, a direction most definitely, and an out from the conversation in the end of it all. You will be having 2 sessions with Hound Dog a week starting Monday. If they go well, we can discuss further steps under Hound Dog's discretion. He needed to know the best way to correct these behaviors first and foremost. Hound Dog had a degree for a reason. What? Izawa raised a brow at the spark that Bakugo barely released. That, or I will have you fully removed from my class. It would not be my first expulsion, Bakugo. He didn't mention the extent of what his expulsions usually turned out to be, but that was the whole point now, wasn't it? Was that clear enough? Yes, sensei. Good. Return to your seat. I will have Hound Dog contact you during lunch. Izawa left at a rushed pace. He fished out his phone and pulled up the near regrettably active chat and groaned at the newest name Yamada had set for it. Monster Dads. Yamada. Yeah, we have the room ready. Well, it's just bare essentials because of US going shopping together so he can get what he wants. Listen, he won't exactly be the most willing to shop. It took a long while just to get him to not grab the cheapest backpack there was when I took him to get a new one. Yamada. You bought him his bag? Man, the last one must have been in rough shape considering how filled out and battered just his notebooks are. Izawa. Midoriya is in RG's office. On my way there, so don't all come rushing in. We'll keep you posted. He put it back, not even attempting to bother with trying to keep up with the ensuing onslaught of notifications that had his phone buzzing in its pocket. He paused just briefly outside her door so that he could unwrap the backpack and hold it more easily in his hand. His muscles protested from their general lack of use they had been getting, but he wasn't going to carry it long. When he opened the door, he found Midoriya curled on his side facing the windows, the blanket of the cot only covering his feet as the rest was tucked under his legs. He couldn't tell if he was dozing or simply had his eyes closed, even when he stepped closer. He set the bag carefully on the bed, just in the curve of Midoriya's tucked-up legs and folded arms. So, is he all right? Izawa turned to where Recovery Girl was doing work at her desk. She huffed, finished what?